The International Crypto Trading Cup is the first ever global showdown for the ultimate crypto title. 2 days of trading, 8 elite contenders, the winner takes all the profits. ICTC 2025, the world's first crypto trading championship.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to one of the most exciting events in the digital asset space, the International Crypto Trading Cup 2025, brought to you by Whitebit. In this competition, we are going to see 8 of the top crypto minds compete not only in the volatility of the live markets, but against each other for a chance to win the Crypto Trading Cup. Fortunes are going to be made and lost in seconds, and we're going to have the opportunity to peer behind the shoulders of these traders and get insight into their decision making. We're going to see it all, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Which one of them is going to have the skill, the insight, and the experience to win the Crypto Trading Cup? Well, we're going to find out. Now, with me here today, I have a number of talented co-hosts, and together, we're going to analyze the markets, and we're going to look at every single thing that these traders do, and we're going to piece together their strategies, their risk management profiles, and their techniques, and bring it all to you so that you can have a good education, a good experience as far as your learning. Now, come on, guys. I'd like to bring you guys up. It's good to see you.
Hey, Mark.
Good to see you guys. Hey.
Good to see you.
Hi, Mark. Good to see you.
All right.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
And guys, so come on, tell us a little about who you are and what we're going to do here today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nick from Italy, frontman of Afterset Crypto, a YouTube channel fostered on time-sensitive news. And today I'm excited to guide you through this amazing adventure with my colleagues, Gert.
Yes, I'm Gert van Laken from the Netherlands, CEO of Strategy Consulting, and I'm here to analyze as well all the moves that will be played. And I'm happy to be here with you.
Excellent. So we can't have a competition without its warriors. So we have 8 of the best, and we're going to introduce you to each one of them and find out a little bit more about how they got here. So we're going to begin with trader number 1. We have
our first trader from Italy, Mauro Caimi. All right. Mauro is an expert with 11 years of experience from our country, Italy, and he moves on the market with cyclical and technical analysis, which is usually used in larger time frames. So it will be very exciting to see what he unfolds today to beat the market in real time.
Everything will be open, so also his screen, we can request it, so see his screen and his tactics.
Right, so we're going to be able to ask them questions and see actually what they're doing.
Exactly.
Right?
So
that's going to be
that
really
will be the
cool.
best part.
That's wild. It's never been seen before anywhere.
Right. I mean, that is something. So let's get into trader number 2. We have Yevgen Loza. So I have a little story about Yevgen. This guy was the top content producer on TradingView.
Oh, on TradingView?
Yes, back in 2017. I remember his name, Excavo. I remember him very clearly.
I know him.
Yeah, the crane
right. Yeah.
Yes, right. He had the
that.
crane. And this guy produced some really top-notch analysis. So it's going to be really fun to see this guy put this into action today and see if his stuff really works.
He always says, first grow on fair, then on liquidations. But we'll see whether he can manage to do that here as well.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, excellent. So the next trader on our list here, trader number 3, we have Mus Money. So guys, tell me a little bit more about Mus Money. Where's he from?
He's the star from Central Asia. He's from Kazakhstan, and he has 8 years of experience. Well, he has recently rebounded from a big loss, so that's one you should take into account for coming back after a big loss.
Oh,
So that's nice to.
so he's a nice guy to have here today. Like
Exactly.
Let's see. Okay.
So we'll refer to him as the comeback kid.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, all right, so that'll be fun to watch. Great, so now next up, we have trader number 4. That's Malik Roth Clint Jensen. Let's hear it for him.
All right, so Malik is a trader with 6 years of experience from the UAE, as far as I understand, right?
Oh.
Yeah, and is famous for a 386% return in just a week.
In just 1 week, I heard that
Yes.
right?
You heard right, man.
Wow. Now,
Let's witness if he cannot do it in just 2 days.
Yeah, let's see.
Can he
Let's see.
do it in 2 minutes?
12 hours, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Can he do it in 2 minutes? Because these guys are going to be like on the 1 minute time frame,
Oh, yes.
right? Cool. So that's going to be fun to watch. Man, we got some great talent here. Next on our list, we have trader number 5. Let's hear it for Merlin the Trader.
All right.
Well, Merlin is from the Netherlands as well.
Oh, it's your colleague.
Yeah, but he has 5 years of experience, and he managed to scale 10K into 100K and to get access to a 1 million account for trading. And he also is leading a big community in the Netherlands privately. So, big guy from the Netherlands.
So
Right,
were you
right.
familiar with him
So
before
you also
this
got
competition?
colleagues here.
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, it's a big name there.
Wow, excellent. All right, so we're going to see the perspective from Netherlands. That should be a lot of fun. And all right, so the next up, we have what was that? Trader number 5. We got trader number 6, and we have Konstantin Kudo. Let's hear it for him. So what do we know of Konstantin?
Well, he's a trader with 6 years of experience from Ukraine. Is really fostered on intraday trading and swing trading. So this is his daily bread, I guess, right? Intraday
And
competition.
he is also CEO of the largest educational tech in Eastern Europe. So he's very much into educational stuff. And well, let's see if he can apply it himself. So
All right, let's see if he can teach us something then.
exactly, yeah.
All right.
So this intraday action should be right up his alley. I mean, this guy's.
He teaches people how to do it. So let's
Yeah.
show.
Let's see if his
see.
teaching works.
Exactly.
We're going to find out firsthand.
Playing with reputation.
All right,
Yeah.
excellent, excellent. Now, next up, we have trader number 7. And let's hear it for Luca. Oh, you're going to have to say this name, Nick.
Oh, first Max.
Max.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maxim. Oh, there we go. So next up, let's hear it for Maxim Yakovenko. Yakovenko, I got that name right? I hope I got the name right. I have the list said Lucas.
Well, it's actually Maxim Hamaha. It's a guy with more than 18 years of experience. Well, he has a reputation for precision and also humor. So I'd like to have some jokes from his side, and maybe RPNL is not expressed in humor, so it should add up to USDT-B in the end. Yeah.
Right. So what was his name again? Because it was Maxim.
Max Hamaha.
Hamaha. Right. Okay. Great. Thank you for correcting me there. And then next trader number 8.
Trader number 8, straight from Italy, Luca Boiardi.
Let's hear it for him. So, Nick, what can you tell us about Luca here? He's one of your compadres.
Yeah, well, it's backed off of Italian colleagues today. And Luca is an institution in Italy. He's got the biggest educational community in crypto in our country. And he also got 8 years of experience in the crypto world. Usually he's a trader with a more like long time frame approach. So
Swing
it will
trading.
be swing trading. And it will be very interesting to see how we will adapt to this great competition.
Yeah, that should be a lot of fun. So, I mean, we're going to see such a variety of strategies.
Yes.
And, you know, my part that I'm most excited about is I cannot wait to interview these guys because we're going to be able to talk to these guys on screen in real time as we see their trades, and we're going to be able to ask them questions like, hey, what's your thinking behind this one? Why are you doing that? You know, and we're going to get so much insight.
That will be the best part for sure.
There's also a lot of experience here, so from longer and shorter time periods, so like 6 years to up to over 18 years. So the question is, are people with more experience more defensive because then you can be ran out by a guy that's taking the risks?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm curious to see if does experience outweigh the random nature of the game. Like, for example, you know, when you have a game of poker, you can have like a new guy and he can beat the experienced guy because the cards just happen to come out his way. You know, so what are we going to see? Will experience overtake the random nature of the game?
They've got the same cards, so maybe.
Yeah, they've got the
We'll
same
see.
cards.
We'll have to see.
Same start.
We'll have to see, right. So another thing that's going to be very interesting is what happens when these guys start losing money? Because, hey, we know that this game is not just about winning,
Yeah.
right?
It's about coming back
It
and
is about emotions. It is
getting over
about
Can they control their emotions? Now, remember, for the viewers at home, this isn't just, oh, you know, I'm just going to be placing some trades. They've got the whole world on them. There's a lot of weight on their shoulders.
Oh, yes.
I mean, they're going to sit there. If you start taking some bad trades, the whole world is going to see it, and I can't imagine that feeling good. What about you guys?
yeah, it's prestigious. So you really the most of them are going to lose here. So I'm happy to sit here.
Right, you're happy to be on this side of the
Exactly.
this side of the screen here, right? You know, I hear you.
Oh, yes.
But it's just gonna be tough to. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see how they deal with these risks and using leverage, because as we know, leverage can help you, but can also hurt you. And if you don't time that correctly, if you hesitate, you can take something that doesn't work out and lose money instantly, like a lot of money, very quickly. Right? And that's going to it's going to reflect on everyone very quickly, and it's also going to affect their confidence because, you know, there's a thing called psychological capital. And when you lose money, you don't just lose money. You lose psychological capital. And in this game, this is a 90% psychological game. If you don't have that confidence to make those decisive choices, it can have a serious effect on your P&L.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
have you
for
guys
sure.
experienced that yourself?
Oh, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
sure.
You
sure.
will not be ever confident again if you hit too many losses in a row.
You become trigger shy.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
how is that going to affect, like if you had the whole, if you had the whole world watching you here, how do you deal with that?
I can feel the pressure for that, man.
And I can't wait to ask them. I can't wait to ask these guys up here, like, how you feeling right now? You know, the guy that's getting beat up, because I know what that feels like.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't have 10 million people watching me. You know, I do it in private. You know, I have a couple of people watch me or whatever, and I'm like, I lost a little money. Oh, okay, no big deal.
Okay, let's grab a sandwich, but they are on stage.
Right, this is high stakes. So, I mean, we're probably going to talk a little bit more about this soon, but tell me a little bit more about the money that's involved here. Like, what are we looking at? Like, I know we're going to get into more details, but maybe give me a little taste. Like, what are we looking at here? Like, what does each trader have to trade?
Well, they've got a 50K deposit, each one of them. So 8 times 50K, 400K is at stake here. And the price that goes to the one with the highest RPNL, which is the highest realized profit and loss. So you should have closed the trades. That's maybe good to know for the traders, because it should be realized profit
Yeah.
or lost.
Effective profits, yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
that's interesting. Yeah, we're going to definitely get more into
Up
that.
to $5 million.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
it's really high stakes.
We're going to be showing some of the details on that here in a moment, but right now, I got a special treat for you. All right, I'm going to bring on the man that has made this entire event possible. Please, everyone, give a warm welcome to Mr. Volodymyr Nosov. Mr. Nosov.
So guys, I'm really happy to welcome you to the first ever International Crypto Trading Cup live. Woo! And this is a really important. This is a first ever. And I'm really want to say thank you, first of all, to the Whitebit clients that make it possible, to Whitebit team that make it possible. Today with us, the best traders around the world. And let's trading begin.
Now that we heard from Mr. Nosov, I mean, that was great. Now we can talk more about the rules of this game, what these traders are going to have to face, what kind of parameters they're going to have to trade within. So, guys, where do we go from here? How do we start this?
Well, as said at the beginning, every participant will have 50K in a special value for...
Let's talk about that for a minute. So they're going to have a special currency that they're using, which is USDTB. Can you explain that?
It is an internal currency for this tournament. So it will only be usable in the tournament, but it will move the market, just like real USDT.
So this is not a practice account?
No, this is not fake. This is not demo. This is real.
And realized profits will become actual USDT.
Ah, so. Interesting. So there's going to be some more details on the rules of this game. Now, what are some of the other rules that they have to consider? Like, for example, can they use outside analysis or anything like that as they trade?
It's not allowed. It's not allowed.
No outside analysis?
No outside analysis. So for the algo traders out there, hard times, you know?
Yeah, they've actually used their own brains, so...
So they're on their own.
Exactly.
No
team.
I can't text them any analysis as we're doing this here. I can't tell them where Bitcoin's going in the next 5 minutes.
No, you cannot.
I can't help them. Okay, sorry, guys. All right, so they can't use any outside sources. How about any algos? Can they use anything like that?
They can only use standard indicators from TradingView.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's up. They have
so no custom, you know, like.
No custom indicators.
No.
Just
not allowed.
The basics and whatever they have in their head.
Exactly.
And they can use Notepad, for instance. But yeah, that's it's an inside tool.
Great. So you know what? We have a video here we're going to show the audience that's going to explain these details more. Take a look.
The International Crypto Trading Cup is the first event of its kind, a global showdown where top traders compete live for the ultimate crypto title. 8 elite traders face off live on the main stage during an intense 2-day battle. 7 are invited pros, and the last one is the winner of the qualifications. At the same time, solo participants and squad leaders from around the world join the competition online. The event takes 2 days with 12 hours of live trading in total. Trading is done via TradingView on the Whitebit futures market, using 50,000 USDTB with 50 supported pairs and up to 100x leverage. Between event days, no trading or order changes are allowed, though open positions may stay active. All positions close automatically at 9 p.m. on May 10. No bots, no extra tools, no outside help, and no multiple accounts. Each trader competes using one dedicated sub-account with at least 3 trades per hour required. If your balance hits 0, you're out. The last remaining trader continues solo until the timer ends. If overall profit exceeds the total deposit pool, the player with the biggest trading score takes all the remaining deltas up to 5 million USDT. ICTC 2025, the world's first crypto trading championship.
All right,
and we're back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, and we just saw a little bit more about the rules there, so now people know how this game is going to be played.
5 minutes in, and the traders are already trading.
Interesting. They don't waste any time, do they?
I don't know.
You shouldn't. At
Well,
least.
yeah, I guess, right? In a situation like this, you don't have any time to waste. Every second counts.
Yeah. Every second, they need to start to analyze the market as soon as they can if they want a final price.
Right, so they're going to be looking at, I would imagine that these guys are going to be looking at like 30-second candles, minute candles.
They
Yeah.
need to open 3 trades an hour for 6 hours in a row. So there should be happening something within 15 minutes from now.
So
latest.
let me understand that correctly. 3 trades minimum of 3
Minimum.
trades
Minimum,
per
minimum.
hour, right? For 6 hours. So that kind of
And
puts
there
some
should
pressure.
also be eligible for the prizes. They should also at least have a volume of 500K over the whole 2 days. And that's they can't just be on the sidelines waiting for others to fail. Basically, they really have to step in and make their moves every hour.
Okay, it's very interesting. That's going to be really fun to watch and how it puts pressure on them. Now, right now, what we're going to see here is we're going to check out trader number 1, and we're going to get a little view there. Here we go.
Oh, Mauro.
Say hello.
So, hey, Mauro, what's up?
It's okay.
What,
And you?
what are you planning? What are you cooking for us, Mauro?
I'm studying the chart. I'm studying Bitcoin in this moment because we are near the open of Wall Street.
Okay.
So it's really emotional time for trading. So I have to study, some indicator and statistical things.
You haven't opened anything yet?
No.
Okay, so you've got a few minutes left.
Okay.
So Mauro, can you kind of give us just a little bit of insight of your philosophy? Like, what is it? What are you going to look at here as far as the tools you're using? Can you just give us
For today, I have to change my philosophy because I'm a cyclical trader. So today is not really good because we have to do intraday trading. So for today, I use so much volatility indicator. And this is, for example, Bollinger Band.
Some Bollinger Bands there.
Yes, and is ultimate normalized ATR, that is a volatility indicator, a really complex volatility indicator. Okay.
So you're hunting for volatility, basically.
Yes.
All right.
Would you describe that as a trend following or a mean reversion type strategy?
I hope to use both because it's better to have so much shot. But I think that mean reverting strategy can be interesting today.
And what time frame? What would you say is the time frame, the primary time frame you're going to make these decisions?
The primary time frame is a daily time frame, but is only to understand the situation because for intraday is not an operational time frame.
What's the situation in your opinion?
But it's long. Okay.
Definitely a gold candle there, yeah.
So do
God
you
damn
expect
it.
a reversal here, or will it go through the roof?
Great. Well, don't want to fight the trend, huh? Trend is your friend, as they've always told
They
me
say so,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
over 2 decades. All right, so now we're going to check out our next trader, trader number 2. We're going to have him up here on the screen here in a moment.
All right.
And who do we have here? Who's next on our list that we can pick on over here?
Hi guys.
Who do we have?
Oh.
Who is it?
Loza, maybe.
Ah, yes,
Yevgen.
Yevgen Loza, the infamous Excavo.
Excavo, yeah. I wonder if he can use some material he uploaded on TradingView since they are
It's
using
going to be
TradingView.
fun to watch because, you know,
Yeah.
one thing that's very common on the internet is, you know, you have people that actually talk, and then you have people that actually walk the walk. Like, you could talk the talk or you can walk the walk. And I suspect that Yevgen is one of the guys that walks the walk because, I mean, it's not anyone can be the top content producer on TradingView. I know I've been on there for a long time,
That's a very specific niche.
and I'm not even
Yeah.
close to the top. So anyway, hey, there he is,
Oh,
Yevgen.
Lots of charts there.
Hi guys.
Hey,
How you doing? The infamous Excavo.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here. Can you explain these charts a bit to the viewers?
I'm looking at charts like every day.
Right.
But tell us about them. Like, what are we looking at? What is this?
What time frame are you looking at?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Because we see 6 charts on there.
Yeah, I'm just check all the chart, what we can trade this one,
Okay.
and put like just the 6, and I can change.
I see some volumetric statistics on the side.
Oh, this is all instrument. What
Oh, those
I
are
can trade.
those are the products, right? The futures products.
Right.
Ah, okay.
So you're screening your way through the market,
Yeah.
basically. Okay.
Okay, and just
looking for
one
an entry.
quick question, Yevgen. Are those market profile? Is that the market profile you're
Yeah,
using?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, that's on his intraday. That's a very common tool used by day traders to basically, it gives you a unique perspective on the market because what it does is it actually charts volume over time, right? It basically, you're seeing how much volume trades over time rather than a typical linear time chart.
It's the aggregate volume over a price line, right?
Yes.
So you can see where the supports are.
Well, it gives you
resistance levels.
more insight on
Yeah,
the levels
exactly.
and things like that. Right. So very cool. We're going to very interesting to see how he uses that as we move along here. All right. So next up, we have the we have activities, right? We have throughout this thing, we're going to have giveaways and activities for the participants at home so that they can get involved as well. Nick, can you tell us a little bit more about how that's going to work?
Yeah, for sure. You better pay attention during the competition because we will have QR codes popping off the screen, and the first one that will scan them will be conducted to a Telegram group where participants can try to win some prizes.
So what's the first, I mean, there's a couple of activities here. What's the first one called?
Well, the first one is called Quiz It to Win It.
Quiz it to win it.
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you win?
You win a membership from a partner of the competition, which is xtravel.io. And there are 50 X Prime memberships to win for this activity, okay? 25 each day. To win it, you need to answer the questions in the Telegram group in the correct way.
So let me ask you, how are people going to get to the Telegram group? You said they're going to put a QR code.
Yeah, they're going to put the QR code during the competition randomly. So when it pops off, okay?
To scan it.
You need to scan it very fast and be the first to answer.
So
And the winners will be announced in live.
So this is going to happen. So basically, randomly, they're going to pop this thing up. You have to be glued to your screen.
Oh, yeah.
And you got to get.
Absolutely.
You got to scan that code. It's going to bring you to a Telegram.
You gotta
channel.
be ready. You gotta be ready. Yes.
Okay, and then you have to be prepared with a question. Is that right? You have to put a question in. Or,
That is the next.
oh, that's the next one. So the first one, then you have to be prepared to answer the question that
That's
they give
right.
you. Right.
That's right.
Quiz it to win it. Okay, cool. That should be fun to watch. And then what happens? The moderator selects the winner, and then they're going to present them here, like you said, right? We're going to see
Yes,
all the winners.
exactly. Every day we will have 25 winners
So
for this activity.
You're going to
It'll
want
be
to.
twice a day. So the first time, 12 winners. The second time, 13 winners. 25 one day. 2 days in a row, 50 giveaways.
Okay, that's very generous. You know, Whitebit is really gotten, they really put like a nice thing here together because there's so much, and there's more than that. That's just one of the activities, right? So as a viewer at home, you want to make sure you are glued to this screen because you can win something by simply participating, you know, and joining along, and you can win what? Like the X Prime membership, which is a traveling, right? From xtraveler.io. So
Yeah, the travel company.
that's really cool. All right, guys, next thing we have here, we're going to say hello to trader number 3. We're going to have him on the screen here in a moment. And let's see what he has to say. This is
Mus Money.
Mus Money
Mus Money.
from Kazakhstan.
Hello.
Exactly.
Oh, the first
Hi,
one with just
everybody.
one chart on the screen. Great.
So, Mus Money, tell us, what are we looking at? Describe this for us.
Have you opened the trade already?
I'm awaiting when S&P 500 SPX will be open today.
Okay.
And then,
SPX.
yes.
Ah,
I'm waiting how candles can close today. I analyze total and total tree and look at into Bitcoin dominates. So I'm right now have a minus, and that's trading skills to hold minus and waiting. So that's my strategy today. It's just long.
Long only.
All right, so you're following the trends.
Interesting. Now, so let me ask you, you're using, to make sure I understand this correctly, you're using the S&P and you're looking at the correlation using total 3. You mentioned total 3, I heard that right? And you're using that to gauge what, the direction for Bitcoin or a cryptocurrency that you're considering? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, I try to find difference between S&P 500, total, Bitcoin dominance, and try to find anomalic volatility on the coins.
And what are those indicators on the bottom of your chart?
What indicators?
Yeah, what are you using?
That's RSI. It's classic indicators for all traders.
For momentum?
All right.
So this is
The strength of the trend.
awesome oscillator of Billy Williams. That indicators show
It's like MACD. It looks a bit like it.
not MACD. It's like who stronger, bears or
Also, it kind of gives you like an indication of the general trend, but in the form of an oscillator, right?
Okay.
Like what's stronger, like the selling or the buying. Was it called the ultimate oscillator? I missed what he said. Was that ultimate oscillator? Because that's what it looks like. Is that that's a very common, it's a very popular tool. But the famous, of course, the infamous RSI he has on there. I hear about that one all the time. But this should be very interesting to see how he talked about 3 things here. I don't know if you guys caught that. The Bitcoin dominance.
Yes.
He talked about the S&P, which is dear to my heart because I deal with that all the time. And then he also mentioned what was the other chart there? There was the Bitcoin dominance. There was the S&P.
The total 3.
Total 3.
Total 3.
So he's into all altcoins, I guess.
So can you tell us a little bit more what total 3 is? I know what it is, but the audience may not. What is total 3?
Total 3, it's all of crypto without Bitcoin and without Ethereum. I think right now Bitcoin dominance go down. That's why total 3 will be stronger. That's why I analyze this one.
And total 3 has been bouncing recently from a very high time frame support. So yeah, it's nice to see. I see why you're using that.
Okay, yeah, that's very valuable insight. Thank you, Mus Money. We're going to move along now, and we're going to get along with the rest of the program. And so we were going before. We were talking about the activities, right? So we got the activities out of the way. People are going to be watching for these QR codes that are going to pop up randomly. Right? And you're going to win some things. Now, maybe we could kind of talk a little bit about some of the other activities here. What are some of the other things planned?
Well, go for it.
We've got another giveaway for merch from Ybit, which is powering this event. And basically, people need to answer a question, right?
They need to pose a question.
A posed question to us. Okay. Yeah. So we'll be waiting for their questions to come in.
Yeah, they need to be prepared to ask something, as you were saying before.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really.
Best 3 will be picked up, and they will win the merch.
That's going to be really cool.
Yeah.
I mean, if I wasn't announcing right now, I'd be on there. Scanning.
Yeah, me too. Trying to grab some nice Whitebit T-shirts or merchandise.
Yeah, because I mean, they're not even giving us a T-shirt here, man. Like I have to go compete for one. Anyway, yeah. So guys, just a real quick note on just where we are. I don't know if people realize where we are here. We're in the country of Andorra. I mean, be honest, okay? Be honest. Before you guys were officially invited to this thing, have you ever heard of the country of Andorra?
Not really, and I'm also very close to Andorra.
You have no excuse, man.
Yeah, I have no excuse.
Yeah, no excuse.
I did, actually.
I'm an ignorant American, so I have an excuse. And when I got the invitation, I was embarrassed, and I said, "Can you please tell me where Andorra is? I've never heard of it." And then I learned all about it. But man, this place is magical.
Yeah.
Like,
It's really beautiful, like Disney in real life.
yes.
It's really.
I think Santa Claus vacations here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Because, I mean, when I got up today, I looked out my window and I was just like, this is like winter magical land here. Without the winter. I can only imagine what it looks like when it's snowing.
The elevation gradients are huge, so it's really beautiful out here.
Right. So, okay, great. Now we're going to talk to the next trader here.
Next one.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. We have the leaderboard, right? The main stage traders.
Oh, we have already
We've
P&Ls. Look.
Realized P&Ls as well.
Yeah.
We got some numbers, right? So who's got what over here? We have.
Just losses for now.
Yeah, we have. I can't see the name. Katya. Is that Katya on trader number?
Kostya at 6.
Kostya.
Number 6.
Trader
yes.
number 6. What is that? Is that a minus sign?
Minus $1.
That's not big.
Yeah, that's not big. It's a small, very small loss.
Ah, and then we have here the Mus Money. Is that a minus 21?
Yeah, minus 21.
Okay, that's not so bad. There's still small numbers.
We have big P&L for Mus Money already with 750, right?
Yeah, 747.
It's unrealized. So
Yeah, it's not
still open.
Yes.
I guess those are the fees.
Right.
The realized P&L are the fees of the open trades.
And then we have
What I guess here.
Max. We have there at minus 27. He's the bottom. So far he's the lagger of the group, right? He's on the bottom of that list. But again, it's still early. It's still
yeah,
early.
it's super early, man.
Maybe we can zoom in on Mus, his openings.
Okay, cool. Wow. Yeah. So now we're going to move along here, and as we can see, these guys are fully concentrated on their screens, and the pressure is rising.
Yeah, scanning, looking for the best couple to trade, right?
It's like
We have
honestly,
like
Hey.
2 types of traders waiting for the S&P 500 to start, and some the other traders
Yeah.
are already opening trades.
I heard from many that they will wait for
Yeah,
the American
so
market
it's,
to open.
It's opening in like 7 minutes, so they're waiting for the S&P 500 to open, and you saw all those indicators gauging the momentum, the volatility. And when the market opens, obviously there's always a spike, and I think they want to grasp that one.
so let me comment on that there for a minute, because this is where I shine.
This is your field.
This is what I do.
It's your work.
every day. So when the U.S. market opens, yes, you are correct. There is a spike in volume, and usually the 9:30 open till about noon is the U.S. open, and that's where volume is the greatest. And when you have the greatest volume, what comes along with that is volatility or momentum. And that's, if you're a momentum trader, that is the time of day that you have to do your thing, because if you don't, it's nothing but problems. So to maximize your probability of capturing that follow through, on a momentum type of trade, it has to be around that time. This is critical for day traders. And this is something that I show people all the time. It's like, if you don't trade in this window, you're basically, everything is going to be working against you. Because as a trader, you have to stack probabilities in your favor as much as possible, because the market is hard enough. So you need to align with what the market is saying so that you have the best chance of extracting a profit. People don't realize in this game, this is not a game of just predictions. People like to think, oh, I'm just going to go buy it here, and I predict it's going to go higher in the future. It's not like that. This game is a highly random game. It's not fully random, but it's a highly random game, and you have to think of it from that perspective, especially when you work on these small time frames, because things change so fast. So often what I tell people is, just think of it like this. Anything can happen. Don't ask why. Just accept it. Be a follower, right? And I tell people, I am just a student. I'm a student of the market. The market speaks, and I listen. I mean, do you guys agree? Do you guys disagree?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a fine line between having big losses or being a trader. Like, there's a big... it's a fine line between being a gambler and a trader.
Between gambling and trader, yeah, for sure.
So,
for sure.
yeah.
You need to have statistics.
Especially with
statistics
leverage
based
trades, which the traders are going to perform here, up to 100x. So you should be...
I'm curious to see when anyone will use it. I'm sure that anyone, at least one, will use 100x leverage.
Yeah, for what time?
Gambling out on the market. I expect it to happen in the last part of the turn.
Or if a trader wants to leave,
Oh, yeah, also. Yeah, of
you
course.
can just open a 100x trade
if he
and
wants
wait.
to get liquidated with the world capital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that would be gambling, not trading, right?
Yeah, for sure.
You mentioned that word gambling. You just mentioned it a couple of times. It's a very interesting word because typically as traders, you don't like to think of yourself as a gambler. That's kind of like sort of has a negative connotation, right? We're sophisticated investors, but in reality, it is a gamble. We are basically managing risk and we are taking chances, but it's an educated gamble because we're not just taking something that has a completely random probability. Like when you go to a casino and you play a game, you most likely a lot of times you have less than a 50% chance of winning. But in this game, if you understand what you're doing, you can gauge that probability when it's more in your favor. So perhaps you're taking trades with a 60% or 70% probability. You can still be wrong. You can still lose. This is one of the things that took me forever to learn myself is when you have a win or a loss, you cannot take it personal. It's basically the market either just gave you a gift or it took money away from you. You cannot take it personal because of that random element. What do you guys think of that?
Well, you're definitely right, man. I mean, you need to play your cards the proper way. You need to think in the long term. I mean, now it's quite difficult because we have just 12 hours, okay? So to think long term. But you need to have statistic on your own favor and to play with a decent risk-reward ratio also. Because you need to win big if you win. But if you lose, you need to lose just a little bit. I mean, if I win 100, I cannot afford to lose more than 100. Or it will be not favorable trading, right?
Right, we're referring to, that's called a positive expectancy, right? You have to be able to win more than what you lose, otherwise you're just playing a losing game. And trust me, I've tried all of those risk-reward things where they're, try to go for higher probability, where you make a little, but if you're wrong, you lose a lot. It's just those asymmetrical risk setups they're just so, I just can't do it. I think that's more for like an algo type of situation, but when you're taking discretionary trades yourself, really it's about you must win more than you lose. Otherwise you're just wasting your time. I mean, that's
to boost up your mood.
In order to not only your confidence, but to grow your P&L, you have to win 100 and lose 50, right? If you're losing 200 but you win 100, you're always going to have a negative equity curve. Yeah. That's just the nature of the game. That's probably one of the most important lessons that a new trader could take away. And people hear it all the time, and they may not be able to appreciate it. They just take it for granted. Like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I know that. But putting it into practice is really like the key thing, because that's where you see your P&L grow. And these simple topics that we're talking about took me years to really become comfortable with and to actually see it work. So,
but you have to lose to win in the end.
Yes.
Because at first, you're going to lose.
Ultimately, this is a game of losing. Because if you can't lose...
Most people lose.
That's true. But in order to win, and in order to win big, you have to be able to lose. Losing is a skill, as funny as that may sound.
You need to learn how to lose.
Right.
Like how to take a loss.
Right. Yeah. You have to lose gracefully, because if you let the losses get to you and you get out of control, that's the recipe for wiping out an account. And trust me, I've been there.
And we're going to witness some big losses here.
We're going to see, yes, we're going to see some of that here today. So guys, now I have another treat for you here. We're going to check out some of the news that's happening in the crypto world and give our take on it. So what do we have here first? XTB boosts crypto CFDs offering for institutions. So CFDs, huh?
Yeah, this is your field, right?
Well, CFD stands for Contract for Difference, and actually, CFDs are really not my field, because in the US, we're not allowed to trade CFDs.
Oh, you're not allowed?
No, we're blocked from like everything, man.
Oh,
okay. But every other country in the world...
Maybe you should move to Andorra.
You know what? I'm thinking about it. It's a little cold for me, but you know what? It's so beautiful. But CFDs, yeah, in the US, we're blocked from most of these type of products, but it's open to the global audience. So if you're in most other countries, you have access to CFDs.
We do.
And I've experimented with certain CFDs, like the popular S&P, like in NASDAQ, the stock indices, they have CFDs for those. And I've actually looked at those and I've done analysis on those charts. And they're a very nice replica of the actual S&P and the actual NASDAQ. I mean, they are such a great proxy. They offer these opportunities. So basically, if you're not in the US, if you're in another country, you can still trade the S&P almost like the real S&P, thanks to the CFDs. And there's other ones. They have CFDs for stocks. They have CFDs for metals. They have CFDs for pretty much every asset class out there.
And it's also the next step in institutional adoption. CFD is another way to get exposed to the Bitcoin chart, for instance.
Yes, because you can trade
in an easier way for institution to be acceptable for them.
Right, and that goes for the traders too, right? Because I know certain brokers, they have CFD products available where you may not be able to trade the CFD futures like you can here on Whitebit, so you may have no choice but to trade the CFD. But often what I've seen in those situations, the spreads are usually very wide and not practical for day trades. Whereas the futures products, you know, just like the guys that they're looking at here, the spreads are usually within reason. Like it's practical for day trading because, again, that's another thing people don't consider. The spreads are essentially your costs. And if they're too wide, day trading becomes impractical because your costs become too high. Right? Like I don't want to get too complicated and lose people, but if you generate too much cost, meaning you trade too much, you're going to lose just on the cost. You're not going to be able to make money because it's going to eat into your profits.
Price drops because of you, and yeah.
So anyway, but that's interesting about the CFDs. Have you guys have any experience yourself with the CFDs? Have you ever taken any trades in CFD products?
Yeah, I did, but not doing that anymore.
Because you're scared or what?
No. I like to own like
own the asset
myself.
Yeah, me too.
On a hardware wallet.
Okay.
Cool.
Same here. Like.
So hey, check this out. We're going to look at the traders' open positions over here, right? So Kostya, what does he have going on?
Oh, it's going on Doge.
He's got Doge. What's the other one there? Is that AVAX, I see?
Avalanche.
Yeah. Avalanche? And what's the third one?
Render.
Oh man, these are like altcoins of altcoins, man. Like what well, Doge is a famous one. I'm sure I've heard of Avalanche as well. But Render, can you guys tell me about that one?
50x leverage here.
Yeah, hi. Oh, 50. Yes. Well, Render is an altcoin from the AI narrative, basically fostered on renting AI resources through the blockchain. You know?
Yes.
It's a big one, actually.
Yes. They Render AI. Is that the name of their? Is this the token that they have?
No, just Render.
Oh, it's just Render.
But it's in the AI narrative. You know.
I got you.
In this cycle, we've got these 5 major narratives, which are AI, layer 1s, meme coins, RWAs. Basically, yeah.
Okay, right, because I'm familiar, there's a lot of websites out there where you can actually do like AI type of work, and you know, I guess that has something to do with that. That's cool.
I think he just opened it because the unrealized P&L is
it's very small.
It's very small compared to the leverage.
Right, so it looks like
it should be open.
How much is the margin?
Minus 1 point. What was that? Is that $1.40?
1.4 test trade, I guess.
Okay, yeah, it's testing.
He's feeling it out.
$21.
Looks like he's feeling it out. So his biggest losing position there looks like it's the Avalanche trade. And interesting. All right, so we're going to move on to the next trader here, and we're going to see what's going on his live P&L. Looks like we have Mus Money.
Mus Money.
Let's see what he's got. Let's peer behind the shoulder of Mus Money and find out what he's got. So. What's the top one there?
He's trading Tau, another AI crypto.
Tau? Okay.
Pepe.
The infamous Pepe.
Yeah, the infamous Pepe.
I was trying to figure out the pronunciation earlier, but you guys corrected me. It's Pepe.
Yeah, we call it Pepe.
I'm not going to say the word that I used earlier. Okay.
All right.
Next we have, what's that on the bottom there?
Oh, we have...
It's JEP. I don't know what.
It's Jupiter. Jupiter Exchange is one of the main dexes on Solana.
Oh.
Yeah, the final.
Yes, I've heard of them.
Yeah.
Decentralized exchanges.
Yeah.
Right? Yes.
They're very important, especially in this cycle.
Yes.
On Solana, especially.
What can you tell us about decentralized exchanges? Like, how are they different from a centralized exchange?
Well, they basically cut off the middleman by using smart contracts that regulate the swap between pools of liquidity in a pair of assets.
Okay.
Basically, you take two containers, like one with Solana that gives the value of the other collateral asset, and you take a random meme, let's say, okay? You fill them with the coins. So traders can put Solana in the Solana container and grab tokens from the other container. And all of this is autonomous, regulated by the network.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Wow, that's interesting. We'll talk more about that. I wanted to take a look at some of his numbers, but all right, cool. So when it comes to these decentralized exchanges, I've experimented with a couple of them, and I found it to be a little cumbersome moving, because you have to move money from the one wallet, you have to transfer it into the currency or the crypto that you're actually going to trade with, which means you have an open position there. Then you got to transfer that into the wallet of the decentralized exchange. Then you have to place your trades. And then after that, you got to withdraw that money. If you want to be flat again, you have to withdraw the money. It's got to go back to the trading currency. It's got to go back to your wallet. Do you guys find that a little cumbersome, or is it just me?
What do you mean with cumbersome? Like complicated?
It's too many steps. Like I'm jumping through too many hoops. Where before, when I trade futures, all I have to do is I'm in, I'm out, I'm back in dollars, and that's it. I'm flat.
Yeah, for sure. You have to know what you're doing. First time is always difficult.
So
look.
Okay, who do we have now? Max.
We have Max
Hamaha. Max Hamaha. What's he got going on here? So is that
selling,
Bitcoin?
only shorting.
Oh, shorting the market.
On 5x.
Counter trade.
He's got Bitcoin. He's got Pepe, and he's got Solana, it looks like.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Also in loss.
All these guys, we haven't seen any green yet, have we?
Not much.
But it's early.
Really.
It's early.
Not really. Yeah, it's early for sure.
I'm not going to pick on these guys, right? You got to give it a little chance.
Also,
the market just opened.
He also using a big margin there, like
Is that
12K.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, with
Okay.
5x leverage. So
Wow.
it's getting hard on Bitcoin right now.
So he's at 5x, and the other guy we were looking at was at 50, wasn't he? Was he using 50 times?
But he's
Yeah, 50x.
50x, but
50x
with really
leverage.
small margin.
Ah,
Exactly. Playing with small margin.
But he's using 1/4 of his whole margin.
Yeah, a
he's
lot.
using a quarter.
A lot.
The other guy was
quarter of-
using much less.
Yeah,
Right?
$21. Like.
So this guy here is being a little more, since he's using more of his buying power, he's being a little more conservative, right? He's not tying up, he's not taking gigantic positions with small money, right? He's using more of his money. So I would take that as he's being more conservative.
Yeah. Less leverage, more margin.
Yes, because less leverage, meaning he's not, he's keeping his risk.
But fighting the trend here.
Yeah.
Right? Selling on Bitcoin.
Right, oh yeah. Well, you get these guys, man, they see what could be a top and they give it a try. But there is some room for that if you know what you're doing. Like if this guy was an amateur, then I'd pick on him. But we're talking about pros over here. So if he's taking a short, maybe he sees some type of small pattern on a small time frame. And I tell people all the time, just understand the risk you're taking. If you're going against the trend, and there's room for that, just understand, number one, what can go wrong. And number two, be able to recognize that when it's not working, quickly and do something about it. So basically, you adjust your expectations. You keep them smaller. When you're going against, you keep them smaller, expect less, so that if the market's going to go the wrong way, you know right away, out, I'm out. Because chances are you're going to be wrong. That's how I deal with stuff like that, and that's usually what I encourage guys to do. What do you guys think?
Well, you should have a plan even before you enter in a
Of
position,
course.
in my opinion, I mean, like always. Or otherwise you're going to get too greedy or maybe, too scared. You get flooded and you sell the bottom, you mean.
Right,
Yeah.
right. You
But also have a stop loss in place and know where to take your profits already.
Right.
Because otherwise you're staying too long in the trade and it will drop eventually.
Yes.
And
But the key thing with something like that, again, like shorting, this guy's shorting. We saw those Bitcoin chart when we were talking about that earlier. I mean, it was pretty much vertical. I mean, what are we over? We're over 100K now. I don't know the number because I can't see the chart. But I mean,
it's 103K.
103K.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing is on fire, and it takes knowledge and experience to short something like that because you are fighting the world right there. And it doesn't mean it could pull back maybe a couple 100 points, and maybe that's what he's trying to capture. But it takes courage and experience to do something like that. If you're a beginner, I would not recommend shorting Bitcoin right now.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like you're walking in front of a freight train.
Don't
Yes,
do that
it's
as
very
well.
strong in these days, yeah.
You know, yeah. So I mean, that's the thing with something like that. And like I tell people, as soon as that thing goes the wrong way on you, out, because that's how you mitigate the risk. As soon as you recognize wrong, get out. Just get out. You know, because again, you short something that's strong. And look, I've done it. I could tell you lots of stories. I've done it, and it's not fun. When it works, you're like, I'm a genius. But when it doesn't work, which is more times than not, you know, that's why you're better off just going along with the momentum and just waiting for the pullback, waiting for that opportunity to get in with the buyers. Like that's what I'd be thinking on Bitcoin right now. I mean, we saw that Ethereum chart as well. That thing was vertical.
That was a serious daily candle there.
I mean, that's the mother bar right there. That thing is.
Yes.
So when you see those type of situations, again, it's very tempting to short. Some people, especially someone who's less experienced, will be like, oh, how much higher can it go? It's too high, right? That's ego talking to you. That's ego. It's too high. It can't go higher.
You don't know.
It can do whatever it wants. Markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay liquid.
Yeah, especially in crypto.
Yes.
It's super irrational.
And one very strict policy that I have that people know, people that know me, I don't short Bitcoin. I will not short Bitcoin on large time frames.
You believe it will go to the moon?
Well,
like.
it's not that. I know how irrational it can get, and I just don't want to get in that thing's way, because when that thing is on fire, you're just asking for trouble. So what I basically do is I'll take, if I'm going to short it, I'll short small time frames, like a 1 minute. Okay, sure, I'm taking a small bite. But as far as swing trades or anything on larger time frames, no way.
I'm totally into shorting Bitcoin.
Are you really?
Yeah, on the high time frame especially.
Why? Tell us why.
Well, because there are high time frame resistances, like there are high time frame supports. So shorting is like longing in the opposite direction. So if the market hits on a high time frame and high time frame resistance, why not shorting?
All right.
So you're playing with the higher lows there, like.
No, it's more like taking all the information of price data into account as much as possible, and then on the ultimate waiting, sometimes for years, to enter a trade, and then playing big swing trade there.
He's a brave man, but we'll talk about that more, because I had a chance to talk to him about some of his analysis, and I can understand why he would say what he's saying right now.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll talk about that more, but right now we got a special treat. We're going to talk to Malik, and we're going to see him live right now, and we're going to take a look at this chart. Hey, Malik, how you doing?
Hey, Malik, what's up?
I'm very well. How you doing, Naga?
Going Vo.
Oh, we're going great. Thank
so
you.
tell us, Malik, what are we looking at here? Give us a little insight.
Well, you are looking at a bunch of different lines here. That's what you're looking at.
I see the lines. You see them? I see them.
Yeah, essentially just shorting Ondo, but getting a feel for the market and the exchange itself.
You're using Fibonacci levels here, or?
I am indeed, yes.
Nice.
All right.
Now, is this what? I can't see the symbol. What symbol are you trading?
Ondo.
Ondo.
Ondo chain.
Now, why have you chosen this?
I've just had a great experience with Ondo in the past, and it's a pair that I genuinely like trading. So, yeah, you know, I try to stick to things that work, really.
So you know better how it behaves, right? Like you're
exactly like you adapt a pattern.
You're familiar with that. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
And what time frames are these?
5 minute.
Both are 5 minute?
Both are. So the one here is Bitcoin dominance on the right.
Oh, he's got the Bitcoin dominance.
Right.
Okay.
I guess I can't see.
So you're also playing with that.
Will be a long 2 days on the 5 minutes chart.
We're going to have a
lot of chances as well.
Exactly, yeah.
We're going to have to talk about this Bitcoin dominance. Now, can you just tell us real quick, why are you using Bitcoin dominance?
Well, because I find it inversely correlated to a lot of the market, and so I like to combine analysis, kind of like how if I was trading, you know, CFDs or Euro USD, I would use the dollar index. I do the same thing with the Bitcoin dominance.
So
right?
inversely correlated means like if the Bitcoin dominance goes down, he expects like altcoins to go up.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Bitcoin dominance is obviously like the fraction of altcoins weight against the Bitcoin market cap. So it makes sense.
That's right.
Definitely.
Now, so that Bitcoin dominance, are you using that just to kind of keep you in positions, or are you using that as a timing mechanism to take the trade?
As a timing mechanism, for sure. So I wanted to align with whatever it is that I'm looking at on the asset that I'm looking to actually execute on, right? So if I can have my system aligned on the Bitcoin dominance at the same time as the asset I'm looking to trade, just in the opposite direction, of course, then that is perfect for me.
So are you bearish on Dow here, or?
Well, the thing is, I'm trading a 5-minute time frame, so it's like I can be bullish on Bitcoin long term and short it, 5 times in a day.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, like on this chart, what you're seeing now on the 5-minute time frame, are you bearish here? Because I see kind of bear flag structure. Is that what you're trying to trade with the Fibonacci resistance there?
So what I'm looking to do is short the high that you're looking at here. Unfortunately, I missed my entry by just a tiny bit here, as you can see. So, so I put on a small position here just to, in case it runs without me, I still get to keep a little bit of pocket change, But essentially looking to short this high here. And yeah.
I see.
Excellent, excellent. Wow, well, thank you for sharing that with us, Malik. We're definitely going to check back in with you and see how this is working out as we move along. Now, we're going to...
we also got the position.
We can see his position right here on the Traders Open Positions page. And we're going to be able to track that as we go along here and see how Malik does with his Bitcoin dominance. I hear about this Bitcoin dominance a lot, and people have asked me that question all the time. Do you use Bitcoin dominance? And it's something that I don't use.
I do.
Okay.
I do, but not to trade, to check the strength of the market. I mean, Bitcoin dominance has been very strong during this cycle, and it's going up only until now, with some corrections over time. So it gives you an eye of where the capital is flowing in crypto.
And a lot of traders are using Bitcoin instead of the Bitcoin pairs, instead of the USDT pairs.
Also, yes. Good point.
Then the Bitcoin dominance makes sense because you want to know how dominant is Bitcoin. If it's too dominant, okay, you want to short the altcoins, or the other way around.
Interesting. Okay. Well, we got another video that we're going to check out here.
Nice.
And we're going to show this to our viewers. We're going to get that up on here right here in a second. So you guys, in this next video, we're going to watch a video about who created Bitcoin. That's a mystery, right?
Satoshi.
Well, you guys know the legend, do you?
Yeah,
why don't you share it with us?
It's this undisclosed.
So Nick, I mean, I know we all know, but let's hear it from you. I want to hear it with the Italian accent.
Thank you. Well, basically, no one knows for sure who created Bitcoin.
Actually, we're going to go right into the video.
Okay,
don't even worry.
Let's go.
Money. It's a concept so deeply ingrained in our lives that we rarely pause to consider its strange and evolving nature. It's the invisible hand guiding trade, the yardstick measuring value, the lubricant greasing the wheels of society. But it wasn't always crisp banknotes or blinking numbers on a screen. Our journey with value exchange began far more tangibly. In the rustle of grain, the glint of a seashell, the heft of a well-crafted tool. Welcome to the story of money, a tale that inevitably leads us to the most famous and perhaps infamous digital currency of our time, the Bitcoin. For centuries, the value of money was tied to metal it contained or represented. Even when paper money emerged in China around the 7th century, later adopted in Europe, it was typically a promissory note, a claim check redeemable for a specific amount of gold or silver held in reserve. This was the era of gold standard.
I think that one of the most important, because it made people see what money really is when they abandoned the gold standard. Because money became more and more worthless, and inflation was ramping up, and we basically learned to see what money is. It's just a piece of paper with someone that's saying it's worth like that. But can we trust that person? That's the question, and I don't think so. So that's why Bitcoin exists.
I'm not a big fan of paper money because every year the inflation is cutting them, so I can't find in the history where is the exact moment which was the most important for them.
Long before Bitcoin ignited the public imagination, a movement known as cypherpunks was exploring the intersection of cryptography, privacy, and digital freedom. In the late 1980s and 90s, figures like David Chaum were already pioneering concept of anonymous digital cash systems, like DigiCash. They foresaw the potential for digital surveillance and control inherent in purely electronic, centralized money. Their goal was to create electronic payment systems that mimicked the privacy and peer-to-peer nature of physical cash, using cryptography to secure transactions and protect our identities. In October 2008, amidst the turmoil of a global financial crisis that shook faith in traditional banking systems, a paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, was posted to a cryptography mailing list. Its author, using the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto, proposed a novel solution to the double spending problem without needing a trusted third party. Nakamoto's genius lay in combining several existing cryptographic concepts in a unique way. The core innovation was the blockchain, a public, distributed ledger containing a record of all Bitcoin transactions. Transactions were bundled into blocks, cryptographically linked together in a chronological chain. This chain is maintained and validated not by a single entity, but by a network of participants, or so-called miners, who dedicate computing power to solve complex mathematical problems. Successfully solving a problem allows a miner to add the next block to the chain and, as a reward, receive newly created bitcoins and transaction fees. This process, known as mining, serves two crucial functions. It validates transactions and introduces new bitcoins into circulation in a controlled, predictable manner.
I don't buy Bitcoin, okay? I don't buy Bitcoin because I mine Bitcoin, so it's so funny, but it's in this way. I mine Bitcoin in 2015, and from 2015 I'm an holder of Bitcoin.
I think I just heard it from people and the internet, maybe in 2016, 2017-ish is when I first started hearing about it. I was not smart enough, unfortunately, to buy it then. So yeah, I think I bought and Bitcoin was not actually the first asset I bought. I bought Ethereum before I bought Bitcoin, which is a big mistake because Ethereum is more like a stable coin now. Yeah, I bought it because everyone else was buying it, and yeah, it was just cool to hold a little bit of Bitcoin, you know.
The identity of Bitcoin's creator remains one of the most compelling mysteries in modern technology. Satoshi Nakamoto communicated via emails and forum posts during Bitcoin's early development, collaborating with other programmers but meticulously guarded their real-world identity. In April of 2011, Nakamoto sent a final email stating they had, quote-unquote, moved on to other things, handing over the reins to key developers like Gavin Andresen. Then, they vanished. Speculation has been rampant ever since. Is Satoshi a single person or a group?
Actually, I think that's a collective of people. I don't think it's just one person, and I think that Hal Finney could be one of them because it's really very close to Satoshi Nakamoto. He was one of the first people running Bitcoin, as he said. It was really a pioneer, so if I had to guess, I would guess it's him, or at least he's involved.
It would baffle me if it was a single person, but then again, nobody knows who it is, and so if there was a whole team behind it, I find it very hard to believe that they would be able to hide it for that long. So if I had to get, I would say one person, and then you have Satoshi, as everyone thinks is who made Bitcoin, right? But again, whom I don't know. One person, I think, and Satoshi is who I think it is, yeah.
100% not Satoshi Nakamoto. Real lead should be more close to the United States. This is all I can tell today, but I know much more about this situation.
From its obscure beginnings on cryptography forums, Bitcoin embarked on a wild journey. Initially, it had virtually no monetary value. The first known real-world purchase occurred in May 2010 when programmer Laszlo Hanyecz famously paid 10,000 Bitcoins for 2 pizzas. A transaction worth millions at later prices, now celebrated annually as Bitcoin Pizza Day. The following years saw gradual growth in awareness punctuated by periods of intense volatility and media attention. Then Bitcoin gained notoriety through its use on dark web markets like Silk Road, raising regulatory concerns. Simultaneously, it began attracting venture capital and serious developer interest. Bitcoin experienced major price bubbles and subsequent corrections, notably in 2013 and the massive bull run of late 2017, which pushes it firmly into the mainstream consciousness. Each cycle brought new waves of users and investors, but also sharp downturns that tested believers' resolve. The ecosystem matured with better wallets, more regulated exchanges, and derivative products. Crucially, institutional investors, like hedge funds, corporations, or asset managers, began to take notice, viewing Bitcoin as a potential portfolio diversifier or inflation hedge. The approval of Bitcoin ETFs, which stands for Exchange-Traded Funds, in major markets like the US, marked a significant milestone in its integration into traditional finance. Throughout this decade-plus journey, Bitcoin has proven resilient, surviving technical challenges, regulatory crackdowns, market crashes, and internal debates, like those leading to forks like Bitcoin Cash. Its core network has continued to operate reliably, processing transactions across borders without intermediaries.
I 100% think so. I mean, it's not been around for that long. It is already, I think we just moved up to the 6th largest asset in the world. So 100%, I do think it can outweigh gold by a mile. It's also a way better hedge against inflation. And all these things, it's just a very good asset overall, and it's, yeah, digital gold, essentially.
From the simple act of barter to the complexities of global finance and the digital frontier, the story of money is one of constant evolution. Bitcoin stands as a landmark chapter in this narrative, a bold experiment born from cypherpunk ideas, cryptographic ingenuity, and the moment of financial disillusionment. Revolutionizes global payments or finds a different niche entirely, Bitcoin has already profoundly impacted our understanding of money, trust, and value in the 21st century. It remains a ghost in the financial machine, a decentralized force whose ultimate destiny is still being written, one block at a time.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Now, we're back here at the International Crypto Trading Cup, powered by Whitebit. And just with us here right now, we have joining us Alessandro Monterosso. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Welcome.
Yes, perfect.
And he's straight from Italy. Why don't you tell us about yourself?
Sure. I'm 34 years old. I'm a tech entrepreneur into crypto since 10 years ago. I usually trade a scalper, so I don't do that every single day, otherwise I will be like burned. But I usually I love a lot, and sometimes I do videos about crypto. And in 2021, I predicted this next wave with the exact price of the first stop that we reached. So I'm happy to be here and to comment and stay here with you guys on those 2 days. It's going to be challenging, and if I knew the top line of the prices, maybe I would have participated as trader.
Interesting. Well,
yes.
I have to say something about Alessandro over here because, you know, I got this great opportunity to meet you guys, the Italian guys. And let me just say this. If you need a guide, a world tour guide, especially when it comes to food, you want to talk to Mr. Monterosso over here.
Go for
Present.
Because
Especially food.
This guy knows food. That's all I'm going to say. So, no, it was a great time. So now, as we move along here, and again, thank you for joining us, Alessandro, we're going to get into our first activity, and that is called Quiz It to Win It. Oh, remember, we talked about this a little earlier, and this is the X Prime memberships giveaway brought to you by xtraveler.io. So this is what we're going to do.
It's time to have some winners then.
Yes, that's right. So we're going to get into this first, right? We're going to get into the activity part, and you have a chance, right? The participants at home have a chance to win, right? 50 X Prime memberships, right? So we're going to start giving that away now. We're going to start with that right now. Now, here's how it works. You have to answer our question on Telegram, and maybe your answer will be the winning one. All right, so here's the question. Are you listening?
Let's go.
All right. What is your reaction to today's Bitcoin chart. Show us with emojis. Go.
Remember to scan the QR code.
There's the code
Yeah,
right there
QR
on the
code.
screen.
Be
Yeah.
fast, be the first. Otherwise, you will be left behind.
And this giveaway is offered by our partner, xtraveler.io.
Yes, X-Traveler. That should be really cool. Like, and there's 50 of them, 50 giveaways. So there's plenty of prizes to win. Answer us. Tell us. Show us what kind of emoji you're going to share. So, guys, what kind of emojis would you share?
Well, the most cliche one in these
Oh, no.
days,
Here we go.
especially. Yeah.
Let's hear it.
The rocket emoji. For sure. That's a cliche, but it's real. You know, we are mooning right now.
Yes, I know we're going vertical.
What a perfect timing to have this kind of show.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it is a great time.
It is a great
Better than
time.
selling off. And Alessandro, what kind of emoji would you choose?
Actually, my emoji will be the crying one because I didn't enter with BTC long 2 days ago, so
He missed it.
I missed it.
Okay, I can understand the crying one, yes. And for me, since I don't know how to work emojis, I would probably just pick like the smiling one or something, or maybe a pizza one, just because, you know, a pizza one.
Bitcoin pizza, the
Just
pizza days.
yes, because
Yeah.
now because Bitcoin is becoming so expensive that you know
You can buy a ton of pizza with
yes,
it.
I can buy a pizza with it. I don't know. I mean, yeah. So anyway, I was just trying to make a bad Italian joke. So
Right.
anyway, we're going to see what kind of emojis that people are sharing with us here. So again, if you're at home, hopefully you scanned at that QR code and you're in the Telegram right now answering the question. I can't wait to see.
Shoot your emojis, guys. Shoot
Yes.
Yeah, go for it. Don't be shy.
And
Try to win.
our moderator is going to select the winners, and then we're going to read them right here. We're going to see them on the screen, and you're going to know if you won. So we're going to see it here in just a few moments. Okay, so the activity is over. The moderator is now going to select the winners. Let's see who won.
That was very fast, actually.
These guys move fast.
Yeah, you need to be very fast if you want.
Indeed, for those who missed it, the QR code on screen will be there just for a couple of seconds. So just stick to the screen and look for it. We're going to announce it again. Just click on it, enter the Telegram group of Whitebit, and do the game.
Yes, you will have another opportunity.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting us know. There's going to be multiple opportunities today and tomorrow. So definitely a very generous thing from our partners, giving away all of these great prizes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So let's see what we have coming up here as our moderator picks the winners. I'm curious to see what kind of emojis. I bet, Nick, though, you know what I'm thinking? I bet that we're going to see a lot of rocket emojis because, you know, people just can't, you know, they can't do better. They're going to come up with rocket emojis.
Yeah,
it's
come
so
on.
obvious.
We
Come
have
on.
hundreds of them, yeah, for sure.
Be
That's
creative.
the most cliche.
You named pizza, so let's bet. If there are a lot of pizzas emoji, you're going to buy me a pizza tonight.
Oh, man, that's a
This is
tough call.
Yeah, this
because
is a nice bid. Yeah.
this guy's a well-traveled guy. I'm going to have to find like the highest quality pizza because otherwise he's going to be like, this is garbage. What is this? You know, because this guy knows food, man.
Of course.
Oh,
and
yes.
if you talk about pizza, you do something in US that you should never do with pizza.
What's that?
Let's guess. You do pizza with something on top of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I personally don't do it.
There
Okay?
is something you need to avoid.
But what are we putting on pizza in the US that we shouldn't be putting on?
It's pineapple.
Oh, pineapple.
Yeah,
Pineapple pizza
man.
shall be banned.
That
Pineapple
was not
pizza
my
gave me an
idea.
heart attack when
That
I
was
saw the first
not my idea. Okay, and actually, I've never had pizza with pineapple on it. I refuse to eat that stuff.
All right.
So you know, I'm a true Italian. Well, you know.
Yeah.
Sort
you
of.
have Italian origins,
Half.
so
Yeah.
bring it high. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I got my Italians with me here. All right. So yeah, excellent. So we're going to have the winners coming up here in a moment. Right
Yeah.
now, we're looking at the traders. Like they look pretty
They look
serious.
very focused, very
Yeah.
straight on what they're doing.
Look at the size of the watch on that guy's hand. It's bigger than my head. You see that thing?
I'm actually envious because they're sitting on these beautiful chairs that our partners provided, and they already asked, "Can I bring one of that with me?" Because I always feel back pain at all while working and trading, and these chairs are, wow, blowing.
They look very comfortable and well done also, for sure. Oh, here we have one of our traders. Let's have
see
a look.
what it's doing. Oh, yes.
So,
Okay, it's just for us to
Okay.
check.
okay.
Yeah. So let's
All
check
right, so
here.
it's still on Ondo, and can't see if he nailed an entry on that. But, oh, he's also scanning for Avalanche.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are popular picks today, you know, Avalanche. Many
Yeah.
of the traders are trading that.
From what I'm seeing, it seems that he's looking for an entry short.
Yeah.
I might be missing it, but because even with my eyeglasses, guys, I cannot see in details. But surely he designed the downtrend, so I think maybe he's looking at a nice entry for shorting it.
Oh, yes.
And plus, yeah, we spoke to him earlier. He was explaining to us that he was working on a short.
Okay.
Remember when we talked about the Fibonacci retracements.
Yeah.
And he explained to us that he was leaning on the short side. So yeah, Alessandro got it completely right there, even without your eyeglasses. So what do we have? I guess we're not really commenting on these guys here. We're just showing the screens. It looks like I see some Fibonacci lines on there as well. Looks like. I think that's what those are. I can't really tell. It's hard for me to see here as well. But I see some horizontal lines up at the top.
Oh, we got some Solana.
Is that what that is?
Solana hit 171. I missed that move.
Yeah. I will be curious
It's
to
more.
see the asset analysis to see where our traders are. That will be nice to see. Maybe we can check what's the balance, so we can understand what they're doing, and we can start doing, if it's possible, guys, to see the asset analysis.
The leaderboard.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, how they're doing overall, for sure. That would be very interesting. Like to have a zoom out on the competition to see if something interesting already happened, someone's got liquidated or what.
Right.
Yeah.
And another aspect of this competition that people may not realize, because we have the 8 traders in here.
All right.
But we also have traders at home that are
Yeah.
participating as well. Right? So what do we have? What's the story with that? Can you guys fill me in on what's going on in parallel to this competition?
Yeah, of course. So there are not only these main traders here on the main stage, but there are squads that are trading from home. So there are multiple prices that they can win in USDT, and prices also from our partners. So we'll deep dive soon, and we'll also see not only the leaderboard or our traders here on the main stage, but the leaderboard of the squads at home.
So we have squads, right? And then for the people that couldn't put squads together, we have the solo traders.
Absolutely, yes. So there are plenty of awards. So for example, for the squads, there are 18,000 USDT as prize pool, and there are different prices. For example, there is the best team trading score. So the trading score is going to be a score by Whitebit that will say who is the stronger one. Then the largest number of profitable trades, the number of trades you actually won, regardless the profit. Then we have the highest team volume. So there are different prizes that will be assigned. And here, indeed, we are seeing the squad nominations.
Yes.
Yes.
So what do we have here on these squad nominations?
Oh, we got Mauro Caimi at the first place.
We have an Italian.
Yes, with this squad, he's first. And let's see what he did. Largest volume already
390,077, right? $390,077.
Yeah, and he has 232 people in the squad. So
wow,
a lot.
damn, that's like the whole country of Italy in there. I mean, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, it's followed by a lot of people, and their squad is doing fine so far. Then let's see the individual.
Oh, we got the solo guys here. Let's see what we got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Grateful Die is first, is in pole position. and he did 300, almost 40,000 USDT in volume, so the same as the entire team of Mauro Caimi. So he's trading quite with a large volume, so probably I'm assuming that he's using lower leverages and maybe opening and closing positions very fast.
Frequently, yes. It sounds like a high frequency
trading.
Yes, yes. Then we have what, United Vulcan. That's the second guy we have there. And then what?
275K volumes. Also, yeah, second for volume.
Yeah, keep doing the job, guys.
Yeah, keep grinding, keep grinding. They are also very far from the third place, as I can see. Like, no, sorry, my mistake. It was 218K volume.
Right, that's
Great Stellar.
That's the bottom, right? That's the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are our solo traders. I mean, man, these guys are moving. I mean, really, this definitely looks like a high frequency. Which again, to compete in a situation like this, it has to be high frequency. This is reminiscent of a poker tournament. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the poker tournaments. They're very popular in the U.S. Well, I guess they're popular everywhere. But one thing that stands out to me, I'm not a professional poker player, but when you watch a poker tournament, the players there have to play the game particular to the tournament. So they have to adjust their strategies, and you see them make decisions that don't exactly would make sense in a regular game.
Yeah.
Right? And I suspect that this type of competition is going to be very similar, where you have to make adjustments like that, where you have to do things here that you normally would not do in like your regular or whatever, because you're competing with other traders here, and you're trying to put a P&L on the board, and there's parameters that you have to stay within. Compared to if you were at home and you just trade for yourself and you're not dealing with any type of competition. You guys agree?
Absolutely, yes. So I've been a poker player myself before entering into trading. I was doing Texas Hold'em. So, and there are similar concepts. So here, money is your power, but strategy is your shield. So when you do trading, you need to be very careful, very patient, and you need to be accepting losses when they arrive. But as we have seen from some of the screens, there are different risk ratios that people are comfortable to take. So there are tighter stop losses or sharper stop losses, and the same to the take profits. So it's all about the strategy. It's all about when we're comfortable to stop, even if you are going profit, because sometimes you are profiting from it, and you might tend to remove the take profit. You say, oh, let's wait a little bit. But as we have seen here, with a lot of analysis, and the audience from home will learn a lot. They already learned something from the screens and the comments we are doing with our traders. But this is ICTC. This is a masterclass of trading online. It is live, because we have all together these 8 traders from all over the world, and each of them, as we have seen, they have completely different strategies. They look at different indicators, and they are very personalized, because the experience traders have in this peculiar moment is all the experience we gathered through the years. And so it's quite interesting for myself. I'm learning stuff today, as you guys do, and the audience from home is doing. But I can't wait to see some big movements. Here is opening up, the market. So I do expect that soon something will happen.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see some fireworks. I agree. I'm excited to see that as well. Now, as a poker player, which that's a new piece of information for the file, how would you compare playing poker to being a trader? Because a lot of people can't make that connection. I'd love to hear it from you.
Yeah. So the main difference I see is that is the luck factor. So when you play poker, you can have all the strategies you want, but then the right cards should pop up in your hand and then on the table. But when you do trade, especially in scalping, you can use macro and microeconomics and to check stuff. So it's not luck. You are not waiting for the right cards.
You can look for confirmations.
Yeah, you look for your cards. You decide what to play, when to play, and what to do.
So compared to poker, being a trader requires more skill. Because as we were talking about earlier, you can have an inexperienced trader and a very experienced trader. So if this is truly a game of skill, the more experienced trader, it should be reflected like this guy has a better chance of winning, almost like playing an experienced chess player, right? A very experienced chess player has a lot of skill. If you're a beginner chess player, chances are you're not going to beat the experienced guy. But in poker, you can beat the veteran because the cards randomly come out your way.
Exactly.
So,
And then, you know, in trading, especially in crypto, as we were seeing, there are correlations. There are a lot of correlations, which can be proportional or not proportional. And also, we have seen that many traders tend to choose pairs, trading pairs specifically, and keep going on with usually a few trades. Why? Because they stick to what they know. And once you are daily and a lot of hours on the same pairs, you start learning how the pair behaves compared to the market, compared to other pairs, and so you keep more comfortable in expecting or not expecting something. Oh, but we got the winner.
Look what we got here, guys.
Got the winners.
We got some winners that after the competition, we have some winners that were selected. Look at the emojis. So
nothing related to what we said, luckily.
No pizzas, no rockets.
No rockets.
No rockets.
No free pizza for you.
No. So what do we have here? Skiff Terry? Is that the name that I see there?
Yeah, Skiff Terry.
It seems that is betting downside.
I see that, right?
Yeah.
And we have Nick, we have Nur, we have Fidel.
Congratulations, guys.
Yes, congratulations. Yeah. You guys are winning here the...
the pizza is there.
Where's the pizza?
Ready to pay?
Oh, man. I'm going to have to get some more euros. All right, so we have Exhale, we have DW, and Sergey with the... Is that Sergey with the pizza? All right, there, and Edward. All right, congratulations, guys. Thanks for your emojis. All right, very nice. Have we seen a rocket yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Rocket is not so popular.
What's that thing
as I
on the
expected.
bottom? What is that thing?
It's a meteor.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, it's a meteor. Looks like,
Okay.
Looks like a meatball, but...
Yeah, I was... Okay, Edward.
It's always on my mind. Yeah, Edward with...
what is that?
Oh, it's betting on... Edward looks bearish with that emoji.
Is that... Yeah, and then we have Cito... I can't even read that.
Sea of Bofa.
And are those cards? Those look like cards. Those look like...
It is yens.
A pile of cash.
Oh, is that what that is?
Cash.
Oh, my eyes, man.
Yeah. But in general, it looks that many of them, through the emojis, for what I'm seeing, they are bullish. Except of some, like Edward and someone else. But the most important emoji was the pizza one.
Yes, yes. We got Thomas Kexes over here with the face emoji, and then there's free bands. What is that on? What is that on the bottom? There's nothing there.
No, there's nothing.
Okay, so maybe it's the blank emoji. I don't know. But
congratulations, guys!
Congratulations,
you have won an X Prime voucher from our partner that we thank, xlever.io. So congratulations to you.
Yes, yes, and thank you for your participation.
Oh yes.
Right. So this is great.
So we have here the trading view of the traders back. Let's see.
Yeah. So we're looking at these guys. We're looking to see what they're looking at. I mean, I see him scrolling around. He's looking across some symbols. He's flipping some charts. I guess he's looking for setups, I would imagine. The type of trades when I day trade, I specifically focus on certain markets. I actually don't jump around. So it's like if I'm going to be working with Bitcoin, I only work with Bitcoin. If I'm going to be working with the NASDAQ, I'm only work with the NASDAQ because there's plenty of opportunities. When you're dealing with small time frames, I find you may have to wait a few minutes, but there's usually multiple opportunities on very small time frames if you can recognize them. And of course, yes, there's a lot of noise as well, and you can get caught up in a lot of noise, but jumping around like that is something that, I guess, when they're not exclusive to one pair, then they're just scanning for opportunities. But I'm like a one symbol kind of guy. How about you guys?
Oh.
Yeah, the same. So it's quite funny, but when I do trade, I usually select one pair, but in my huge screen is 90 inches. You will see like 8, 9 open pairs because I'm following them on a 1 minute or 5 minute candles.
Like with correlation.
Yeah, so I have two screens, the big ones just to check what's going on in the market, and then I have my main one from which I trade.
Okay.
Interesting. Wow. Interesting. Well, yeah. Thanks for. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Right now, we're going to watch a video about trader number 1, and we'll be right back. Check this out.
I am Mauro Caimi, and I'm a trader, a quantitative and cyclical trader. And my story is started in 2001 because I'm an old trader. So I start to trade futures and commodities and stocks. And after 10 years of experience in trading, I know Bitcoin and the crypto market because I was a miner with my friends that study science, PC science. We start to create a mining farm for Bitcoin. And so I was amazing about this discovery of Bitcoin, and so it's a lot for me, and I changed to trade my trading to from future and commodities to Bitcoin and crypto. And now I'm an Italian influencer with my YouTube channel. I started to create YouTube in 2018, yes, 2018, and to teach trading strategy because in Italy some crypto trading are not professional trader, and so it's my mission is to teach professional trading and technical analysis for my follower, and also cyclical analysis. And so that's it. It was a great experience for me. I improved some skill studying trading and also for myself, because trading is really important for yourself and your mindset. So studying trading and do this for a really long time. I improve my skills about my psychology and my mindset, such as behavior control, or to control my bias, natural bias, like financial bias. Okay, so it's really important to do a guest with you because studying and trading is really difficult for people that is not passionate or is not focused in this type of professions. And so it's really difficult, but it's really the best thing that I can do for myself, because it's important to create a perfect good version of myself. Risk is a really important thing in trading because it can explain if you are a gambler or if you are a professional trader. Control the risk is the most important thing because in trading the strategy is to have the fish, okay, the possibility to trade again. So if you go to all in on the market, is not a good idea, because you are not a professional trader. In this case, you are a gambler. So it's also possible that you win something, but it's not possible to win everything and for a long period. So if you want to stay here for a long term, you have to control your risk. So I think that is the same in my life. I not prefer really a great risk in my life, but it's different because trading is a professional. So for profession, I have to control, but for my life is not the same, no? So for my personal life, I think it's a good thing to have some risk. So it's not a bad idea, okay? When I'm not on the market, I prefer to play some instrument and singing because I'm a musician. So this is a most important hobby for me because in this way I can balance myself, my creativity, and also my social skills. So musician give me the possibility to do something that is really different from my work. So I can create a break, okay, from the natural daily routine. And in the second part of my day, I become a musician, so it's really wonderful for me because I have the contact with the crowd, with the people. I can sing and I can play some instrument like saxophone because I play the sax. So it's really a good thing. So music for me is really best in my life after trading. Not simple to describe success in trading and in professional things because it's really subjective things. For me, success in trading is to create a strategy and plan that I can use also for a long period. Is not to do the one single trade for my life. Okay, it's not to create so much profit only with one trade. For me, success is to understand the markets. Understand the markets, it means also understand the people, because markets are a social place. It's not only analytical or statistical place, it's a social place. So understand the market is really important because gives you the possibility to create a longer period work and a trade that you can do for really much times. So success is this for me. Okay, is understand and have the comprehension of the change in the market, of the changes in the market, the increase of the market and the behavior, different type of philosophical thought in the market. Okay, because market is also developing their self and produce some different things. No, okay, this actual market is real different from 10 years ago market. Okay, so this is success for me. This is a really interesting competition, and I think that it's really important for trader to meet other trader and to participate to this competition, because you go up with your skills. I'm here for improve the skill for myself, okay? Because participate to this competition can be the possibility to study some things, to learn about the difficult to trade only for a little time, or for 1 day or 2 days, and compete with the other trader is really important to give you the possibility to have some things that give you the fire, okay? The sprint, the final sprint, to understand, to learn, to study some things. So it's a really good competition, and it's really important for everything I know, because if you are a trader, if you want to become a trader, you have to do this type of experience.
All right, and welcome back to the International Crypto Trading Cup, brought to you by Whitebit. And we're back here after you saw that video of our trader, and we're going to have plenty of those for you to watch as well. In this next segment here, we're going to be checking out some more of the traders behind us, and we're going to see what they're doing. We're going to peer over their shoulder, and we're going to see the type of positions they're opening, and we're going to see where they're at. Now, we're going to begin here with the main stage traders. We got the leaderboard.
Let's see.
And let's see what we got.
Oh, they are all negative, apart from Max.
And who's the top? We got Max at the top, and who's at the bottom?
Maxim Hamaha, congratulations. You are the only one with realized
the only
profit.
Green guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on the bottom,
Bravo.
let's give him a hand.
Let's go.
All right. And
second place, we've got Mauro Caimi with a small loss.
Okay.
But still red.
He's practically, we can call that flat. I mean,
Yeah, it's flat.
We'll say flat.
Yeah. Okay.
What I can see here, even after over an hour of trading, we have very, very low drawdowns. So it means that they are maybe testing the market. Also because just by chance here today, we are after like 24 hours of upwards in the market. So, you know, there is a lot of volatility potentially. So the market is actually quite dangerous in these days, we can say, because there are high volumes and there is a lot of bid-ask, very short bid-ask. So there is a lot of volume, which means a lot of volatility.
Well, usually after like such a move, right, the market typically needs a break, right? It takes a break, so it'll consolidate usually when you get such a massive move like that. And these guys may be caught in the consolidation. And that's something that people have to deal with, because, you know, the market doesn't operate on your schedule. The market operates on its own schedule, and it's up to us to adjust. And sometimes, like, you know, a trader can't just make a trade happen out of thin air. The market needs to align. So what we're seeing here with these P&Ls is maybe they're dealing with a consolidation period here, and they're trying to get that feel and figure it out, because there may not be any clear-cut trend, right? Trend is easy when you have one, but when you don't have one, then it can be a tough adjustment.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
But if you look, this can change like in seconds.
Yes.
Because if you see, for example, the bottom, you know, we have Mus Money. Mus Money actually is the one that is losing I guess the most, minus 1,000. But he has the, I guess, unrealized P&L.
Yes,
it means that if he would close right now his position, he will get directly to the top of the chart. So we need to check all of these moves and see. But I will be curious to see what Mus Money open position is, and also what our traders' assets are currently.
Right. That's a very good point that you bring up. Right. That he's got his unopened, unrealized P&L.
Yeah, actually huge.
At 45.83. It looks like.
4.5K.
Right. Right. And that would, again, if he closed that, he would be at the top.
Yep.
So that's really where his P&L is at. It's just not realized. That number can keep growing as well, you know. And we have Luca,
Also,
right? Luca's at what, $35 on that unrealized?
Unrealized.
Yeah, also Mauro Caimi's got a very high one.
And
Like
Yevgen
4K.
834, right? Who's the next guy? So Mauro.
Mauro with 4.1K of unrealized
Unrealized.
P&L.
So right now it's
Yeah,
basically
actually is the second by no, maybe it can be the first by fact. If
Let's
close.
see traders open positions. So he actually has 3 current open position and is short on all the 3.
Oh, yes.
So I might assume that he's considering a fake out of these 3 pairs
He's
instead
looking
of
for
a
the
breakout.
pullback, right? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe is going. And indeed, he's one of the traders with the highest unrealized P&L. So he's probably checking thoroughly through the graphs and finding the right moment to close the position and cash in the USDTB. And currently is trading on Ethereum, Pepe, and Bitcoin. So he has the main cryptos and meme coin.
Yeah.
right now Ethereum. You know, Ethereum is a tough coin to day trade, in my opinion. I've messed with it. If I have a choice between Bitcoin or Ethereum, I prefer Bitcoin because it's just smoother and it gets to the point. Where Ethereum can be very sluggish at times and just very, very tough to trade at times. So, I mean, Ethereum is his top pick right there. That requires skill.
Oh, you can see. So from here, maybe I'm seeing that he has a take profit set that he didn't touch for a few points.
It's close,
maybe.
right?
It's
close.
Very close. So he has his strategy set already. Let's go to Mus Money. Mus Money has 4 open positions. And the one with the most potential P&L is LDO. So he actually is long with a 10x leverage. So, and on the other 3 is actually losing. So he has 3 longs on Jupiter, on Tau, on Pepe, which is actually potentially losing some money. So we need to understand whether he's holding his bags, if he's very close to his stop loss, or if he will wait more and maybe put some more margin in order to adjust the purchase price and aim to reverse backwards.
Now those are, look, we get to see his charts right there, and as he's flipping through them, I mean, it looked like he was long. You mentioned, right, that one position.
Yep.
And the others were shorts. So I mean, it looks like these guys are taking advantage of that pullback because the charts look very similar. In fact, that pattern that I see right there that has resulted in a short is something I refer to as a failed high, where it goes just a little bit higher and then it fakes out, right? And that's a very common pattern that actually sucks in a lot of inexperienced traders and they get long, typically. And what happens is they get caught in that position, and then when it pulls back, they all have to sell, and that's what leads to this type of selling pressure that you're seeing right now. It's very typical. I see this all the time. It's a repetitive pattern. I suspect these guys are capitalizing on that same thing.
They're using it.
What do you guys
go.
Yeah, okay. Let's go with Malik then.
Malik. Ondo,
Malik,
so he's
Ondo
still
fan.
on Ondo with a 5x leverage, so he's pretty cautious. And he has around 1,000 USDTB unrealized P&L. So he was saying, if I remember correctly, he was short on it. So probably he is waiting to take his profits and take some positions on the leaderboard.
Look at that. So that you got that pull. But he was talking about this short earlier when we spoke to him.
It was,
looks like he was correct.
There he is.
It went very well.
He is more than midway to his take profits. If you guys from home see, he's looking at the bottom. So he set his take profit, and he's very close. He's very close to it. So probably in the next few minutes,
he might reach that.
we may see a change in our leaderboard because he keeps going down with the
and he's going to realize that, oh, it's turning on him. Well, we'll have to see how he deals with that. Now, These charts, they can get really funky really fast, where everything looks good, and then next thing you know, in 2 seconds, you get this thing going against you, and it's stopping you out. Like, I've seen that happen so many times. And I mean, he's so close to his profit objective. Sometimes when you see that, it can fake you out. And this guy is showing a lot of patience here. He's waiting for that profit objective, whereas someone less experienced may be like, I'm getting out now, I can't take this anymore. And they would just get out and leave some money on the table.
Yeah,
it happens to me all the time.
But if you see by the chart briefly, it looks like he has a 3-1 risk ratio.
So he's going for
because the stop loss was set very close, but the take profits was
much wider.
Was wider, yeah.
Right.
Let's see what Merlin, the trader, does.
Merlin, the trader.
Yeah, going long also on BTC, Link, and Solana. Going out with no leverage at all, 1x level.
Yeah.
And with a small margin, maybe he's testing the market. I wonder what is his strategy.
And we're running out of time for testing. You can't be testing anymore.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? We got to throw some numbers around here, people.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see. Maybe it will take out from inside some magic, right?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Maybe some kind of wizardry.
He'll come out of nowhere with it. See, right, with Merlin over here, because I mean, he's got these guys that are way ahead of him.
We can see here from what he's drawn. Yeah. So he's expecting to go down a little bit more before going up. On the left side of the screen, you see what he's drawn. So probably he's looking for a better entry.
So he gave us there an illustration of his expectations. That's a great thing for people at home to see, because he's laying out the pattern for us in advance, right, before it actually unfolds. So now notice he gave us 2 patterns there.
Yeah, 2 scenarios.
So he's looking for some variation, which again shows that you don't know the future, and it's really up to the market to show you something, and then you adjust. But you can put a probability on a particular scenario, and it looks like that's what he's doing there. And those particular patterns look the opposite of the one the short one that I just described, the failed high. This looks like he's going for the failed low, which is also a fake out on the short. Where people start getting short, they short the bottom of it, and then it reverses. That's exactly what he has drawn there.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And it seems that he also drawn a few
support and resistance
tests. Yeah.
Clearly, we have a consolidation, and that consolidation is typically what I refer to as a higher low consolidation. So the general trend is bullish, but he's got that higher low. And when you have a situation like that, it always fakes out the amateurs, because they think, oh, it must be a short. You short the bottom of that thing, and you're shorting right into a pool of buyers.
You basically buy the top,
you get squeezed, right? As you're short at a bad price because you get fooled into thinking it's a short. You get squeezed. Next thing you know, the thing is making a new high because all the buyers are piling in, the shorts are getting out, and you lose, right, as the amateur, and this guy wins because he can see, he has that insight that a lot of people are missing. So again, for people at home, like you're not going to be able to see this kind of thing and have these type of things explained like this, because we have we can recognize this. And it's funny because I've been doing this a long time, and I'm looking at the best crypto guys on here, and they're looking at the same patterns that I look at.
They are.
So I feel cool. I feel cool.
All right, so you know perfectly what they are doing.
Yes.
That's very nice.
I recognize it. So look, this guy also has some support and resistance zones, it looks like, in that pink color.
Yeah, they look like offer and demand areas to fish from,
Yes.
Like.
So instead of using a precise price, which is often a mistake because the market is not precise, it's messy, you have a range of prices.
Yeah.
So you have a range of support. You have a range of resistance, and that reversal pattern or that confirmation you're looking for is highly likely to appear inside of that range. That's how I interpret something like that.
Yeah, me too, definitely. Maybe placing more entrances at certain levels, like to don't miss out the train or whatever.
Right, but it gives you a level to expect something, and then when that thing happens, the confirmation, right? You have your location. So the location gives you a probability. You're like, okay, there's a better chance that this thing is going to reverse here, but the market has to show it. If the market doesn't show it, you do nothing. You step aside because you respect the market. But if it shows it, you are prepared because you are anticipating that reversal, and then at that point, you could measure your risk, and you can justify taking the risk. Now, what happens after that is up to the market. It's not up to you. So the market either delivers a win for you or it goes the other way. And you can't take it personal. You've measured your risk and you've done your job. And that's the most we can do is mitigate the risk, measure the risk, mitigate the risk, and if we face the loss, we take the loss. That's it. And you move on to the next trade. You can't dwell on it. That's the mindset of a day trader. You know, when it comes to being a swing trader or an investor, you have a lot more, you have the luxury to relax and be like, oh, you know, I'll wait a few days and see what happens, and you can have much wider stops.
You work on wider time frames.
It's right. Things don't change as quickly on the larger time frames. But when you're dealing minute to minute, or you know, when you're dealing with sub 1 minute charts, you don't have any time to sit around. Things change. You have to accept it and adjust because you have to listen to the market. Otherwise, you will find yourself in trouble.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So
we have Luca here.
What's Luca up to?
Luca screening out the market, looks like.
He's looking at it. Is that his leaderboard? What is he looking at there?
I think he's zapping through the pairs to find the next one.
So he's scanning through the pairs. Remember, this was the fundamental guy.
I can see the name of the setup, Dejan Short. Looks like he's looking for a short, maybe.
Yeah, potentially yes, but you know, I'm curious because so far I didn't see a proper scalper strategy.
We haven't seen
right. Yeah, so everyone is more on the 5 minutes, 15 minutes charts and opening a few positions. And while if proper scalping, you go on a 30-second, 1 minute candle, and you do open and close, open and close.
Yeah.
But I do expect that as soon as the times kept ticking, people will start maybe changing the strategy. You know, so it's they're gonna feel the rush to the
pressure.
The price.
They're gonna get pressure,
or to the scalp.
They're gonna get pressure.
So,
right.
They're gonna get.
It'll be interesting to see how they adjust their strategies, because that's a very good point you bring up. No one is practicing anything that looks like high-frequency trading, which is more common
very conservative
for day traders. This is something that I would call like intraday swing trade type of thing. It's not a swing trade because you're still in the same day, but it's more of a trend-following, broader time frame type of strategy. And it will be fun to see if they have to, as they get more time pressure and they run out of time, they're going to have to go for those smaller bites with the bigger size.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Here we have Mauro. Mauro has highlighted a few indicators in there. So if I correctly see it, is probably potentially looking at the downtrend. If he has open positions, maybe he's trying to set up a take profit. You see that blue bar on the bottom.
Yeah, that looks like a profit objective. Now, he was short from that failed high situation, and it looks like he's still looking to cover. A lot of these guys, I'll tell you what's interesting, a lot of these guys are pretty much operating in similar ways.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a lot of contrast here in the strategies yet.
From what I'm seeing, it seems that we are in the middle of a consolidation.
Yes.
So you know, it's a very risky moment to trade. So maybe they are finding the right
They're
moment.
waiting. Yes.
Yeah, because you know it goes. We don't know where it's going, and is far from a potential breakout or resistance, and far from the support. So you know, usually when opening a trade, you look, if you go short, you look to be as close as possible to a resistance in the time frame you are trading, and on the long side, if you are going long, you are looking for a price that is as close as possible to the bottom of the time frame, and we are not there. So I've seen on the charts for the pairs we are watching on the screen that is somewhere in the middle. So maybe they are finding looking for the right moment.
They're waiting for that moment, right? That's a good point. Now we have Yevgen over here, and this is the guy who has the market profile. Unlike the other traders, we have the market profile on his charts here. Now, the market profile, that's something that is certainly a sign of being more advanced, because it's not straightforward to learn. Like something like this can give you insight to support and resistance levels, but the thing is, it's tricky because it's not a tool that delivers precision. So while you may have a support there, you have to be strict enough with your strategy to wait for the and the confirmation typically has to come from somewhere else. You're not going to get confirmation from the profile. The profile just gives you a view. It just gives you an alternate view of the market. where you're looking at more of where volume has accumulated over time. And
where's the volume in the order book, right?
You can, yes, well, it's where volume has transacted over time. So what that usually shows you is you'll see peaks and troughs inside of that profile, right? It's just turned on its side. But when you see the trough on those things where it goes inside, it goes inner, like you can see it just going inside those little valleys, that's typically a support or a resistance because that's an absence of volume. And that's often like it's a vacuum. So when price gets there, there's typically no one to take the other side. That's what happens, and it's likely to reverse.
Oh, okay.
So that's a thing that you don't, it's not intuitive. You're not going to learn that just by looking at the chart. That's something you have to know. And that's like the realm of advanced traders. That's something that I've experimented with that, and it can give you some really quality insight if you understand how to confirm it. Because in and of itself, it can throw you off dramatically. Like if you become too smart for yourself and you just jump in front, you're like, oh yeah, it's this level here. I'm just going to jump in front. The market may just keep going, and when it does that, you find yourself getting stopped out, and you're like, oh man, if you had just waited and there was no confirmation, you simply step aside. You know, knowing when to stay out is just as important as knowing when to take that trade.
Absolutely.
Flat is a position. They used to say that back in the day. Flat is a position. And you have to recognize that because you can avoid a lot of problems and really boost your P&L by simply staying out of trouble.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and there are we have seen now charts and indicators of the volumes. So I'm curious to know if he's using the volume indicators either to find the right moment to enter or to exit, or to understand actually when to take profit or to take loss. Here, what we are seeing instead, I think that is on a broadly is upwards, is waiting for a market to go upwards.
Yes.
But let's see this other chart.
Because he's looking for the support. It looks like
he's looking for a support.
He's looking for the support. He's looking for confirmation. Notice he's got a few things on his chart there. It looks to me like he has the RSI, the one in the middle. I can't. It's hard for me to see from here, but it looks like that looks like a MACD. I'm not sure though. What is it? What is that?
The ultimate oscillator.
Oh, it's the ultimate oscillator.
Showing
Yes.
the bears and the bulls where are distributed.
And what's the one on the bottom? What is that one?
Oh, the bottom.
Can you see it?
Looks like. I can't see that.
I can't see it either. But now notice he's got 4. It looks like he has 4 of those oscillators on the bottom of his chart. That, I mean, look, everyone has their way of making these decisions. Yeah. Everyone has their way. But there comes a point where a lot of the information can become redundant. And you're just seeing the same thing over and over again. So do you really need all of that is the question. And I myself, I'm a less is more kind of guy. So I try to look, my goal is always to use the least amount of information possible to make an adequate decision. So it's very, very interesting for me to see how these top guys here are using standard tools and using them to help time their positions.
Yeah, you can see.
In their own specific way. Yeah, I might be very curious to interview one of the 2 top traders with the highest open positions and highest potential profits. So if I correctly remember, we have 2. It's Mauro and Money. Okay.
Oh, we can do it, Mark. Okay.
So now, hey, well, guys, check this out. Right now, we're going to have an interview here with Maxim Hamaha.
Oh, all right.
Let's do that. We're going to learn more about him and his how he got here and his strategy. So let's check that out. So here we go.
Hey, Max, what's up?
Hi, guys. Nice to see you.
How is it going? You're doing very well.
Not bad. Trying to digest what market is going on, if it's weak, if it's going to drop. Now my strategy is more shorting and shorting and shorting.
Now, Max, so now how are you how are you evaluating the trend here? Can you tell us? Because, I mean, that kind of looks bullish to me, except for the consolidation we're in at the moment on this time frame. Are you using smaller time frames? Like, what's going on here? Because we see the larger time frame.
Larger time frames are I understand them and I don't need to watch to them. But now I'm more interested in small charts to receive good entry points with a high leverage. I'm trying to do like a really good trade to snipe the market.
Okay.
Now, we haven't seen that yet, really. We haven't seen any type of like scalp or anything like that. Now, would this be a scalp type of trade, or is this a bigger move you're looking for?
Are you going for it? Scalping?
Now I'm more like scalping. I close it a few positions. All my positions are in profit right now. I guess 6 or 7.
So you're going for I guess the mean reversion, I would imagine, right? Because you're shorting something you're trying to short something near the higher part of its range. But let me ask you this. What happens if it goes wrong? Like, what does wrong look like to you? How do you when does that, come to you and be like, okay, I'm wrong? When do you make that choice?
I'm using stop losses, maybe fractal system. If it's not going in my way and I'm not receiving momentum, I will exit and maybe later try again.
Try again? So when you are going short and you're expecting momentum, you're expecting that to happen now. Is that right? Like when it goes, and so at what point do you decide, okay, it's not going? Like if you see a few candles and they're hesitating, do you say, all right, I'm just going to let it go to the stop, or do you think you can actually mitigate it sooner, like in this situation?
It depends do I understand the whole picture of the market. Now we see on the top of this momentum, which started May 7, we have huge volumes in this moment, and whole charts looks like they're breaking the lower resistance, so I'm only bullish right now.
So you're bullish right now?
Bearish.
Oh, you're bearish.
Sorry, only bearish.
Okay. So, but are you going to set up an entry price, or based on the maybe 1 minute candle, you're gonna enter at market price?
15 minutes charts for me are great.
Oh, that's your time frame for reference.
Now it's my working time frame.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We see it broke the resistance that you, in your opinion, is.
We got huge volume here. It's typical like trend braining moment.
Yeah. So the fact that so you're looking at that trend line break, right? And is that is what is prompting you to look for the short side of this?
For now, in nowadays market, yes. Right now, it's enough for me.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. What's going to be your take profit strategy?
I'm usually not using to trade in profit strategy. I'm just moving my stop loss for the profit, like trailing stop.
Yeah. Trailing stop loss.
Trailing stop would be.
Interesting.
That's
so
clever.
how do you trail the stop? Can you explain to us? Like, what are you using to decide how much to trail it?
Fractal system, like 15-minute charts, for instance. If I would be like in Bitcoin Cash, I would be stopping my stop loss somewhere here.
Are you using like a previous high of like a structure, basically, or are you using like a previous high of a candle?
Depends from the instrument. In Bitcoin Cash, for instance, I should not put stop loss. It's to be too big. I can put it lower, like here.
You have a lower high right there. Okay.
Yep.
That's interesting. Now let me ask you. Let's say you take that short, and the next candle is green. You're just going to let it go to the stop, and that's that, right? You're not going to interfere with it. You're not going to try to cut it sooner if it's not working.
Yes. Maybe I will. Make an entry again. I was watching Trump, but it was too fast for me to get the entry here for short. I was watching very excited.
Okay.
So let me ask you now, what about the long side? Because these charts are generally bullish. I mean, you see a lot of higher lows and higher highs there. We have this situation here where it's breaking a little, but a lot of times those little consolidations right there are nothing more than a higher low, which suck in a lot of shorts. So would you be open to the long side?
Now, no. Market is overbought, from my opinion.
Interesting.
That's
Okay.
interesting.
Okay, that's why, you know what? It takes two opinions to make a market, right? You're going to have both sides. One person's going to be right, one person's going to be wrong, and it's going to be determined by the market, right? And that's that. So
traders are making the market.
Yeah.
So
Right.
There are people who go long, people who go short, and it's their forces moving the needle.
Okay, we're great. So hey, thank you.
Thank you, Max.
For speaking with us, Max, and we'll get back to you soon.
Okay, see you.
All right.
Cool. So, here we are back. I mean, it's so interesting to see like how these guys are pretty much going along here. And it's hard, I'll tell you, like with all eyes on you like that, and they're all, you know, taking trades, and next thing you know, you're negative. Like it can't be a good feeling to sit there and be like, man, this isn't working.
Watching me, judging me, like, yeah. Also, the stake is high because the price, it's very interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know, again, you're supposed to be the best. So people at home are sitting there and be like, oh, this guy's even making any money.
It is a reputational also.
People need to
there
realize.
There is a reputation on the table.
Right.
Yeah.
These guys are risking
because
their reputation.
many of them are day traders.
Yes.
Or scalpers, you know.
So if they should be able to scalp that.
Yeah, they should be.
They should be able to put some numbers up.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
But people have to realize at home, again, you know, this operates on the market schedule. And like as Max was explaining there, you know, he's waiting for certain things to take place. And that's a big part of this game is waiting.
Yes.
People don't realize
you need
that.
to be patient.
When you're learning, especially as a beginner, because people are anxious to trade, especially if you've been losing money, you want to make money, so I got to find opportunities. And you force trades. And that typically leads to losing.
Yeah. You know, you have forced trades, you have revenge trades.
Yes, revenge trades.
After a few losses, you keep being angry and you just do something like emotionally.
Yes.
And that's one of the wrongest things that you can do because you're going to keep losing. But from what I've seen, I wouldn't be comfortable being in their shoes right now because we are in the middle of a moment in the market today, as I said, that we don't know where it's going. So from some of our traders, it looks like a breakout and the new low, so it's going higher, they're bullish. From some others, especially on certain pairs, which is not, for example, BTC or Ethereum, they're looking for a fake out. So they're looking for a downtrend right now. They're bearish. So we'll see who was right and who was wrong.
Yeah, that will be very
so
interesting. So
this is cool. So what we're going to show you guys now, we're going to do some position comparisons between two traders. So we're going to look at them side by side.
Oh,
let's see what we got here.
We've got Merlin and Mauro Caimi.
All right. So these are their positions
on
side by side on Bitcoin, right?
Both of them are shorting
right
now. Yeah.
Mauro is better positioned as far as I can see.
Yeah. Mauro entered with a higher price.
Yeah. Merlin is in a loss.
Look now Mauro is using a lot more leverage. Look at that, and
yeah, going out very aggressively.
Merlin's keeping it tight.
Merlin is very conservative.
50x.
Mauro doesn't fool around.
Feeling the tension in his veins.
Doesn't fool around.
No joking for Mauro.
These Italian guys, man, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
All right, he doesn't fool around. So yeah, 50 times. What else do we have there?
Well, he's actually in profit.
He's realized, look, he's at
almost $9,000. Yeah, bravo.
Nice job.
Bravo, Mauro.
Bravo.
Nice job, yes. Yeah. Bravo. I have to say it in Italian. All right, so, wow, okay. Now, he made this in what? How much time have we been talking here? Like maybe a half hour? And this guy's up $9,000?
Yeah.
On a 50K account?
Yeah, we said that previously. He had a few open positions and probably he closed some of them. So, yeah.
So, I mean, you do the math on the percentage of that. I mean, that's like, what, like 20% almost? A little less than 20% in an hour on a 50K account?
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty impressive.
It's impressive.
I have to say,
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you make that kind of money, you're done for that, you turn off your platform and you walk away. I mean, that's what I do.
Like
I'm done.
The day is done.
I just work for 30 minutes.
They're looking for
that's
that.
okay.
Hard labor for 30 minutes, I'm done. Goodbye.
Yeah.
You know?
But he needs to do at least 3 trades every hour.
That's right. He's doing the tournament. So like we talked about before, you kind of have to adjust and you can't just walk away.
He cannot walk away.
You can't just, he's got competitors here.
Yeah.
So, wow, so that puts pressure on Merlin here. He's got to pick it up. I mean, you know, and the problem with that is he can't force the market. He can't make the market do what he wants it to do. He's just going to have to like wait for his next opportunity and then really capitalize.
This is the sketchy part. Waiting for an entry, waiting for an opportunity, while others are profiting maybe.
Right.
You know, you feel the pressure on your
puts
shoulders.
pressure on you because now you got to keep up with them. But if the market's not cooperating, especially your strategy is not aligned or whatever, you picked the wrong strategy, you know, it's just going to put you behind and it can affect you psychologically as well. The chances of him making an emotional mistake are greater in my opinion. Yeah. So now we're comparing with
Loza with Kostya.
Yevgen Loza and Kostya. Okay, this is interesting. Now
both long on Bitcoin.
Both long Bitcoin perp. And let's see, what do we have? What do the P&Ls look like? So we have, is that $21 unrealized? We have 0 realized on Kostya.
Loza is better positioned.
Yeah.
He realized some profits, $600, and he's also has the same as unrealized. So far, he got also a better entry compared to Kostya on the long, but he has a lower leverage. So
yes, I was just noticing that too.
But the margin is far way higher.
Yeah.
It's 10 grand versus 1K.
Yeah, so he's putting like 25% of his own bag in a trade. So that's risky, but he's managing it well.
But I think he's keeping it. He's trying to keep it on the more conservative front. That's what that looks like to me. While this guy with the 20x, he's looking to be a little more aggressive with that because he can pounce. He can put some more money into the market, right, and make more money faster.
Yeah.
Because he's using less of his money to take positions. So it looks like he's definitely taking a more aggressive stance. So it'll be interesting to see how these two compare when we check them out again as we move along with the show. Another couple interesting things here that we can notice is this. If we take a look at Yevgen's chart, right? I mean, again, he's got his 6 charts up here.
Oh, yes.
I mean, I noticed on the first top, the 3 on the top, right? And then he has on the bottom, I noticed on the second and third one, he has clean charts. Have you noticed? They're blank.
Yeah.
There's nothing on them. Another thing I notice here is I don't see any oscillators or anything, do you?
Yeah, me too. Clean charts with just...
Right? Interesting.
Here we go with Money again.
Mus Money is back. What do we have here?
He looks... Yeah, he uses a lot of...
There's a lot of oscillators on that chart.
Yeah, oscillators for sure, but also trend lines and structures like that, And it's very interesting. I have yet to see one trader that is using no indicators at all, but just structures.
We were close with Yevgen was the closest one, right? Yevgen Loza was the closest one.
But he has got the...
but he has the profile.
Yeah.
So
also, he's using Asian candle.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, is he? Oh, okay.
That's also a nice tool to...
Yeah, that's more of like an average candle compared to a typical candlestick, which gives you the actual prices, right? These type of candles actually average, giving you the range of the candle. And so you're looking at average ranges, basically, rather than open, high, low, and close. You're looking at like an average.
Yeah, they give you like a better... As far as I know, they give you a better image of the trend.
Yes.
Equinaccio.
Yes, because it cleans up the noise, basically. It reduces the noise when you're looking at more of a precise chart, like a candlestick chart, which can be noisy and messy.
Is he using the footprints? Oh.
So what do we have here? So now we have a comparison between Mus Money and Malik.
Oh.
What are they looking at?
Still B2C.
Yeah, one is going long and the other is going short.
Yeah.
And so far, 10x leverage.
Mus is ahead by a little bit, only because Malik is still in the negative there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to pick it up maybe see, I think what these guys are going to have to do, these guys that are in a negative, when the opportunity comes along, they're going to have to go big.
Yeah, but let's see how the perspective might completely be different. So we have same or very similar entry price. One is going long, the other is going short.
Oh, yes.
So who knows what they're thinking? Who knows what's their strategy? Mus is going long, whereas Malik is going short at the same almost exact entry price.
That's a very good point.
They spotted a very strong, a very visible resistance levels, looks like.
Clearly, one is going to be right and one is going to be wrong.
Yeah, probably one is expecting a breakout on the next level, and the other one
yes. He's looking for the pullback. So it's interesting how, again, it takes 2 opinions to make a market. And in here, we're seeing this like live. We're seeing, one guy thinks it's a long, one guy thinks it's a short.
Yep.
And I'll tell you what's hard about a situation like this, especially for someone if they have less experience, you can be intimidated and be like, well, this guy thinks it's a long. I don't know. And it could cause you to second guess.
Yeah.
You really have to be confident with your decision and be like, this is what I think it is. I don't care what anyone else thinks, and this is the position I'm taking. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But that's the story.
That's true.
But you can also see here that Malik he has a very strong opinion on the short because he puts in 12,000 of margin x10. So he opened a position of almost 150,000 bucks, whereas Malik did it on Money did it on a 1/10 of that money. So he's not sure that he's going long.
That shows confidence.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yes.
That's a sign of confidence right there. Wow, great point.
It is 1/5 of his bag also. Yeah.
Yes. Now, what are we looking at here? This is This was the guy that put the
patterns.
Yes.
The fake out. Like
the patterns, right?
The buy the dip pattern.
The illustration of the actual what he's anticipating.
Those lines to my eyes looks like QMs. Like
he still has the support and resistance lines on there.
Yeah.
The market really hasn't done much since we looked at this chart earlier. It looks like you're right smack in the middle of the range. It looks like there. It's still a consolidation. The middle of the range, by the way, is the worst place to put on trades.
Is the worst price, as I was saying earlier, and we are still there for most of the pairs.
Yeah.
That's why probably we're not seeing so much open positions.
Right.
Yeah.
We're not seeing a lot of contrast in the P&Ls as well.
Yeah.
But once this market starts moving and we see breakouts, or if it fails, we're probably going to see some dramatic contrast. But yeah, the middle is the most random spot, and anything can happen in the middle.
It's 50-50.
Yes, exactly.
It's 50-50.
Flipping a coin.
Flipping a coin, yeah.
So in a situation like this, he laid out for us what he's anticipating, and the market needs to show that to him. And if the market doesn't, I mean, the best thing to do is just to step aside and wait until the market comes to you. You don't chase the market. So that kind of looks like what he's doing here. I mean, I found it most interesting. He's the only guy that's really laid out his expectation on the chart. Have you seen that on any other charts? I haven't seen that.
Not yet.
Not really, not yet.
So that's very cool. Now, which one we got? Oh, so what's he looking at there? What chart is that? Can you guys see?
Oh,
So little for me.
Pepe, Cardano, Ethereum.
Oh, he's flipping
Avalanche,
through them. Is he
Pepe.
flipping through them? Okay.
Pepe.
You can be an Air Force pilot. You can see it.
Yeah, you have good eyesight. You're not even wearing glasses.
Oh, nice to know that. Yeah.
These young guys, man. These young guys.
Driving airplanes. Yeah. So looks like he's looking for some more volatile stuff, like Cardano's not so volatile, but Pepe for sure. I have yet to see someone trading a very tiny coin. I wonder if it will happen.
Maybe if the opportunity comes along, all these.
I expect them to touch those kind of things when the time starts to shrink.
Right.
Yeah.
Are they going to be forced?
All right.
What are they going to do under pressure?
Yeah.
Who's gonna break and who's gonna keep their composure and stick to their plan? And is their plan going to be effective? Because just because you have a plan doesn't mean it's the right plan for this type of situation.
Can't wait to reach that point.
Right?
Yeah, me too.
You're gonna have to
it will be the most exciting part for sure.
It's like, you're gonna have to do your thing, man. And
also they can keep open order the whole night, like.
They can keep positions over.
Yeah, they can keep position over the night, So maybe we can see some nice technical setups in the end of today.
That could be like a deal breaker, man.
Oh, yes.
I mean, you may start out, you may be behind, and then your overnight happens to work, and you come in the next day, you're ahead.
Yeah, you have also in the night interesting moves because of the Asian market, So
yes, and I don't know if there's any news scheduled. I know today is now. Friday, right?
Yeah, it's Friday.
And I know it's been a while for me.
Yeah.
But on Wednesday, interestingly enough, with this Bitcoin situation, on Wednesday we had the FOMC, in the U.S. and obviously the markets liked that, and I suspect Bitcoin is benefiting from that as well. I mean, that's why we're seeing these spikes, because as I tell people, you need a catalyst to drive these moves. Just don't come out of nowhere. There's usually something behind them, and often it's some sort of fundamental catalyst, like the FOMC.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if the FOMC is specifically responsible for this move, but I know that was our biggest event this week. I don't think we've had any other major economic events.
It was. Even if this result was pretty much priced out by the market because, there was very little expectation for rate cuts this time. it looks like it is going very well.
And right, and it pretty much he delivered. The chairman delivered what the market was expecting.
Yeah.
So and
also nothing exciting at all, but
right,
it's nice to see.
Sometimes, right, no news is good news, right?
Yeah,
The market likes
definitely.
that because it means certainty.
Irrational as always.
Right.
Yeah.
So, you know, if there were no surprises. So I suspect that may have something to do with why we see that move across this sector, that massive move. I mean, before on my way here, Bitcoin was still at like what, I think 95 or 96. It was flirting around there. I get here and we're like at 103. Like, man, I missed the whole party because I was getting too busy getting dressed. Yeah. But so it's very interesting to see that how they're dealing now with the aftermath of it. Because when you get such a big move, the volume dries up, and I think that's what they're dealing with right now. I mean, we're just an hour into the U.S. market open, and I don't know. I mean, these charts are kind of stinky. I mean, you know, we're waiting for some action. And you know, another tough thing is today is Friday.
Oh yeah.
And you know, Friday afternoon in the U.S., it's like people just go home.
Yeah, they go home.
They just don't want to be sitting in front of a chart for the next 3 hours. And like, at least for myself, working on a Friday afternoon, and it's just a waste of time. And these guys have no choice.
Yeah.
These guys have to make this work.
Yeah, they have.
That's true from one side. It always depends on what trader you are. So, you know, when usually people who trade on weekends is because it's more certain. So it usually doesn't do big moves even upwards or downwards.
It's more tame,
so for scalping, even if the volumes are lower, it's not that bad.
That's a good point.
Because you can almost forecast with 100% of certainty what's going to happen in the
in a tiny range.
Yeah, in that range. So you can keep a little profit here, a little profit there, and that's weekend trading for me.
Right, and there's nothing wrong with that. The only thing is when you get the breakout, hopefully you're not caught on the wrong side, because at some point it breaks out, and then when you get that breakout and you're on the wrong side, you give back all that money that you made on your little scalps, inside of those ranges. So I totally get that though, and that makes sense. And here we're back to Yevgen's chart.
Oh, yeah.
His setup over here.
I like the fact that he's one of the few that are constantly checking the volumes because the bid-ask spread, especially when it's narrow, it means that even if the market is going in a direction, if then there is a narrow bid-ask spread, a certain position, it means that at that point is either a good entry or a good take profit. So it means there is a lot of volumes in there.
Right. Typically, it's a sign of liquidity, right, or lack of liquidity.
Yeah.
And when you're in one of those situations, like again, when I see wide spreads, that's a sign. That's a bad sign. Like you shouldn't really get involved, because if there's no liquidity, that means there's no volume. And if there's no volume, there's no momentum. Yeah. And as a day trader, you need momentum is king. Like you must have that. If you don't, do not trade. Like just walk away. But these guys don't have that choice.
They cannot walk away.
They have to make it work.
They have to trade.
And again, what I love about his charts is, again, he's focused on the profile. They're very clean and they're minimalist. And again,
yes.
I'm a big proponent of less is more, like I said before. And that's how I like to make judgments, because when you have too much information on a chart, it can become confusing. There can be conflict, and it can cause you to second guess. You'll say, this oscillator looks bullish, but then this candle, I'm not sure, and then it can lead to a higher frequency of mistakes. Whereas when you keep it clean, you can see there's more clarity, and you can be more confident with your choices because you're making decisions on less information. It's like you only, you really only need two components, trend, levels, and from there,
many times the simplest strategies are the ones that work off the best.
Yes.
Like looking for a certain pattern on the candlesticks, looking for, I don't know, imbalances, Wyckoff patterns, and things like that. You don't need anything. You just look for
the less
the thing.
The less to depend on, the better.
Less is more.
Yes, exactly.
Less is
that's
more.
my motto. So we're going to go over now. We're going to change over to the the leaderboard here.
All right,
Again,
let's see.
and we're going to see the main stage traders.
Oh, yeah.
Mauro Kayami, first position.
He's still in the lead.
Still dominating the scene.
Right, at 4,821.
Right. That panda is bringing me luck.
Yes, the Italian stallion over here. And we have Malik is next on the line.
Yep.
Right, so
Yeah.
he's hanging in there.
Scaling up the leaderboard.
Right, and then we have Loza, right? We have Yevgen, and he's next at, what is that, 393? So, okay, all right, we're seeing a little bit of, they're starting to pick up here.
Oh, yeah.
Max is next at 279, right?
Oh, yeah.
But then
he's fourth now.
Right.
Then we start with negative.
Then we go into the red.
We're going to the red.
We got Merlin, right? Minus 38. Okay, he's flat. We'll call him flat.
It is very impressive how Mauro went away from all the others 5x.
He's right.
Yeah.
He just jumped the pack.
I wonder which operation went so well.
Remember we asked him earlier, we kind of asked him about that, and he had kind of given us some insight, and it looks like his insight is paying off.
Oh, yeah,
Because
yeah.
he's going in hard and fast because he knows that there's no time to waste.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And he's jumped ahead of the pack. So great insight from him. We have... So who's on? So your other Italian guy here,
Luca Boiardi.
Minus 898. He's going to need a little help.
Yeah.
So
he's sixth.
He's going to have to pick it up a bit there, maybe size up a bit, and I don't know what to tell him.
Yeah. We see Mus on the bottom. I'm not sure whether he reached the stop loss on any of his positions because he had a very wide unrealized profit earlier. So either something went wrong, or he opened a position, or he got liquidated to a single position. We don't know yet that, but he has some open position still, 2,000 unrealized, which might support him a little bit.
So right, so this is not we can't really make those judgments here yet because of those unrealized positions, right? So that's because we were saying earlier, if he closed that position, he would have been up there with Moro.
Yeah.
Moro. So and what about I can't read his name. Kostya. Yes, what about Kostya? He's there at $67. So these guys are they're flat.
He's kind of in trouble because even with the unrealized P&L, if he closes now, he's still the last player. Still there. Yeah.
Yeah, so he closed a few of his positions. Maybe he got liquidated on the single positions, or he just took the stop loss. But anyhow, he was not correct about his predictions on the specific trade he did.
Yeah, and that's showing up on his numbers there. So I'm going to be very excited to see how these guys turn this around because they're going to have to do something.
Definitely.
Tough position to be in.
Oh, we got the second.
Let's see Malik.
Place here. Malik, yeah.
He's still trading on Ondo?
Yeah, he likes Ondo. No, wait. No, AVAX now. AVAX.
Okay.
He's back to
AVAX and Bitcoin.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Classical. Back to the classics. And checking out the dominance of Bitcoin.
These guys.
As he was telling us before, yeah.
The dominance. I always have a debate about the Bitcoin dominance.
Why?
Because people, it's very popular. People use it, and it makes sense. I understand the logic behind it. But again, it just goes back to my less is more strategy. It's like if I don't need to know the Bitcoin dominance, then why am I going to use it when I can just rely on price itself and rely on just less information? That's always been my thing. Because Bitcoin dominance, what happens a lot of times with these relationships is, 1 minute the relationship is working a certain way. You're expecting a certain type of correlation, but then it changes. But it doesn't tell you that it's going to change. And then, so you're timing it like you're used to timing it, and then it throws you off.
Yeah.
I've had that experience. Mm-hmm. Where, dealing with something like, for example, the volatility index, the VIX, right, which is a popular tool used in the U.S., and I would say it's kind of used like the dollar index or something like Bitcoin dominance, where there's a relationship. There's usually an inverse relationship with the market, okay? But that relationship fluctuates. The correlation. The amount of correlation fluctuates. So if you still go in with that same expectation all the time, it can throw you off. I mean, I've had that where it's thrown me off because I'd go in full confidence thinking, oh yeah, it's going to do this. And then the correlation isn't there. and I'm like, and now I'm in a bad position. So I don't like too many moving parts, and that's how I feel about the Bitcoin dominance. Is I just feel it's just a moving part that's unnecessary.
So you basically won't use it in a short time frame.
I refuse to look at it.
Okay,
I get people.
refuse to look at it.
I refuse to look at it.
Fair enough.
I mean, I just that's it. You know, my charts are as clean as they possibly can be.
Well, okay. Well.
So kind of like this guy. See this guy here?
Yeah, I like this guy. Okay.
Like Yevgen over here. I mean, he has the profile. You know, and I've experimented with the profile on my charts, but my charts don't even have that. Like, he's got those clean charts on the bottom. See those two on the bottom? I mean, I don't see anything on those charts.
He also sticks to the classics. Like
yes, those are clean charts, which tells me he's looking at, most likely he's looking at the price patterns. You know, he's looking at candlesticks and patterns. Because
support and resistance levels, maybe.
That as well. Because, I mean, you don't need too much.
I can see some horizontal lines there, Joe.
If he,
like a rack of resistance levels and so on. Also sticking to the classics, like he's going for Bitcoin on 4 charts and on Ethereum on the one on the top right, Solana on the one of the bottom left. Solana also did a huge move. It looks like now it's going back to mitigate some parts of the graph that were skyrocketed, you know,
right.
the imbalances.
Right, right. Well, great. That's some really great insight. Next, what we're going to do here is we're going to go into another video.
Oh, all right.
And we're going to learn about one of these, another trader on here. And we're going to have that coming up. So just a few minutes, and then we'll be right back, and we'll continue with the commentary. All right, so check this out.
See you soon, guys.
See you soon.
See you later.
We'll be right back.
My name is Yevgen Loza. I'm CEO of Excavo. I'm a professional trader. I start at 2013. I'm coming to one conference, and one guy, his name Bill Hubbard, he's since experienced like 40 years in Wall Street, and he talked about the market, about the gold, and it's very interesting for me. After this conference, I start to educate, learn how to trade, what is it, financial market. That's how I start. My trading experience, it's 11 years, and I have a lot of challenges in my career. So I understand who I am, what my good skills, where is my problem. I just discover myself. In every trade I have a fixed stop loss. It's like 1-2% for my deposit. So this is my strategy. This is how I trade. Every trade 1-2%. I don't like to hold biggest minus, because my win rate it's not too big, but I focus at big risk reward. My trading routine, it's like I do sport every day meditation, and I have a big community, and I publish and research market. This is my routine. I'm not focused at education or mentoring. I'm just publish my idea for public. It's for free. That's in TradingView. I publish every day, every week, my ideas, my view on the market, on crypto, on forex, in any financial instruments. So I just discover the market, what is success for trader. Before I want to fix in this area. I want to stay in this area, and after I focus at the money, I want to make big money. So now I'm just enjoying the market, and that's why I participate in this tournament. I like to work in this area, in financial market area. I'm not expect about other traders, about other trader, because I don't know their trading style, their performance. So I'm just focused at myself. I want to achieve victory in everything what I do.
Web 3.0. Is it just hype, a tech buzzword, or is it genuinely the next evolution of the internet, set to change how we live, work, and interact online? To really get Web 3.0, we need a quick trip down memory lane. Remember the internet of the 90s? That was Web 1.0. Think static websites like digital brochures or encyclopedias. You could read information, but you couldn't really interact much. It was the read-only web. Think GeoCity pages, maybe Netscape Navigator if you were there. It was revolutionary for its time, giving us access to information like never before, but it was largely a one-way street. Then came the mid-2000s, and the internet exploded with interactivity. This is Web 2.0, the internet most of us know today, the read-write web. Suddenly, we became the creator. Social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, they allow us to connect, share content, build communities, and shop online seamlessly. User-generated content became king. But Web 2.0 has a catch. While we create the content, large corporations own the platforms. They control the data, the algorithms, and the rules. Our digital lives are largely hosted in centralized silos owned by a handful of tech giants. Think about it. Your photos, your posts, your connections, your whole online identity, they all exist on servers owned by someone else. You have access, but you don't truly own it. This centralization brought convenience, but also concerns about data privacy, censorship, and single points of failure.
I'm waiting for a Web3 internet, and I'm a big fan of all guys who is creating Web3 platforms and blockchain, and they probably will change our world in the next 5-10 years. If I'm trading in DEX market, there are a whole industry of decentralized platforms where you can trade easily any pairs in many DEX exchange, or you can easily create meme coin in one moment, or you can hold your money or NFT in special wallet and receive incomes, or you can even build a business in Web3 application, receive crypto, and no one will suspend you in this world.
And that brings us to the doorstep of Web 3.0, often called the read-write-own web. So what is Web 3.0 fundamentally? At its heart, Web 3.0 is about shifting the power back to the users. It's an idea, a movement, and a collection of technologies aiming to create a more decentralized, transparent, and user-controlled internet. Instead of data being stored on servers owned by single companies, Web 3.0 leverages technologies like blockchain, the same tech behind cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Imagine data distributed across thousands of computers worldwide. No single entity controls it all.
I don't think that can apply to trading. It can apply in the real economy because with the tokenization of the asset, we can liquidate some asset, okay, that is not so simple to create a liquidity. The tokenization can push this sector. And is also important because the cost of tokenization is so down instead of the other asset, okay? So it's simple to tokenize some asset, and it's simple to liquidate some asset in this way. So I think it's a really best creation of efficiency in the market.
And while transparency is key for transactions, Web 3.0 aims to give users more control over who sees their personal data and how it is used. Instead of handing over data wholesale to platforms, you might grant specific, revocable permissions for certain applications to access only the data they need. often managed through your crypto wallet, acting as a digital identity hub. The goal is to move away from the data as the product model of Web 2.0.
AI, especially AI agents, will be a great, huge role in the next few years. Even now, there are some solutions where AI agents can trade on your exchange without you, and all markets today are definitely is building with AI. Who is building them in real time. This is 100%.
I think that AI is very useful to analyze data. I use it I just give the AI a lot of data and I look for trends, I look for maybe statistics, and it helps me a lot improving my strategies as well, because it can take a lot of raw data and generate results from them, some insights from them. And so it's really, really important to implement it in your strategies, backtesting, analysis, and so on.
Well, we are still in the early innings like the dial-up era of Web 1.0, but the ripples are already spreading. Decentralized finance aims to rebuild traditional financial services on the blockchain, removing intermediaries like banks. It offers potential for greater access and transparency, but also comes with risks and regulatory hurdles.
You can't do any manipulation when you don't have supplies or a lot of money for pumping. If you are doing pumping, other guys will kill you because they got supply. Supply is the main point in this for doing any manipulations. I'm really fine for AI trading, especially when you can train in your own neural network for trading, and I definitely will use AI agents in the next few years. Especially, actually, I'm building one AI agent right now.
So, there you have it. Web 3.0 isn't just a technical upgrade. It's a philosophical shift towards a more open, fair, and user-centric internet. We've journeyed from the static pages of Web 1.0 through the interactive but centralized platforms of Web 2.0 to the emerging read, write, own era of Web 3.0 built on blockchain, decentralization, and user ownership. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. There are hurdles to overcome: user-friendliness, scalability, regulations, and weeding out the bad actors. But the potential to reshape finance, creativity, gaming, community building, and our fundamental relationship with the internet is immense. We are witnessing the foundations being laid for the next chapter of the digital world. It might take time, it will definitely evolve, but understanding Web 3.0 today is key to navigating the internet of tomorrow. The mental intensity of crypto trading, the emotional highs and lows, is a psychologically demanding activity requiring discipline and strategy. But the intensity of crypto stretches far beyond the trading screen. Whether you are an active trader, a long-term investor, or just crypto curious, navigating this space carries inherent risks that go deeper than just market fluctuations. Today, we are shifting focus from the psychology of trading to the critical practice of self-protection. Because alongside the incredible innovation and potential within crypto, there exists a very real danger of slipping into huge financial losses, or worse, losing access to your hard-earned investments entirely through scams, hacks, or simple mistakes. This isn't about spreading fear, it's about fostering awareness and equipping you with the knowledge and habits necessary to engage with cryptocurrency more safely and confidently. Consider this your guide to building a personal security framework in the digital frontier. Before we dive into the practical steps for protection, let's clearly outline the twin threats that loom large in the crypto space: significant market losses, and the potentially more devastating permanent loss of access or theft. Market-driven losses are to some extent part of the territory. Cryptocurrencies are notoriously volatile. Prices can swing dramatically based on news, sentiment, technological developments, or broader economic factors. Entering this market means accepting this volatility. Poor timing, emotional decision-making like panic selling during dips, or over-leveraging can certainly amplify these losses, turning manageable downturns into significant financial setbacks. This aspect ties back to trading discipline and risk management, which are crucial in this business. However, the second category of risk is often more final and unforgiving. We are talking about scenarios where your investment doesn't just decrease in value, but vanishes entirely or becomes irretrievably locked away. Unlike traditional finance, where banks might recover funds or reset passwords, often in crypto, especially with self-custody, there is no central authority to appeal to. The responsibility and the risk falls entirely on you. Understanding these stark realities emphasizes why robust self-protection isn't just advisable, it's absolutely essential. Understanding the threats is the crucial first step. Now let's focus on constructing your defenses, building them layer by layer, with practical strategies and habits. Think of this as fortifying your own personal crypto citadel. Do your own research. Your most fundamental layer of protection is knowledge. Before investing a single dollar or euro, which is especially relevant as of May 2025, commit to educating yourself.
I prioritize on-chain data and data in general over what some idiot says on Twitter. I've done this for long enough to be able to tell, whether a project is worth investing in or not. And the thing I always tell people when they ask me, should I invest in this company or in this project? What I always say is, the best companies to invest in is essentially a company that solves an issue that you are facing. So whenever I have an issue, whether it's in crypto or in the real world, if I then see a company that is providing me with solving that problem, I know that it's solving that same problem for thousands of other people. And so that's the companies that I invest in. And I couldn't care less what Facebook or Twitter is saying about my investment. That's what I do, and it works well for me.
Volatility, risk management, and diversification. With a foundation of knowledge, the next layer involves managing the inherent chaos of the market. As we've established, volatility is a given. Rather than fearing it, accept it and plan for it. This starts with the golden rule: only invest what you can genuinely afford to lose. This isn't just financial advice, it's psychological armor. Knowing that a market downturn won't jeopardize your essential finances helps you make more rational decisions and avoid panic selling.
The biggest challenge was, facing the loss of money, because at the very beginning, I started during a strong bull market and I felt like a genius. Everything was going up, every trade was in profit, and I was like, oh my God, I'm a genius. And then the market crashed and I discovered that I'm not a genius. I was just, on the right place at the right time. And when the market turned, I just lost everything, and that's what was one of the biggest challenges. Understanding that you're not a genius, that you have to learn better and become a better trader at the end of the day. And that's what motivated me to become one as well.
Spotting the predators. Moving beyond managing market forces, we enter the realm of active threats. Scams designed to separate you from your crypto. Your skepticism and vigilance are your primary weapons here. Always operate under the fundamental principle: if it sounds too good to be true, it almost certainly is. Promises of guaranteed high returns with little or no risk are massive red flags in any investment context, especially crypto.
Because I'm an influencer, scam projects are coming to me every day, but I know how to recognize them. I saw them hundreds, maybe thousands in the last 8 years, so I know all or mostly of their standards, and if they call me, I usually skip that and never involve in such scam, especially for my subscribers.
Essential security practices. Finally, let's discuss the technical nuts and bolts of securing your assets. This is where diligence in process is paramount. First and foremost is wallet security. Understand the difference between hot wallets, which are connected to the internet and convenient for small amounts or active use, and cold hardware wallets. Offline devices best for storing significant amounts long-term. For any substantial crypto holdings, a hardware wallet from a reputable brand is widely considered the gold standard.
I think regardless of your experience, you're still human and bound to fall victim of emotion. And so that is what I would say even experienced traders will experience every now and then, me included. And that is especially when I don't follow my rules in terms of trading on a day where I've had an argument with a relative of mine or something like that, because that is just bound to psychologically make you make mistakes essentially, right? And so even though I'm experienced, I will still fall victim to emotional trading. I just do it less now than I did at one point, but I'm still human, right? I can rewire my brain, but I can't turn into a robot. And so that's really what it is. Regardless of your experience, you will have times where you fall victim to emotion, and that reflects on your P&L.
Protecting yourself in the world of cryptocurrency isn't a one-time setup. It's an ongoing commitment to diligence, skepticism, and continuous learning. We have journeyed from acknowledging the inherent risks, both market-driven and security-related, to building a multi-layered defense strategy. This involves laying a strong foundation through education, managing market volatility with sound risk management, sharpening your senses to spot and avoid the myriad of scams, and meticulously implementing robust technical security measures, like using hardware wallets, safeguarding seed phrases religiously, enabling strong two-factor authentication, and practicing transaction vigilance. The crypto space offers fascinating opportunities, but it demands respect for its risks. By taking these protective measures seriously, by staying informed and vigilant as we navigate 2025 and beyond, you empower yourself to participate more safely and confidently in this evolving digital landscape. Your security is ultimately in your hands. Stay safe, stay informed, and stay vigilant.
Hello everyone, my name is Mus. I'm from Kazakhstan, East Central Asia. I'm 30 years old, married, very happy person. So I'm a trader. I'm biggest crypto influencer in Central Asia. My first trade was in 2016 when Bitcoin price was in 1,600 for one Bitcoin. That was my first long. I lost a lot of money first 3 years. I trade like a casino, and then I understand that trading is a very big science. That I last my 4 years. I am a full-time trader. I love trading. That's my main profession, and I won WSOT championship 2 years ago. Like one, I'm into 1,000 best traders in WSOT championship. So that's my trade way. I really learn my emotions, my mental, my health, and I really try to trade like a not casino, like a really system trading. I try a lot of strategies. I read a lot of books. I saw a lot of YouTube video. So the main idea when I became a profitable trade, that I find the strategy works only for me, because I control my emotions, I control my risks, and I just use simple candle typical waves analysis. That's my strategy, and these things really make my trading profitable. I have open statistics in my YouTube channel. Everyone can see my P&Ls. So that's why I have a lot of subscribers, because I just show my tradings. And yes, that's this way I spent maybe 4 years when coronavirus happened. From this moment, these 4 years make me a profitable trader, yeah. My main style is positions trading, called my strategy. It's about when I trade like open one positions in first 6 months, and I can hold my positions really long time. The main idea is not make a lot of moves in markets. Main idea, don't move, just hold, and don't close your profit earlier. So that's my main strategy, but in this tournament I shoot to scalping. I'm not a scalper, I'm not a swing trader, and that's why I'm a little bit disappointed, because I should trade in not my zone, it's not my area, it's not my comfortable time frames, and let's challenge me. It will be very interesting. I combine trading with yoga. I make yoga every day, every morning, and doing yoga every night, because trading it's crushing my mental health, and this recovery gyms really help to make my trading profitable. I'm doing sports. I go to gym 3 times a week. I love gaming. I love skateboarding, snowboarding, surfing. I have a lot of hobbies, and my activities really help to my trading, because my friends tell about me I'm like a machine. I'm trading like machine. I am doing sport like machine. I use a lot of diet. I can't eat sugar. I can't eat gluten, desserts, and this really machine routine. In this tournament, traders like heroes. That's why I really glad that you organizers make this tournament. So thank you so much, because when I say to people I'm a trader, a lot of people think that about you are a scammer and you are some strange person. What is cryptocurrency? And in this tournament, you show traders to people like heroes, and that's a very cool idea. So I talk with my colleagues. What I want to say, they looks very big than me, because I'm like a little Asian. The people from Europe. I'm really glad that I'm happy that it's not like UFC fighting or just about brain fighting, because in UFC and other sports I lost. I lost. Yeah, that's my decision. Maybe I have only one skills if we compare than another traders. I'm a professional street dancer before. And when I saw a scene, I'm feeling very good. Seeing people streaming, it's my lifestyle, and I don't feel some emotions. I'm happy. That's my area, and maybe I can give show for people. And that's my idea, that's my very good skill. So, but I'm not the best trader, I think, because I saw a lot of amazing scalpers. And in this tournament we have a lot of scalpers. They are better than me. But if the markets go to my strategy, maybe I have some little bit person to win, but I came here just for relax, hang out, and show my strategy. Let's get a show.
Hello, my name is Maxim Hamaha. I'm a trader since 2006, was trading stocks till 2017 and then skipped to the crypto, and that was one of the best decisions in my life. Now I'm all in crypto, meme coins, active trading, and so on, and content making about crypto topics. I started trading when I was 17, almost 18. I was started trading in prop trading company in my native city, where we trade in US equities, Nasdaq, NICE, and that journey took many years before crypto. And that way helped me to build a great fundamental of future successful trading, and my trades today depends from my experience in stock trading from 2006. You can't measure in one day about all your trading strategies. Totally, I made thousands of trades during my life, and every trade, every period of your work creates discipline for you. I got terrible days with losses, I got great days with profits, but you can't measure in one point about that. I'm not a risky person, but I really love risk. I can't breathe without any risk. But if we're talking about crypto, I like to find especially volatile days where I can raise my risks few times, and this will be like the A+ day or the A+ risks, and all money is making in those few extra volatile days. The main habit I'm watching in like 5-15 minutes charts, whole market, hundreds of main tools every day, every week in many years. And if there are any changes in the market, I will meet it, and I will personally move them to my trading strategy. So I like to find anomalies. Because of trading is so risky and it's full of terrible energy, stress, disasters, I prefer to spend a lot of time on the nature, mountains, beaches, and so on. Forests, it's helped me to release from the negative and be missed to comes again to charts. When I started trading, the main lessons from the traders, veterans who were in industry 20 years plus, I receive it, and I'm moving with all those lessons till today, and they worked through the years. If I will be back when I was again 18 boy, probably I will tell to myself, do the same, do all the routine, listen to your veteran traders, and one day you will be successful. Just be patient. Success in trading is your ability to bring money to your home. Not when you're over trading or you got big accounts, but then you're losing everything. You need every year, every month to bring something to your home, to put this money for the future. You need to make savings every time. When trading is boring to me, I've started to do more influencer job, making podcasts, not even with traders. I'm doing a lot of podcasts with famous people, with 10 million plus influencers, and then inspire me. I'm watching how they create their life universe around themselves, and I'm inspired about that. When you trade, you should have passive incomes, because without them you will not survive. You can't expect that trading will feed you every day, every week, and you can't expect money from the market all the time. Build your passive income, passive businesses and other activities, and then you can trade calm and take money when market can give it, but not when you ask a market to give you money. When I will be trading tomorrow in this competition, which should be really great, awesome and inspiring, there would be some new guys which thinks that they can beat me or other guys. My goal is I am really experienced and I got a market feeling when it's change or where we got anomaly. I don't know if they got such feeling, but we will figure out tomorrow about that.
All right, and we are back to the International Crypto Trading Cup 2025, powered by Whitebit. I am your host, Mark Principato. We have here my co-hosts again.
Gert van Laken from the Netherlands.
And Alessandro Monterosso from Italy.
Great, great. So welcome back, guys. We just had ourselves a nice little lunch over here in Andorra. And I have to say, once again, I got caught with the American food. And you know what? This was thrust upon me because I was talking to our friend Nick. Nick ordered this beautiful salad. It looked like a freaking piece of art. It was beautiful. And I'm like, how come I don't have that? And you know what his answer was to me? You have to follow the Italians. We know everything about food. And I was like, oh, okay. So
you should have known by yesterday evening.
Yes, I should have known that. You're right. But, you know, and I said, what is this? They gave me this because I'm American, because I had a hamburger, you know, and you know, we all don't eat hamburgers in the USA.
It was pretty fun. It was the classical stereotype about US versus Italian food. So you got the burger, and Nick got the salad, the healthy salad.
Yes, the very healthy salad. I mean, man, that thing was healthy. So anyway, now I learned my lesson, and now I know next time I'm just going to eat what that guy's eating. So cool. Anyway, guys, welcome back. I'm glad you're enjoying the show so far. I'm having a lot of fun here. We're going to get into our second activity for the day. Do you guys know what that is?
Yes.
What is
it?
So
the second activity is going to be a giveaway of Whitebit merch. So please be engaged. We are going to show up a QR code on the screen. You are going to use your phone camera to log in into the Telegram group. And then this time, we're going to ask you some questions. You guys ask questions. So our moderator will pop up the winning question. We're going to apply the question. You're going to win a T-shirt.
Right. So this is what they call Ask It, Grab It.
Yes.
Right? And you at home, you're going to come in and you're going to click on that thing when it pops up, that QR code.
Here it is.
And there it is, people. Look, right, hold on, let me see if I can point to it. No, that way. No, this way. I can't see it.
Yeah, there
we go. Look, right there. Yeah. Click on that, right there. Okay, and you now have a minute to ask a question in the Telegram group, and then a moderator is going to pick a number of questions, and you're going to win a Whitebit T-shirt. Now, how cool is that? Have you guys seen the Whitebit T-shirt?
Absolutely, yes, and they're super cool.
Really?
Really nice to walk away with it.
If this guy says that, then it must be cool. All right, so cool. So we got that.
Ticking.
Yes, time is ticking. Make sure you're clicking on that QR code and get your questions in as quickly as possible because you have less than a minute now to get your question in there. And then once that QR code is gone, you've missed your opportunity forever. I have to be a little dramatic there.
For today.
A little drama. All right, for today, because we're going to have other activities, of course. So this isn't the only time we're going to do this. So anyway, I can't wait to see some of these questions that we get from our winners. Once our moderator picks, we're going to see them up on the screen, and we're going to congratulate the people that win your Whitebit T-shirts. So go for it.
I'm very curious to know what those questions are about. Maybe about traders, maybe about strategies, maybe about charts. Who knows?
Right.
And maybe they're in a different language.
Right. Well, we're going to see because you know what? Time is now up. No more activity. So if you missed it, you're going to have to wait for the next one. But no problem. So in a minute here, we're going to see who our winners are, and we're going to see what kind of questions we received. And again, for those of you that submitted your questions, thanks for participating. Really appreciate that.
If I do reply a question, do I get the T-shirt too?
That's a good question, you know, and I would like a T-shirt, maybe.
I was wondering too.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool, you know, because again, we have to compete too. Like, they don't just give us stuff here.
Well, we've got a Whitebit sign here.
Oh yeah, we got the little.
That's beautiful.
The little pin, yeah, it's a nice touch. So we should have these here in just a minute. We're going to see who our winners are, and you know, again, for those Whitebit T-shirts, that's going to be a nice little add-on. Again, we're going to do this again, so this isn't the only time we have this activity. So tomorrow and tomorrow's stream, we're going to have it as well, and you're going to have other opportunities to win merchandise or gifts, vouchers from our sponsors. So, not sponsors, our partners, I meant. So, here we go. Right now we have on the screen, the traders are still at it. I'm going to be very curious to see what these P&Ls look like here in just a few minutes when we get to that point. So, how are we doing out there with these questions? We're going to have them here any second now, and we're going to know who our winners are. Okay, so It's going to be a little time. So what do you guys think about who is? We looked at this leaderboard before, right? And we saw that Mauro was pretty much ahead of the game, right? And we have Luca. Looks like Luca there. You can tell with this nice jacket, you know, the style there. And I mean, we haven't seen his P&L in a while, but he was one of the ones that was kind of having a little bit of a tough time. You think he's picked it up? I mean, look, the chart looks like, look at that breakout on that chart.
I hope he went long there.
I mean, a lot of these guys were short, remember? And that's what I was saying before. Like, when the general market is bullish, that is what you're up against. You know, like, it's very easy to get tricked into, oh, it's a resistance, I'm just going to short it. But not all support and resistance levels are created equal.
It looks like a double bottom there. But
where?
Well, he's like screening the assets, I see. So.
Okay. Now we're moving on to the next one. Who do we have here? We have to zoom in on those charts and we'll see what's going on. But these guys are seriously engaged. I mean, they are, just look at that focus. It's like the eye of the tiger. You ever see Rocky? Probably not. Okay, yeah, no, I can't get into American references here. All right, so anyway, yeah, these guys are focused. And I'll tell you, like I was talking to one of the traders just outside here, and we were just talking about like our styles, and I said to him, man, Friday, he goes, I know, it's tough to do this on a Friday. And I said to him, I don't envy your position, man. I would not want to be you right now because Fridays are a tough day to see big things happen. Because again, we're on the market schedule, not on our own.
Yeah, that's right. But there are a lot of theories which affect like the trading, right? So some people wear red socks. Yeah, so there are a lot of the McRib index, you know that? Have you ever heard about it?
What was that called?
Well, it's like the McDonald's having a certain sandwich. When it pops up, then people go along. It's really...
kind of like that burger that they just made me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I mean, but I'm just saying, like, when you're dealing, certain days of the week have what I like to think of a certain type of seasonality. You know, like, you can see a standard behavior over time, like on a Friday. So, you know, Friday afternoon, for example, volume tends to taper off. And this is like a common pattern. It happens every Friday, especially as we go into the summer, like in the US. You know, we have the spring months right now, but when we go from May into August, that's usually where we see a decline in volume up until August is where you get the lowest point. Usually like weeks 3 and 4, it's the worst time to look for momentum trades, the absolute worst. And, you know, so you kind of get a taste of that now.
Will it be always like that? Because,
well, it's not always. Like, it's
24/7, like the market is open for working days, but maybe in future it won't.
Well, you would think that. But hey, before we talk about that further, look, we have our first winner. We have here Vlad. Hey, congratulations, Vlad. Here's his question. If you won a competition and feel like the best, what could be the next goal? That's an interesting question.
Well, maybe chilling at the beach.
Okay. Oh, we got 2 more here as well. We got from Vlad. Oh, this guy was on top of it. Oh,
that's the same question.
Same question
still.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Gert, what will you do if you'll be the big winner?
Well, sit back and relax, I guess.
Sit back and relax.
Enjoy. There's little time to enjoy.
That's true. You should always try to enjoy something, right? You
Exactly.
have to smell the flowers, they say.
Yeah,
Like
don't look back, don't look into the future, but...
enjoy the moment.
Exactly.
Right? I know I have a problem. I got to do it more myself. How about you, Alessandro?
It really depends on the amount of cash I will pile in my prize, right?
Right.
But probably I will take some time off and then restart. By the way, Vlad, congratulations. You won a T-shirt.
Congratulations, Vlad. You got the first T-shirt.
It's coming all the way back to Ukraine.
Yeah. So our next our next winner here, we have, what is that, Manson?
Yeah.
Manson, congratulations. You won a T-shirt from Whitebit. And his question here is, what going to be price of Bitcoin before the end of May?
You know how I call it this kind of question?
What kind?
$1 million question.
$1 million? That's right. If
I would say 200,000.
Oh, so he has a number.
By end of May?
Yeah.
Shall we bet a pizza?
Maybe, yeah.
Because I mean, you know, you kind of have to have a crystal ball, right? I mean,
And then 300,000 in June, and then yeah.
You know, a broken clock can be right twice a day, right? They say. But yeah, that's the million-dollar question. If we knew that, we would probably still be sitting here, maybe, most likely.
It's only a 2x, right? So it's gone up already 4x.
Okay.
Multiple times.
Yeah, so I mean, look, actually the way you can answer this question is you can look at like basically average true range, or you could look at certain ranges and actually ask the question, what is within reason? And based on where we are right now and based on where the momentum is, I think it's within reason to possibly test the high. I don't think 108 is unreasonable if we continue with this momentum, but I'd say between 105K and 108K, because that's, you know, the 108, 109 is the previous high. So
yeah.
Congratulations there. We have our next one.
Exhale.
Exhale. All right.
Exhale.
Congratulations for your t-shirt from Whitebit. Bullish or bearish? It would have been nice to know on what.
Yeah, in general, or today, or this week.
Like a little more specific there.
Bearish on meme coins and bullish on utility coins.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Cycle.
So all right. So you're sort of looking at it that way. I mean, if we want to talk about specifics, we'll talk about Bitcoin. I mean, I've been bullish on Bitcoin. You could look at my analysis. So I definitely have lots of evidence of that. I've been everything I write is about bullish Bitcoin. So, and that's all coming from the price structure. It's not really just some random opinion. It's because I follow price structure very carefully. But great question. How about Alessandro? How about you? Bullish or bearish?
Long term is still bullish in this cycle, but I can't wait actually for a proper alt season to pop up again.
Oh, the next alt season, right?
Yeah, I can't wait for that as well.
Yes. If you were going into the next alt season, I mean, what's your top idea there? Like, what are you thinking?
I do think that we're going to see new memes popping up and getting billions in market cap, and reaching the market cap of the most known ones, for example, Pepe, and some others will just disappear. I'm just curious to understand whether it's going to be again this alt season on Solana chain, or if we're going back as old times on Ethereum.
Yeah, I think so. I think Solana has had its best time as well.
Well, that'll be
no advice from my side on that.
All right, no advice. That would be very interesting though to see. So, you know, again, look who we have. We have Max is back up here on our screen, and looks like, I mean, that chart that he's looking at, I mean, that looks like that hasn't changed much since we've looked at it before. I mean, that's the same. I see the same consolidation pattern. I see the same bullish trend, and it doesn't look like much has changed. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Max looks a bit bored, maybe. It's the sideways range.
Yeah.
We have had the green candles coming in one after another, but now it's going sideways.
There's not much to do there. I mean, you have to wait for a breakout of some kind. In my case, I would be looking for the bullish breakout until the market proves otherwise. You know, when if it starts breaking supports, because everything is always a big if. Then I would start to adjust my opinion.
But maybe it's on a high time frame and a nice retest. I don't see the higher time frame chart here.
Right, what time frame is this? Can you even see?
It looks like 15 minutes.
Is that the 15 minute?
Yeah, it's like the 15 minutes chart.
So, I mean, that's a pretty, for day trades, that's a pretty decent size. Like, that's a heavy time frame. So, again, I would be betting on that breakout if I were him, but we'll have to find out.
Here we have Mus Money.
What's he up to here?
It looks like a breakdown.
Still scanning through charts and looking. So these, see, that's interesting. I find that so interesting how they're just scanning for opportunities. He must be looking for certain types of patterns.
Trend breaks and rising wedges, I saw. And also a lot of indicators.
Yes.
Like 4.
Yes, yes.
But still, it seems that he is quite bearish. So, in his opinion, we're gonna go down soon. So probably is finding the right time and the right price.
Right, he's waiting
to short something.
I saw some trend lines on that chart that he had briefly. I noticed he's drawing some trend lines.
Yeah.
And you know, trend lines are like an art. They can be very subjective.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
some people draw them like they say, oh, I connect the candle tops or the wick highs or lows. Some people, they do the open close of the candle. Some people do like what he's got right there. He's connecting a candle from, you can't see it on this chart, but it's an unusual,
the wick.
It's an unusual way. No, he was connecting what looked like a pattern that went back into like where the structure was actually broken, but he was still looking at that trend line, which I find that to be confusing. But sometimes those trend lines do have some relevance.
Trend lines are basically a range because of randomness.
Right. So
you could also always use a range.
One thing,
losing the range.
Right. Right.
And horizontals are often way stronger than verticals.
I prefer the horizontal trend lines myself. But one thing about trend lines that, you know, I prefer actually trend lines over these oscillators that it has, because you know what? You cannot project an oscillator into the future, but you can project a trend line. It doesn't mean that it's going to behave the way you expect, but it gives you a gauge. You know, so you can gauge a trend line and you have some sort of price reference into the future. Whether you're using a classical trend line like that or a horizontal trend line.
Mm-hmm. And it's really a lot of market participants are looking at the same trend line.
Yes.
So there's always action around the trend line, like breaking down, retest,
it becomes,
and then confirmation with volume analysis.
It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because
so a lot of traders building trades around those lines.
Right. Right. But the more advanced traders tend to look at trend lines in ways that the typical trader does not look at. You understand? Like they usually look at it more in creative ways, because that is what you have to do to get some sort of advantage over the general population. Because if everyone's doing the same thing the same way, then in order to get some insight, to get ahead of that curve, you have to do things in an unusual way or unconventional way. And trend lines is a tool that you can use to find these unusual situations or these unusual setups in the market.
Yeah.
Now,
so far, Merlin was right about what he was expecting about the market. Look at him. Look at the
yes.
at the dark blue trends. So he actually spotted the right thing. I'm curious to see whether he realized any profits based on his assumptions.
Still consolidating with like lower highs at the upside and higher lows at the bottom of the range. So looking for an entry maybe for when you get a lower low, like a breakdown or a break up.
Yeah.
But that's the boring thing about consolidation. Even on the higher time frames, we had a 7-month consolidation on Bitcoin last year. It was really, it was really boring. And for altcoins, we all know it was really bad.
Right, and that requires so much patience. I mean, yes, you can drill into the smaller time frames and try to find opportunities, but it's really going to depend on your style. What I like about Merlin over here, again, is he has these illustrations on these charts where he's shown us what his expectations are, and we're actually seeing how the market has either followed what he was thinking or not, right? And that's his guideline, basically.
On the left, we see a short opened in blue.
Is that?
I don't know if it's a live short which he opened, but it looks like.
Right, I see that blue square that he has on his chart there.
That looks like a short with the stop loss at the upside.
Okay. Now that's interesting, because in that situation, I certainly would be cautious on shorts.
He expects a
He's looking for the breakout, right? He's looking for the break, or the break of the support, whereas I would be anticipating the fake out, the reversal, and I'd be looking for longs. But again,
he has not the time. He needs.
But you're sitting on support practically right there.
Yeah.
You know, you're sitting on support. So again, it's all up to the market. Do you get the confirmation or not? Because, like I said, I could sit here all day long and talk about longs. If the market doesn't agree with me, it doesn't matter what I think or say. So it's really going to depend on what he's anticipating and if the market shows it to him or not. And otherwise you can't force it. So, but I like his illustrations because, again, it gives us insight into what he's thinking exactly. Where the other traders, we don't really get much insight. Like here, for example, Kostya, he shows us his charts, and they're clean charts, which is nice. He has the support zone there, which again is a nice reference point as far as what what your decision making should be. Again, leaning on longs, I would be thinking.
He's using also this moving average. You see, it breaks down, then retest the moving average, and then again, and builds a long below it.
You know what that looks like? I don't know for sure if that's what it is, but that looks like the volume-weighted moving average, but I can't tell. I can't tell if that's a regular because I can't see it from here.
It's the only way moving average I like.
The volume-weighted moving average?
Yeah.
Yeah, because basically it considers volume, where the other moving averages do not.
Take into account every fake move on low liquidity.
Right, right. So you have to understand the limitations of moving averages. I'm not a big fan. I don't like to use them a lot because, you know, when you have a trend, sure, everything works. But when you don't have a trend, they can be very confusing. You know, especially they start crossing over each other constantly, and they can throw you off. I mean, that's the experience that I've had.
Yeah, that's right. On high time frames, they're quite good.
Yeah,
like
I think that we are very close to an interesting situation because soon, with the candles and what we have seen so far for many of our traders, we're close to a resistance. So there are two options, right? Either we bounce back high, or we break and we go down. So I expect in the next couple of minutes that our traders will place either long or shorts. And it will be interesting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you there. I agree with that, and I'm betting on the long side here. I mean, I'm thinking that these guys, once it gets out of that midpoint area, right? If it can test that support, I'm betting on the long side because of all those bigger picture bullish structures that we saw. So I'm very curious to see. At some point, they're going to have to start making some magic because, you know, we have a finite time for these guys to do this, and they picked the hardest day. And maybe that's why Whitebit picked the hardest day, because
really show off their
because right, how, you know, if we had like a bullish trend the entire day, how easy would it be? Like these guys would have like all like $1 million P&Ls. Well, that was easy.
Yeah.
And
Whitebit didn't know as well.
Imagine the competition would have been like 2 days ago.
Right.
These guys will be like in profits and longing like X.
Right, they'd have like
X.
these ridiculous numbers, and the thing is, there are times when the market is actually easier, and you don't have to be so experienced to make money. That's very deceptive, and that usually fools the beginner, because the beginner, you know, who doesn't have much experience, they're like, oh, that was easy, I made money so easy, and it gives them a false sense of confidence, right? And then what usually happens after that? What happens is you get into a tough market, you don't know how markets actually work, and you wipe out all your money.
Yep.
That is a very common beginner experience because, again, you know, trends can be deceptively easy. You need to understand what drives the trend so that when the trend dries up, you understand what's going on and you can make better decisions. We have our main stage traders here. Let's see how this has changed.
So I think we are more than halfway to the first day of trading. So let's see what we have been up to. So Mauro is still in pole position with almost 5,000 USDT. It didn't change.
Realized.
It didn't change. He realized it didn't change compared to our last check. But we can see that he has a few potential open positions with 1,500 USDTB unrealized. And then second place again with Malik, so same top three. He has almost 1,000 in realized and $300 in unrealized.
But what stands out is Mus Money, right, with 14,000 down at a realized P&L.
Yeah.
Is that 14,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been there before with 200K, so
this
he's used to it.
Yes.
Maybe it's its strategy. To first,
let's see what
start out in the hole as much as possible, and then he's going to blast off like a rocket. Okay, no problem. All right, so look, man, it happens. He's going to have to figure it out. But I mean, the leaderboard, besides that, I'd say it hasn't changed a whole lot. I mean, look at Merlin. He's still at, what is that, $48, $46? He's still flat. He's still waiting for something to happen. But he's sticking to his plan. I mean, sometimes if that's all you can do, that's all you can do. Sometimes it's hard to adjust on the fly like that. But Luca.
They all had the same chance like Mauro, right? So he's really standing out here.
But they all had the same chance, but they all don't have the same strategy.
No, exactly.
So I mean, Mauro knew to be aggressive. He went with the aggressive route early on, and he was correct. And I mean, look, he still dominates the leaderboard there. No one's even close to him.
Also, the P&L realized of him is like the highest realized P&L of all others.
Together, the sum of them.
Together.
Yeah. Bravo, Mauro! Congratulations for that.
Yes, we have to congratulate him.
You can sleep now.
I mean, he can take a break, but who knows? Someone can just come up right from behind him, and some trade comes along, maybe some sort of breakout, and next you know, Malik could be ahead, even though he's decently behind. It can change very quickly.
Yeah.
Right, and that's the exciting thing. I'll tell you what's scary about this is Friday. What's tomorrow going to be like, man? Saturdays are like horrendous.
Yeah.
You know, I mean...
Well, Bitcoin is pumping, and what I know from previous bull markets is that weekends can be really exciting.
They can be. I've seen, because I used to mess around with Saturday trades, and you can see it. Let's take a look at Mauro's open positions right now.
He's shorting.
He's shorting, yeah.
50x, okay.
Still with that leverage. So he has what, Bitcoin, the Bitcoin perp, and he's got Pepe.
Yeah. So he realized just $9 on that, and again $1,000 to realized. Probably is looking for an exit price soon on the sell. Who knows? And on Pepe, I think so. The margin is $500 x 50, so $25,000. But is still unrealized for $100. You know what will be interesting to see? The risk aversion of people at the end of today, because we're going to see whether people go and rest with open positions.
That would be interesting.
Or if they all close them and wait to reopen tomorrow.
That's a big risk, though, because something can go wrong overnight and completely ruin your position.
They can set stop losses, right?
Yeah, it depends on how much risk they take.
And take profits. So maybe we awake tomorrow with a whole different leaderboard.
Right, we can have a completely...
Exactly.
Right. So Malik over here,
exciting.
which is our our number 2 guy. What does he have here? He has Bitcoin, and he has, what's the other one there?
Ondo, yeah.
Oh, okay, Ondo.
Yeah, it's a zero size, so it's not a trade.
He's shorting, he's shorting too, BTC. So is on the first 2 traders, the 2 of them are shorting BTC. Similar entry price, and but he got it big. So he has a size of almost $130,000 with the 10x in leverage. So this P&L, unrealized P&L, might be very big if we see the resistance broken downwards.
Right. So we can see a big change there.
Yeah.
Now comparing Mauro and
got
Malik.
in way earlier.
So I mean, again, it seems like one of the common themes here. What's really helping this guy be number 1, the leverage. I mean, look, he's at 50x, right, and Malik's at 10. So the aggressiveness seriously paid off because.
But he is also a big stack bully in the meantime, right? He can take some more. Risk.
Right. But I mean, the thing is, being risk adverse in a tournament obviously is going to hurt you a bit if someone goes all in and is aggressive and he's right. I mean, look, Mauro he took a pretty big risk there. He could have been wrong, and he could have been minus $4,000.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But it paid off. Meanwhile, everyone else is being careful.
Yeah, is very aggressive, but both of them, if you check that, they didn't set any take profit or stop loss. So they are checking their positions in real time, and I think they are using their time margin, so they're not trading in isolated mode. So they are using the full 50,000 they have as potential margin, because we can see a liquidation price which is very high. Compared to a 50x leverage, 133,000 for BTC, it means he's using his entire margin, his entire bag.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so that's why probably he didn't set any stop loss.
Right. So basically, so for him, it's either my position works or I get margined out of my position, I get liquidated.
Or he wants to quit by hand.
Yeah, probably is that.
I guess that.
You mean exit the position manually? Is that?
Yeah, exactly. But
I tell you, manual exits. I guess for the tournament you can do
50x.
one thing with them. But yeah, manual exits. If there's a spike the wrong way, man, that could be tough because you get out at a much worse price than you were expecting. That's usually the problem with the manual exits. So wow, so very interesting to see, and how Mauro there has really not only jumped ahead, but he's maintaining his position while these other guys are still trying to work their magic and catch up to this guy.
Yeah.
I mean,
he has a lot of courage, because 50x leverage with no stop loss, no take profit is quite dangerous. So it seems that probably he's very focused on it, but I will feel stressed about it.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, when you have that kind of experience and you have that type of confidence, you're just, you know, he's unfazed. He knows what he's doing.
Yep.
And he just went all in, and he's like, look, the market's either going to pay or it's just not. And he put it all on the line. That does take courage, but that also takes a lot of experience, because a beginner trying to do the same thing, their result would more likely be random compared to a guy like this. He probably spotted something very specific that gave him that confidence to do this type of deal, to make it, you know, to go all in and get that kind of P&L. But I just think it's great that, you know, aggressiveness is the thing that paid off, while being a little less aggressive. Now you got to come back.
Yeah.
You know, now you're going to be forced to be aggressive when it might not be a good time, and Mauro can just like relax and be like, I don't even have to take any more trades because, you know, I'm ahead.
This is ICTC. We are here. This is a challenge, and this is a masterclass for the viewers to learn. But this is also a competition. So they need they are probably, you know, warming up a bit their engines, and then we'll start soon, because also the time is ticking. We are more than half of the day one trading. So we'll see what happens soon.
Right. All right. Great. And you know what? I got a nice treat for everyone here. We're going to have an interview with not one, but two of our traders. We're going to have Mauro and Malik together, and we're going to be able to ask them some questions and get inside their heads a little bit. So let's check that out. All right, so look, we have Mauro. A good job. Congratulations so far, Mauro. You are way ahead of the pack, and great job. And then we have Malik. Good to see you again. And we're going to ask you guys a few questions.
Yeah.
So let's begin with Mauro over here. Mauro, in the beginning, you were pretty confident with your strategy, and I remember you saying that you were going to be very aggressive to jump ahead of the crowd right away. I mean, obviously, you made the right choice. Can you just give us a little more insight as to like what led you on that path? Can you tell us?
Please repeat, please.
Oh, I spoke too fast.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the question for you. You, in the very beginning, you were the most aggressive, and you described that to us before we even got started here. What prompted you? Was it something you saw in the charts that said to you, I'm going to go all in, I'm going to be very aggressive? Like, what made you decide that that was the right strategy for this tournament?
I decided the strategy using the American session, okay, because there is an important information about what do Wall Street. Okay, and so in the session when it starts, I see a different type of my indicator, only volatility. Okay, and with this indicator, I can see that the trend after the start of American session could be short for a little hour, okay, because this is a challenge. So we have to trade like a day trade, like scalping. And I see that it's possible to reach a position also big and using leverage. But also I have to construct this position. It's not one shot, okay? It's not only one trade. I did 3 or 4 trades per position. So I do this because I using scaling in, okay, in this trade.
Interesting. Wow. Okay, so you're able to build your position.
Yes.
You weren't going all in big right off the start, and you, as the market was confirming your position as it's working for you, you add to a winner. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct. But
We saw you didn't use a stop loss. What's the strategy? You're talking to us right now. How do you manage?
Okay, I don't use a stop loss because I use a mental stop loss. Okay, I know where I have to stop my position. So it's not important to put it in the platform. But when you go in advantage on the market, you can also have the possibility to don't use stop loss because now I'm in advantage. Okay, so I have to trade my position and to manage this advantage, and so.
Do you keep being this aggressive, or are you planning to scale the leverage a bit down, maybe?
I don't know. I don't think about now because I don't see a really interesting signal in the market now, and we are going to the second part of the session in US. So I think that a great volatility is done. So I think it's better to stay calm. Okay.
Good points he made, because I was just telling you guys that Friday afternoons are the worst, and this guy just said the same exact thing.
In other words.
So right. So wow, very nice. Thank you, Mauro, for your insight.
Thank you. So let's target on your back, Mauro.
Yeah, we'll get back to you. Don't go anywhere. We're going to get back to you.
Okay.
Okay. So let's talk to Malik here a bit. Malik, how's it going over there? What can you tell us about your decision making so far?
I mean, I'm just doing what I do every day. You know, I'm not really doing a lot different. I might, approach the market a little bit different in terms of risk, but other than that, I'm doing the exact same thing that I do every day. So, yeah, it's pretty familiar.
I mean, you're number two. Are you feeling any pressure right now? Like, will that pressure affect your? Like, you're going to make any adjustments to your strategy as a result of that?
No, not yet. I mean, tomorrow, if it's the same case, then yeah, I'll probably approach it differently in terms of risk again. Probably go more aggressive. Today was more a tester day for me. First of all, I'm just getting used to the exchange, so that's one thing. The other thing is, I wanted to see what everybody else was thinking in terms of risk, and then adjust mine according to theirs. And so that's really what I've been doing.
What's your biggest risk today?
That's a good question. I'm not even sure I remember. Not a lot.
Sounds dangerous.
No, not a lot. I haven't risked a lot.
Wow, so here's a question for you. As the day unfolds, do you plan to take home overnights?
Are you talking about whether I plan to
hold the position into tomorrow?
Probably not, no. It's not really my nature.
So you're going to be flat by the close?
I mean, we'll see what happens, right? But again, like you also mentioned, it's basically lunch hour in America, and so on a Friday, it's just, I'm not sure it's worth it, I'm very careful on a Friday afternoon like this. So.
Right.
Malik, we are seeing you are short in BTC. You entered at 103,000. What's in your opinion the?
It's just a chop fest, right? There's not a lot going on, so it's pretty boring. But yeah, hopefully we go down, right? That's the analogy that I had in mind when I took the short. So
you say it's boring. Maybe on the lower time frame, you can grasp some little gains.
Well, I'm trading a 5-minute time frame. I could go lower, but second time frame I don't do. I have done it a little bit, but it's not for me. So I'll stay on the minutes, and yeah, 5-minute works just fine for me. So I'm not going to try and force anything by going lower and lower, right? That's a disaster. It could be a disaster. So
right. So you're going to stick to that 5-minute time frame.
No, I'm not particular. Like, I don't have it's not like a rule of mine. It's just where I think it looks the best.
Okay.
So
okay.
There's no set rule about time frames for me.
Is there a particular pattern you're looking for? Maybe like a classic chart pattern, or anything else you want to give us a little insight into?
No, not really. I take advantage of Fibonacci zones,
Oh.
and then I combine that with I guess you could classify it as a failure break above highs and below lows. And then, I plan on going the opposite way of the majority of people. So if we break, lows, I'm anticipating that to be a fake out, while others are shorting, I'll long it. And that's what I did.
Do you use any indicator to confirm it's a fake out?
Zero.
So he's basically going by the price action.
Only price action.
Yeah. A man after my own heart.
That's what it is.
Okay. I mean, this guy described my strategy almost to the T there. That's beautiful.
Right.
I have a tear in my eye. Okay, so hey, let's not forget about Mauro over here. Just one more question from Mauro.
Okay.
All right, you're not going to forget about you. I want to ask you the same question about overnights. As the leaderboard leader, are you open to taking overnights or no?
I'm not decided about because I studied the chart and I have to study so much things to decide this.
Okay.
Probably not, but if I see some of indication that can be bring to leave overnight the position, it's possible that I can use take profit, a stop take profit, okay, stop profit, because I can use a trailing stop if there are trailing stop, I probably will use this. But now I have to decide an exit strategy, different exit strategy.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, Malik just told us that earlier he's just doing what he normally does every day. He's not really making adjustments because he's in this tournament. How about you? Have you made some adjustments because you are competing with other traders here, as opposed to how you normally trade?
Do you mean that if I change my strategy tomorrow?
Well, well, have you adjusted your strategy for this tournament compared to how you trade when no one's watching?
Yes, I adjust the strategy, yes.
Oh, so you made some adjustments. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. That's cool to know.
Okay.
I'm wondering, do you put two types of crypto coins? Are there two crypto coins you won't trade at the same time? So maybe, okay, I'll take BTC, but no way I'm gonna trade Dogecoin at the same moment because they're somehow correlated, or are there pairs you exclude?
I exclude some pairs because I see that for this day, for today, they just have to do your volatility, okay? It's always a choose using volatility.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, well, thank you, Mauro, for sharing that insight with us.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So, Malik, before we move on to our other segment, again, you had mentioned to us that you are doing what you do every day, pretty much. Now, does that also include? Are you trading the same market that you normally trade, or were you forced to look at other markets because of the tournament?
That's a very good question. So I also trade a lot of things besides crypto, right? I come from stocks and futures. So I definitely don't trade as much crypto as probably some of the other contestants. But no, I would say, I trade a good amount of crypto as well. So yeah, not really. I'm not forcing anything. I'm trading the same pairs that I trade at home. So yeah, I'm sticking to my systems, really.
And so you mentioned you came from the stock world?
That's right.
So you trade stocks and futures and things like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. Wow.
So it's a bit different, but,
Yes, yes, I can appreciate that. Okay, great. Well, thank you again. Thank you for sharing that insight with us.
No problem.
And, guys, so look, you guys are our top 2 contenders, and all the pressure is going to rest on your shoulders. And it's going to be between you and Mauro and Malik here, and we may have our winner very soon because so far we have a little bit of a glimpse here, unless someone else does something crazy and they overtake you guys. I mean, what do you guys think? What do you think of the possibility of that?
There's always a possibility, right? Someone just full ports. I can't really stop them, and they're lucky. That's there's a chance that could happen, right?
So it's only luck.
No, I wouldn't say so, because we're very early into the tournament already. So, you know, but I could imagine that a lot of people, if they're lagging behind tomorrow, then yeah, you'll see a lot of full ports. So there'll be a lot more action tomorrow, I imagine.
Right in the middle of a Saturday. That's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe you have to switch to the 1 minute chart.
Yeah, maybe I do. We'll see.
Maybe you should do it now.
Wow, very nice, very nice. Wow. Okay, so I mean, I think do you guys have any other questions for our traders here?
Guys, just keep it up. Good luck, and go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Keep up the psychological edge.
Excellent, excellent. Wow. So, I mean, that was some very nice insight for our viewers at home. We get to basically see the mindset. We get them to hear the explanations behind some of their decisions because, you know, again, these guys have a lot of pressure on them. I can only imagine what it's like sitting behind that computer and then having a guy like me asking him annoying questions while he's waiting for the market to like confirm or something like that. That's got to be a little stressful.
Yeah, absolutely. But for them, it's they're the top two, so they can shine.
I guess they can, right, they can handle the stress, right?
Yeah, right now. Yeah.
I think it's pretty normal for them also to be in a busy environment. I can imagine if they are daily traders, they do that not only at home, but even when they go shopping or grocery. At least checking their positions. We all did it, or we all do that. So when while I'm eating a pizza restaurant, I'm some open position, I just check them every while. So
they even get bored because we are in the sideways action and okay, but then you have to move from lower time frames and take risks to really stand out, right? If everybody is waiting at the same time frame, you won't get the edge.
You can try. I mean, the thing is, it's a tough call because the thing is, you may be going into the realm of forcing trades. Like when you're on your 5 minute, if that's your normal time frame where you take action, and you're like, well, I'm going to go to the 1 minute because I need to find trades. You are now in the forcing trade environment where you're asking for trouble, in my opinion. Now here in this case, these guys don't have much of a choice.
Exactly, that's my point.
Right, they're going to have to look for trouble, and hopefully it works out for them. But as they know, those type of outcomes are typically more random. And people at home need to realize that you know, again, you can't make the market do what you want it to do. And when you start looking for things that are outside of your zone of analysis, basically, you know, it can be very problematic, and it can change some of these P&Ls very quickly.
Yeah, that's right.
If you know, if they get caught in that, and we're going to find out now. It's just so.
But you have like 5 times the candles of someone at. You can also say, okay, there's a lot of more to analyze and to be more dynamic.
Well, yes, I mean, sure, because you have more information to deal with.
Exactly,
right?
yeah, and then because you have to decide quickly, there's more chance to make a bad decision as well, and it's like throwing dice.
Right, I was going to say, it goes back to like a coin flip. I mean, you could just pull out a coin and flip it.
Yeah, but I would argue that some basic theories you base your whole trading setup on the 5 minutes should also work on the 1 minute.
Theoretically, yes, it should, except that the smaller you go, the more random or the more noise you're going to deal with. So your margin of error is going to be greater on those smaller time frames. Like you're going to be dealing with a lot of noise. So it's very easy to make a lot more mistakes. Although the theory of whatever technique you're using, it should work no matter what time frame you're on. You just have to know how to adjust to that signal to noise ratio. You have to realize you're going to be facing a lot more noise, and you have to account for that. So that's going to be interesting to see if these guys are forced into one of those situations where it's like, all right, I got to try to pull out as much money as I can. I'm going to go all in, and I'm going to bet on you on a 30-second chart and look for whatever setups I can find. Because yes, you'll have a higher frequency of trades, but there's going to be a lot of errors, and we're going to see it. It's going to be reflected in that P&L.
Yeah, that's right. So forcing errors.
Right. So that's a key thing where now, as an experienced trader, they should know this. And again, dealing with this time is a big challenge, and it's good for the people at home to see how to deal with a consolidation like this. you know, because now you're watching how the top guys do it. And it should really give you a lot of insight into, oh, you know, waiting is a thing. In fact, I should probably walk away from my computer. Like, these guys can't do that, but that would actually be the best course of action, in my opinion. Walk away.
But those guys here need to time the market.
Right.
And
they can't walk away.
They cannot have time in the market because it's scarce here.
Right, right. So all they can do is sit and wait and basically wait for the market to cooperate with them or not. And at some point, you're just going to get pushed into a corner. And at some point, you're just going to have to act, or just whatever, wherever your P&L is at, you just accept it. So it's going to really depend a lot on the personality of each trader and how they're going to go about doing that. You know, Mauro over here, I mean, I'm just very impressed with how he uses volatility, and he gauged that right. The other interesting point about him was he adds to the winners, which, you know, we're always thinking maybe like in an all-in, all-out type of mentality. I mean, as a day trader, I usually, when I'm thinking about sizing, I'm not usually, I don't have the time to really add to winners. I'm not doing it that aggressively. It's like, for me, typically it's all in, all out, where these guys, you know, you have a winner developing, he capitalizes on it.
Yeah, it's really building a position in a range.
Right, but as it's going his way, because you can also add to a losing trade, which if you're in the right situation, it can work, but man, when that doesn't work, that's when you have serious problems.
Yeah,
Trust
right.
me, I've tried it. So they call that, there's another name for that. They call it dollar cost averaging, when usually you're going, the market's going against you and you're getting better prices.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if the market keeps going and going and going, you get wiped out.
The dip of the dip of the dippity dip.
Yeah, right.
But actually, there are ways I usually do that to cover the other way. So I do DCA. Maybe if I think that it could go, for example, if I'm long in BTC, but it's going down on the 15 minutes chart, and what I do DCA. But at a certain point, if by any chance it breaks a resistance, for example, I have already another position open the other way, so short.
Oh, so you hedge.
Like hedging. Yeah.
Ah, that's interesting, right? Because you know what, stop loss orders, or like the traditional ways of managing risk, right? That's just one way, because there are multiple ways to manage risk. Like you just mentioned, I'm glad you brought that up. You can hedge.
Yeah.
You know, you can buy another coin, another product that's going to be the opposite of what you're doing, and you can protect yourself that way while keeping your position open in the one that's going against you. So it gives you that flexibility. It's just, in the beginning, I remember I tried to experiment with hedging. I found it to be so confusing. You know, when sometimes you get in those situations, like I'm long this, I'm short that, because then when it goes the other way and your original position starts working for you, now you have this hedge which is losing, and you got to get out of the hedge. So essentially, the hedge is really, it's very similar to just closing and opening the position. It's just the hedge gives you the luxury of staying in your losing position while not continuing to lose. You just have to know when to take it off.
Yeah, it's just, you know, in certain way, it's all a matter of, you know, the cost of opening or closing a position, and the fact that if you do hedging, you can maintain your losing position open.
Yeah, exactly.
So instead of, you know, realizing that P&L, whether it's profit or loss, you just open another one the other way around, and you keep maintaining that open. You paid already your fees, so you try to do that. It's of course risky, but you can. There are a lot of strategies in order to maintain a lower risk.
Wow, yeah, that's a great point.
You just don't want to realize losses.
Yeah, that would be nice if we could do that, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, not have to realize those losses, and then eventually, you know.
You get a hedge, but it's basically standing at the side of the market. But when the market keeps chopping sideways, it's really hard.
Yeah.
To keep being hedged.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why, again, like I always tell people, the best policy is usually to keep it as simple as possible. You know, if you can get into that hedging thing and not be confused by it, great.
Yeah.
But otherwise, if you find it confusing, like I always have, it's better to just be flat or not flat. You know what I mean? Flat or you're in a position. It's either one, because a hedge is going to have a similar effect.
But you can also add margin.
Yes, you can control risk with margin.
Basically, taking a loan on high leverage and then adding margin if it goes down, and then basically buying it, right? But
Well, what do you mean? Can you explain that?
Well, the actual leverage goes down if you add margin, right? So
Right.
if you have a 2x long and add some margin, it will be basically a 1.5x long if you calculate it. You can bring it down to like
Yeah,
1x
down the
long.
math. You say, if you're long and you add margin, your liquidation price drops.
Yeah, but if you add margin, your liquidation price will converge to 0.
Because you're using
And
basically.
then you basically add a 1x.
You're tying right. You're like a 1-to-1 basically.
Yeah, so if you have a high leverage, you can also add margin to keep
to
being in the
reduce.
trade. Okay, you were wrong, but you don't take the loss.
Right. You could stay in the position longer because, like Alessandro said, your liquidation price
is what we have
will
seen
change.
with Malik and Mauro. So they are using all their margin to support the position. That's why the liquidation price was over $120,000.
So it's
exactly.
It's right. So it's not.
So they are not 50x long, basically. They're like 2x long, maybe.
Their positions aren't threatened.
Yeah,
essentially.
exactly.
They have a lot.
They
of
won't be
flexibility.
liquidated.
Right. Right. So yeah, that is another nice way to manage risk.
Yeah, sure, but they could also go like 2x long. It would be exactly the same.
Right, right, right. So, but that's a great because leverage. When it comes to leverage and using margin, that's usually a point of confusion, especially for beginners, because a lot of people don't even consider the leverage or the margin. You just be like, oh, what's this number? And they move their little slider.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, I can buy more. And they don't realize what they're actually doing.
Yeah, it's actually a loan.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay, great. So next up, what we're going to do here is we're going to take a look at another news item, and we're going to comment on our next news headline. So let's check that out.
Oh, nice. The FCA plans to ban borrowing for crypto investments.
FCA plans to ban borrowing. Interesting. So that's
So
kind
like
of
credit card debt for buying crypto.
I didn't know there were a lot of people borrowing fiat currency in order to buy cryptos. Or maybe they're using their credit cards.
Yeah.
So they're going to probably stop letting the people using credit cards to buy cryptos on the exchanges.
And that sounds sort of like a bearish catalyst to me, right? It takes money away from the markets if they can't borrow.
It's also institution versus decentralized world.
I see an opportunity in this bottleneck because here we read the FCA plans, so it might be a rush to bring liquidity to the crypto world before they do that, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, right? Because they're like, oh, before I'm not able to do this anymore. So that can help bolster. That's also a good point. Yeah. So I mean, news like this though, it's interesting to see, and it's good to be informed and what's going on in the space. But when it comes to making decisions and taking trades or whatever, I find most of this news to not really be very relevant in the outcome of the markets anyway.
No, it could be a trigger to really.
It could be.
It was already in the charts.
It depends, right? It depends on the news, but certain news carries more weight than other news, right? Like something like that doesn't seem like a heavy weight compared to, like, for example, if if Bitcoin was banned by another country, for example, that would probably be very negative and carry a lot of weight, right? So one important thing about news that I try to really help people out with is don't think how heavy or how relevant the news is. Let the market tell you, because only the market knows.
The market is the only one who is right.
Right. The market's always right. So, people that go in with these opinions, they say, oh, I see this news. Oh, and I think it means this, so I'm going to do this. That's the worst thing you can do, because you're just asserting yourself onto the market when really it should be you're the passive follower and you let the market figure it out. If the news is heavy, okay, you don't try to chase that news or act on that news, especially in this day and age when before the thought goes even through your mind to press the button, an algo has taken the position and now is flipping it to you. Like before you even can think, this thing is acted. So that's what you're competing with. That's why it's very important to consider what it is that when you're dealing with news, what it is that you're actually dealing with, and put like a weight on it. I'm willing to bet all of these traders up here would have the same mindset where news is not going to affect their strategy. Even if it's heavy news, they're just going to see a change on their chart, and they're going to adjust to the chart.
Yeah, I do agree on the strategy, but I think that still certain type of news, especially macro, shall be taken into account in the timing. I'll get you a fun fact. I think a couple of years ago, it was a Friday. I forgot it was a Friday, and FOMC news were going to be out in a few minutes. It was like 2:30 p.m. CET, and I did open a huge trade at the wrong moment. And what happens is that I got liquidated immediately because there was the FOMC giving the news.
Yeah,
it was bad, I was long, and I got liquidated like a huge amount.
It can be very
in
volatile.
seconds.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah. By the way, let's see our Italian Luca Boiardi traders open positions. So.
20x leverage.
Yeah, we can say
default for him.
Yeah, he has three open positions so far. So it's Dodge. It's long on Dodge, long on Pepe, and long on XRP. 20x at this moment is losing on 2 out of 3 positions, and is on XRP is actually potentially gaining something. But still, the other ones are closed.
And he decided to go all long all day, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. But he tried quite a few pairs, from ADA to Ethereum, even Trump.
Even Trump.
Yeah. I didn't do any loss, I think.
All right, so guys, I mean that's great insight on the open positions. We have a special announcement that I'd like to make here. We have the biggest profit for today. All right, so far, which is Maro, with a profit of $4,817.
Wow. That's nice.
Bravo.
So the position was in Ethereum, right? He's got the Ethereum perpetual futures contract, and his RP&L is $4,817.02, right? He opened that position at this is what time here? I can't see, 13:57, all right, which is 1:57 p.m. And he closed the position at 14:38. So he was in that position for a little over a half hour, 30 minutes, and he extracted $4,800 on a $50,000 account. What kind of percentage is that, man? That's
like 10%. Almost.
Is it 10% in 30 minutes?
Yeah, of the 50,000 initial bags. I would say bellissimo.
Yes, that's a very good word, bellissimo. Wow, very nice, Mauro, very nice. Right, okay, representing the Italians. We're going to have to start calling him the Italian Stallion soon. All right, cool.
Wrap him in some candles.
Yes, the Italian Stallion. Wow, that's great. So yeah, he's the guy. I mean, this could be a foreshadowing into the potential take it all, the take home winner of the cup.
But maybe the other traders want to get some more risks now, so they are losing.
The pressure's on.
Win is one money, basically.
Right, because he's going to take their money too. I mean,
because the winner will take the delta.
Yes.
So if there are people losing, people winning, the delta is for the winner, but yeah.
So when you say the delta, that means all the P&Ls of the other traders go to the winner.
Yeah, so if some traders are down like 10K, and he's up 4K, then it's minus 6, right?
Right, right. So, and look, we have the traders open positions here. We have Mus Money. Now, how's he doing? Because, he was having a little trouble earlier.
Yeah, so he's bullish. So he has 4 long positions, all of them 10x leverage. Currently, he's trading on Trump, ENA, Pepe, and Jito. and let's see what he's doing. So he is potentially losing in all of those positions. The biggest potential lose is on Pepe.
$2,000.
Yeah.
And his biggest, I guess, his biggest winning position was the Trump position. It looked like his least losing, I should say, his least losing position.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe we should have more red colors when.
He's potentially under pressure. You can see he's a little bit under pressure because he's the least in the leaderboard. So he's at the bottom. He got already some huge losses. So he's trying to probably recover somehow and
taking more risk for that.
Yeah, yeah. He thinks. I think he inverted his strategy because in the previous trades he was going short. Now we're seeing
that's really dangerous, right? To revert your strategy because the point you start doing that, often the trend turns as well.
Right, you're getting caught at the worst price a lot of times. So it's interesting. This was the guy that had the $4,000 unrealized profit earlier. Am I correct?
At the beginning, yeah.
At the beginning,
But
so
then
that money
became
evaporated.
Yeah, and he's also at the bottom of the leaderboard right now.
Wow. So see that's
he's in a tough situation.
Like it doesn't play out now. This is the position you're in. Also, it looked like he was looking for those longs. He was looking for that failed low and that reversal. It looks like the market's not cooperating. So
and he's trying to draw some wedge structure here.
Yeah, that looked like
it looked a bit forced to me.
Yeah, well, he's trying to find something. You know, he's trying to find that. That looked like a
breakout, but the breakout retest didn't work out.
Right. I saw that triangle that he drew on the chart there on that previous chart. He had that triangle, and I think he was looking for the consolidation breakout, like you said.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the market, when the market doesn't cooperate, there it is, right there. Like he's got that triangle. That looks like a bullish, basically a bullish pennant, where it looks like it's converging, but it looks like it's going lower because he's looking for the.
Yeah, but the trend has reversed. We have lower lows, lower highs.
Well, in that little context, yes. But when you zoom out a bit, it's a tricky thing because you're consolidating. You have the lower lows and lower highs, but only relative to that little structure. If you look back just a little bit, it's a little bit still
high and
bullish.
low.
It's still,
yeah,
yes,
okay.
That's something that you must not lose sight of because what happens is you start shorting into that bottom because you go, oh, the trend has changed. It hasn't, it's not likely to have changed. It could have. And maybe it breaks and goes further, but that's up to the market to let us know.
I see.
So as a trader, I mean, he has to sit there and decide, okay, if I'm not getting the confirmation, like in a situation, like if I was in that situation and I wasn't getting the confirmation, I mean, my only choice would be step aside, okay, and then wait for the market to give me the confirmation. Going short here would just be, I would see it as an extremely high risk thing to do, because if you get caught in that bottom, he's going to be minus $8,000. Like he's going to be double his loss
right away.
So that's.
We have here Loza Eugene. We can see his trader screen and.
Looks like he's now looking at one
on the vertical.
Chart.
Yeah, he used VPVR, right? Volume profile.
Yes.
And you can see the spike in volume.
Well, what you see there,
a line, the black line.
What that is showing, right? That volume profile. That's where the most volume has transacted throughout the day. Like that's the time.
Throughout the consolidation phase.
Right. Like the price has spent most of its time in that volume bulge.
Yeah. That's you can see it broke down.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, it can break out of that bulge, but that bulge basically what that shows you is it tells you that price has spent the most time inside of this range, which means there is a lot of what I guess you can refer to as open interest. There are a lot of longs and shorts that are inside, a lot of volume that's long and short, and there's not much volume on the outside of that. So typically in those situations, especially if you're looking for a day trade, what I'd be looking for is the mean reversion, going back, finding an extreme high or low, and then going back into that midpoint area where price is likely to gravitate toward because of all the volume that's been produced in that area. It becomes like a magnet.
And it's really nice to also see it on higher time frames because you can really see, okay, if we cross that line, then price will break up to the next resistance level.
Okay, right. So As we're watching Mauro here, guys, what about, so just as a refresher real quick, what are some of the rules for the tournament here that we talked about earlier?
So everyone gets a 50K deposit, needs to place 3 trades an hour, so they're under pressure to really have action, and should have traded 500K in volume over the 2 days to be eligible for the prizes.
Yeah, and they're balancing in USDB, which is an intra-company asset. All their trades are not demo, so they're going to affect the market. They're going to be in the market. And what happens is that we're going to have a winner who will grab all the profits of all the other traders, minus the total amount of USDB that Whitebit gave to the traders. So there is a potential to win up to 5 million USDT, which is a huge prize pool. And
for the main stage traders, right? So we have also squads.
Right. Well, before we get into all that detail, we have a video that's going to explain all this in much greater detail. So people at home, check this out.
The International Crypto Trading Cup is the first event of its kind, a global showdown where top traders compete live for the ultimate crypto title. 8 elite traders face off live on the main stage during an intense 2-day battle. 7 are invited pros, and the last one is the winner of the qualifications. At the same time, solo participants and squad leaders from around the world join the competition online. The event takes 2 days with 12 hours of live trading in total. Trading is done via TradingView on the Whitebit futures market, using 50,000 USDTB with 50 supported pairs and up to 100x leverage. Between event days, no trading or order changes are allowed, though open positions may stay active. All positions close automatically at 9 p.m. on May 10. No bots, no extra tools, no outside help, and no multiple accounts. Each trader competes using one dedicated sub-account with at least 3 trades per hour required. If your balance hits 0, you're out. The last remaining trader continues solo until the timer ends. If overall profit exceeds the total deposit pool, the player with the biggest trading score takes all the remaining deltas up to 5 million USDT. ICTC 2025, the world's first crypto trading championship.
All right, everyone, and we are back to the International Crypto Trading Cup powered by Whitebit. Again, I'm your host, Mark Principato, and I have here with me again
Alessandro Monterosso from Italy.
Kurt van Laken from the Netherlands.
Great. Okay, so guys, hey, I wanted to remind you real quick. We have here a voting system, okay, where users can earn points for simple steps and then use them to vote for their favorite, their favorite, I guess, the groups, right? Because you just mentioned before, we have the squads, and we have all those things. So the viewers at home can actually vote.
Absolutely, yes. There is a 6,500 USDT prize pool, and there is a way to spend points and to earn points. So the users who register to Whitebit can earn points just by registering, by completing certain actions like performing the KYC, or for example some security actions like enabling the 2 authenticator factor. And then if they deposit at least 5 USDT, they can get additional points. And then if they do more than 50 USDT of deposit, they can get additional points, and they can spend these points to vote.
For instance, who will win on the main stage?
Exactly.
They can predict.
Yeah, they can predict. So if they target it, for example, you say Mauro Kaimi will win, or Malik will win, and they actually win, the prize pool is 1,500 USDT. All the traders or the users of Whitebit who will actually identify the right bet, they're going to get the prize pool. And there is up to 6,500 USDT.
So where can they vote? Where can they place these votes?
Yeah, on the website of the ICTC. They can find it on
the landing
Whitebit,
page,
but they need to be registered to Whitebit.
They have to, I see. So
Yeah,
they go to that main page there, and then they can. Yeah, that's a cool thing. So basically, it's like almost like event trading, right? Where you're voting, you're voting a certain outcome. You're voting on a certain outcome,
exactly.
and you can win a prize for that.
Yeah,
How
it's like
cool is
betting
that?
on some outcome for the ICTC.
How cool is that? All right, cool. So viewers at home, don't forget, take advantage of that because again, it's more money that you can win.
They also can still compete as solo trader.
Oh, they can still do that too. Wow, that's very cool, very cool. So we should see more of that as well. We're probably going to see some leaderboards in that area soon too. So who do we have here? Well, there's Luca. There's one of the Italians there with his nice jacket. And how's he doing otherwise here? Like he was having a little trouble earlier too. And what can we see? It looks like he's watching that low area, and I suspect he's looking for a long. I would hope he's looking for a long.
Oh no,
but
no, he's not.
He's just looking around, and
he wants the price to drop into the red zone and then enter a long trade with the stop loss at the bottom of the red zone. And take profit at the upper part of the range.
That looks like the right idea, as long as that range doesn't break on him.
Yeah, that's why he has the stop loss in play.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't see whether he opened it right here already. But
now, if you notice, like that area he's got highlighted, it looks like he's highlighting a common bottom. You see the double bottom? He's got the square on that right there, but if you look to the left a bit, you see another bottom. You see
it's like a range. Yeah.
That's a typical like double bottom type of setup, and that can be meaningful in these type of situations. So I mean, I would be looking for the long too. Now we're back to Merlin over here, and how's Merlin been coming along? I mean, that looks like his illustration that he showed us right at the beginning of this stream.
That's a nice cup and handle.
Looks like it played out, right? Oh, look at that. He's got that. He's drawing the resistance there. You have that breakout, right? Broke that resistance. I mean, that's strong, man.
Yeah, the cup and handle has broken out, and now he's waiting for the retest to enter long.
Yeah, what pair is it? I cannot see.
Yeah, I can't see what.
I can't see it either.
You can't see the pair? Okay. Yeah, that would be nice to see, but it probably hasn't changed much. We could probably walk up there.
It's Link.
I see.
Oh,
Chain link.
Chain link.
Yeah.
Wow, that's quite a breakout. I'm suspecting that larger time frame, that must be the daily time frame.
Chain link is a really interesting one as well.
Yeah, what makes it interesting?
Well, it hits a lot of narrative boxes. So if you're from a different point of view investing into crypto, well, Link hits from different perspectives the boxes.
Like what? So give us a box.
Like for instance, DeFi or USA-based currencies, or yeah, a few of those things. If you have like a bubble chart of all those things, you have a lot of overlap for Link.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah,
so it makes
it interesting.
A popular coin.
Yeah,
especially for because that's one coin. Like I said, I'm more of like, if I'm doing this, I'm looking at Bitcoin or Ethereum, and these altcoins like Link and all these other ones. It's like, if Bitcoin isn't moving, man, probably the whole world isn't moving. That's not exactly right, but that's the way I like to think of it. Because I like to just keep it simple. So I love seeing these guys working on these altcoins because it just shows how much opportunity there is. No matter where you look, you can find something somewhere if you know what opportunity looks like.
Yeah, it's like starting a business in the crypto landscape and combining different types of techniques.
Right.
Also, the decentralized part, I think we shouldn't underestimate. I think in 100 years, the DeFi will be leading over CeFi.
100 years, that's a good time frame. Yeah. Well, no, it's good to keep an open mind. Absolutely keep an open mind. Let's check out our nominations we got here.
We have individual nominations. So by trading score, by highest ratio of winning trades, by highest individual trading volume.
So these are solo traders, right?
Yes. So we have Junior Zcash as the highest trading score so far. Congratulations.
Would be second
Junior.
here or third maybe on the main stage, right? With this P&L.
Yeah. Potentially, yes. No, but I think it's a trading score. This is trading score.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we have the indeed the ratio of trading wins. So he actually did 100% of the trades are won. So bravo. And then we have the highest profit. On the highest profit, we have yellow polygon, $47 so far. And instead of the by trading volume, we have over $500,000 done by second Shiba Inu. Congratulations, guys. We've seen good numbers so far, especially on the volumes. $500,000 by Shiba Inu. Material Litecoin is $200,000, and KG Algorand is around $100,000. So they are actually trading quite a lot.
Yeah, but I don't see them pop up in the other ratios. So that I think something went wrong as well.
Yeah,
I think. If you have a high trading volume and you're not popping up like it's like 5x the first one and the third one.
Yeah, let's see the squad nominations. So we have the best ROI, but the pole position is led by Koala with 302 of ROI. Crypto Geed is second, and then M22. And look at what's the difference in between the first and the second place.
Wow.
Yeah. Then best winning ratio, we have 0.66 of winner's money, and then Crypto Geed is 0.61.
0.61, yeah. Wow. Very cool. Congratulations. I mean, doing a nice job there as well. So now, moving along, guys, we have the next thing that we're going to show our viewers at home is we have a video about trader psychology.
Nice.
This is something you definitely don't want to miss because this is the key to the whole game here.
It's the market, right?
Yes, that's it. It's your psychology against the psychology of the market. So let's check that out.
Today, we are venturing beyond the charts, the indicators, and the breaking news. We are diving into the most unpredictable, powerful, and often overlooked force in any market, the human mind. Trading in any form is intense. It's a relentless arena where fortunes can seemingly be made or lost in the blink of an eye. It demands focus, analysis, and quick decisions under pressure. It's not just about calculating risk. It's a visceral, emotional roller coaster that can leave even seasoned traders feeling mentally taxed, exhausted, and questioning their own judgment. Why? Because understanding the psychology of crypto trading isn't just helpful, it's fundamental to your survival, let alone success.
The biggest challenge was, facing the loss of money, because at the very beginning, I started during a strong bull market and I felt like a genius, everything was going up, every trade was in profit, and I was like, oh my God, I'm a genius. And then the market crashed and I discovered that I'm not a genius, I was just, on the right place at the right time. And when the market turned, I just lost everything, and that's what was one of the biggest challenges. Understanding that you're not a genius, that you have to learn better and become a better trader at the end of the day. And that's what motivated me to become one as well.
Wait till I will receive a lot of money to cover all my bills, because it spent, I guess, almost 3 years to become profitable enough to start a better life than I used it before when I was a student.
Adding fuel to this fire is the 24/7, always-on nature of the market. Unlike traditional markets with opening and closing bells that provide natural pauses and time for reflection, crypto never sleeps. This relentless cycle creates a pressure to be constantly vigilant. Did you miss a crucial pump overnight? Is the market crashing while you are asleep? This lack of downtime can lead to burnout, fatigue, and impulsive decisions made in suboptimal states of mind.
I'm always got needs to check market, news, and so on. It's part of my daily routine. And if I miss it for some kind of reason, if I'm in road or something in other place trading, it's fine. Other opportunities will be next time, so I'm not worried about that.
This unique high-pressure environment creates fertile ground for two powerful emotional forces that constantly stalk crypto traders. FOMO, which is fear of missing out, and FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They are the twin demons whispering in your ear, urging impulsive action. Imagine scrolling through Twitter and seeing posts about a relatively unknown coin suddenly skyrocketing. Screenshots of massive gains flood your feed. Friends in a chat group are buzzing about it. Nagging voice insists everyone else is getting rich. You are missing the boat. Get in now before it's too late. That's FOMO. It's a powerful siren call driven by greed and social comparison. It compels traders to abandon their strategies, chase pumps, buy assets at dangerously inflated prices, and take on excessive risk without proper research, simply because they cannot bear the thought of missing out on potential gains.
4 months ago, when Trump make these political movements with another countries, I lost 100,000 USDT. It was a biggest stop loss in my life. This situation a little bit disappointed me, but then I start again, and right now I am in a zero. It's not profit and it's not loss.
So how do you build defenses against these pervasive emotional tides? It's not about eliminating fear or greed entirely. They are human emotions. It's about recognizing them and preventing them from dictating your actions. The strongest armor is a well-defined trading plan, crafted during moments of calm rationality. This plan should clearly outline your entry criteria, profit targets, and crucially your exit strategy, including stop losses, before you even enter a trade. Sticking to your plan becomes your shield.
You know, the funny part about the whole mental space of trading, every single trading error that somebody encounters, I'm talking about overtrading, over-risking, all these different things, it's all tied back to the same root issue, which is wanting to make money. So what I always tell people is that if you can rewire, that's what trading is, rewiring the human brain, because naturally that's not how we're supposed to feel and think, right? But you have to rewire your brain from the aspect of wanting to make money and into the aspect of wanting to build good habits and follow rules. And so you have to rewire your brain to do that. And once you are able to do that, everything becomes easy, because every single problem ties back to the same issue, which is wanting to make money. And that was my biggest issue when I first started as well. And if people who say they didn't get into crypto or trading to make money are just liars, essentially, right? Of course they did, I did as well. But that's really what's going to end up biting you. You have to learn how to rewire your brain. And of course that took many years, but now we're here and I feel like I've done a decent job.
So recognizing the unique pressures of crypto, the pitfalls of FOMO and FUD, and the subtle sabotage of cognitive biases is crucial knowledge. But knowledge alone isn't enough. The real challenge and the key to longevity in trading lies in actively cultivating emotional control. How do we move from knowing to doing? The cornerstone, once again, is the trading plan. It cannot be overstated. This document, created with a cool head, is your objective guide when emotions run hot. It must detail your strategy, what conditions trigger an entry, where you will take profits, and critically, where you will cut losses. It should also define your risk management rules, like the maximum percentage of your capital you will risk on any single trade.
So I'm very specific and picky with where I trade and when I trade. For example, I don't trade Mondays, I don't trade Wednesdays, I never trade the weekends, so my only trade days are Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. That's the only times I trade. I like trading volatility, and that's when the most volatility is. Second of all, if I have not opened my computer and done pre-market analysis 30 minutes prior to market open, which is New York session for me, right, 9:30 EST. If I'm not at my computer at 9 EST analyzing, I don't trade, right? And on top of that, I only trade from 9:30 EST to 11:30 EST, it's about 2 hours a day. Also, my analysis pre-market includes a whole plan of potential zones that I'm looking to buy from, sell from, reversal zones, all these different things. And if I haven't written out my pre-market game plan, I can't trade. It's a rule of mine, right? Also, I never trade outside of my office. Very rarely do I trade outside of my office. Never on my phone or any nonsense like that. So yeah, I'm very picky. Same as if I had a bad night's sleep, I don't trade. If I had an argument, I don't trade. If I don't feel well, I don't trade. All these different things I don't do because I understand the human mind and how it affects it.
Embrace continuous learning, not just about market analysis, but also about psychology. Read books, follow thoughtful traders, not just hype merchants, and constantly seek to understand both the market's movements and your own reactions to them. The market evolves, and so should your understanding and strategies.
To understand myself, personally, to improve my mindset, I have to spend such 5 years. It's not simple, but every day I improve something about myself and about my mindset. So it's not a locked time. Okay, it's a street. Is a way that you do every day. To do something every day that can improve your mindset. I think that, however, is at least 3 to 5 years is really important for improve your mental skills and your mindset.
The psychological currents of crypto trading is arguably as challenging, if not more so, than mastering technical analysis or understanding blockchain fundamentals. The extreme volatility, the constant market cycle, the pervasive influence of social media and the speculative nature of many assets create a perfect storm for emotional decision-making. But the key takeaway is this: while you cannot control the market, you can learn to control your reactions to it. Success in crypto trading isn't just about finding the right coin. It's about mastering your inner game. It requires rigorous self-awareness, unwavering discipline to stick to a well-defined plan, robust risk management, and a commitment to continuous learning and emotional regulation. It's a demanding journey requiring patience and resilience, but by understanding the psychological landscape and actively implementing strategies to manage your emotions, you dramatically increase your chances of not just surviving, but potentially thriving in this exhilarating and challenging world of trading. Money. It's a concept so deeply ingrained in our lives that we rarely pause to consider its strange and evolving nature. It's the invisible hand guiding trade, the yardstick measuring value, the lubricant greasing the wheels of society. But it wasn't always crisp banknotes or blinking numbers on a screen. Our journey with value exchange began far more tangibly. In the rustle of grain, the glint of a seashell, the heft of a well-crafted tool. Welcome to the story of money, a tale that inevitably leads us to the most famous and perhaps infamous digital currency of our time, the Bitcoin. For centuries, the value of money was tied to metal it contained or represented. Even when paper money emerged in China around the 7th century, later adopted in Europe, it was typically a promissory note, a claim check redeemable for a specific amount of gold or silver held in reserve. This was the era of gold standard.
I think that one of the most important, because it made people see what money really is when they abandoned the gold standard. Because money became more and more worthless, and inflation was ramping up, and we basically learned to see what money is. It's just a piece of paper with someone that's saying it's worth like that. But can we trust that person? That's the question, and I don't think so. So that's why Bitcoin exists.
I'm not a big fan of paper money because every year the inflation is cutting them, so can't find in the history where is the exact moment which was the most important for them.
Long before Bitcoin ignited the public imagination, a movement known as cypherpunks was exploring the intersection of cryptography, privacy, and digital freedom. In the late 1980s and 90s, figures like David Chaum were already pioneering concept of anonymous digital cash systems like DigiCash. They foresaw the potential for digital surveillance and control inherent in purely electronic, centralized money. Their goal was to create electronic payment systems that mimicked the privacy and peer-to-peer nature of physical cash, using cryptography to secure transactions and protect our identities. In October 2008, amidst the turmoil of a global financial crisis that shook faith in traditional banking systems, a paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, was posted to a cryptography mailing list. Its author, using the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto, proposed a novel solution to the double spending problem without needing a trusted third party. Nakamoto's genius lay in combining several existing cryptographic concepts in a unique way. The core innovation was the blockchain, a public, distributed ledger containing a record of all Bitcoin transactions. Transactions were bundled into blocks, cryptographically linked together in a chronological chain. This chain is maintained and validated not by a single entity, but by a network of participants, or so-called miners, who dedicate computing power to solve complex mathematical problems. Successfully solving a problem allows a miner to add the next block to the chain and, as a reward, receive newly created bitcoins and transaction fees. This process, known as mining, serves two crucial functions. It validates transactions and introduces new bitcoins into circulation in a controlled, predictable manner.
I don't buy Bitcoin, okay? I don't buy Bitcoin because I mine Bitcoin, so it's so funny, but it's in this way. I mine Bitcoin in 2015, and from 2015 I'm an holder of Bitcoin.
I think I just heard it from people and the internet, maybe in 2016, 2017-ish is when I first started hearing about it. I was not smart enough, unfortunately, to buy it then. So yeah, I think I bought and Bitcoin was not actually the first asset I bought. I bought Ethereum before I bought Bitcoin, which is a big mistake because Ethereum is more like a stable coin now. Yeah, I bought it because everyone else was buying it, and yeah, it was just cool to hold a little bit of Bitcoin, you know.
The identity of Bitcoin's creator remains one of the most compelling mysteries in modern technology. Satoshi Nakamoto communicated via emails and forum posts during Bitcoin's early development, collaborating with other programmers but meticulously guarded their real-world identity. In April of 2011, Nakamoto sent a final email stating they had, quote-unquote, moved on to other things, handing over the reins to key developers like Gavin Andresen. Then, they vanished. Speculation has been rampant ever since. Is Satoshi a single person or a group?
Actually, I think that's a collective of people. I don't think it's just one person, and I think that Hal Finney could be one of them because it's really very close to Satoshi Nakamoto. He was one of the first people running Bitcoin, as he said. It was really a pioneer, so if I had to guess, I would guess it's him, or at least he's involved.
It would baffle me if it was a single person, but then again, nobody knows who it is, and so if there was a whole team behind it, I find it very hard to believe that they would be able to hide it for that long. So if I had to get, I would say one person, and then you have Satoshi, as everyone thinks is who made Bitcoin, right? But again, whom I don't know. One person, I think, and Satoshi is who I think it is, yeah.
100% not Satoshi Nakamoto. Real lead should be more close to the United States. This is all I can tell today, but I know much more about this situation.
From its obscure beginnings on cryptography forums, Bitcoin embarked on a wild journey. Initially, it had virtually no monetary value. The first known real-world purchase occurred in May 2010 when programmer Laszlo Hanyecz famously paid 10,000 Bitcoins for 2 pizzas. A transaction worth millions at later prices, now celebrated annually as Bitcoin Pizza Day. The following years saw gradual growth in awareness, punctuated by periods of intense volatility and media attention. Then Bitcoin gained notoriety through its use on dark web markets like Silk Road, raising regulatory concerns. Simultaneously, it began attracting venture capital and serious developer interest. Bitcoin experienced major price bubbles and subsequent corrections, notably in 2013 and the massive bull run of late 2017, which pushes it firmly into the mainstream consciousness. Each cycle brought new waves of users and investors, but also sharp downturns that tested believers' resolve. The ecosystem matured with better wallets, more regulated exchanges, and derivative products. Crucially, institutional investors, like hedge funds, corporations, or asset managers, began to take notice, viewing Bitcoin as a potential portfolio diversifier or inflation hedge. The approval of Bitcoin ETFs, which stands for Exchange Traded Funds, in major markets like the US, marked a significant milestone in its integration into traditional finance. Throughout this decade-plus journey, Bitcoin has proven resilient, surviving technical challenges, regulatory crackdowns, market crashes, and internal debates, like those leading to forks like Bitcoin Cash. Its core network has continued to operate reliably, processing transactions across borders without intermediaries.
I 100% think so. I mean, it's not been around for that long. It is already, I think we just moved up to the 6th largest asset in the world. So 100%, I do think it can outweigh gold by a mile. It's also a way better hedge against inflation. All these things, it's just a very good asset overall, and it's digital gold essentially.
From the simple act of barter to the complexities of global finance and the digital frontier, the story of money is one of constant evolution. Bitcoin stands as a landmark chapter in this narrative, a bold experiment born from cypherpunk ideas, cryptographic ingenuity, and the moment of financial disillusionment. Revolutionizes global payments or finds a different niche entirely, Bitcoin has already profoundly impacted our understanding of money, trust, and value in the 21st century. It remains a ghost in the financial machine, a decentralized force whose ultimate destiny is still being written, one block at a time.
I am Mauro Caimi, and I'm a trader, a quantitative and cyclical trader, and my story is started in 2001 because I'm an old trader, so I start to trade futures and commodities and stocks. And after 10 years of experience in trading, I know Bitcoin and the crypto market because I was a miner with my friends that study science, PC science. We start to create a mining farm for Bitcoin. And so I was amazing about this discovery of Bitcoin, and so it's a lot for me, and I changed to trade my trading to from future and commodities to Bitcoin and crypto. And now I'm an Italian influencer with my YouTube channel. I started to create YouTube in 2018, yes, 2018, and to teach trading strategy, because in Italy some crypto trading are not professional trader, and so it's my mission is to teach professional trading and technical analysis for my follower, and also cyclical analysis. And so that's it. It was a great experience for me. I improved some skill studying trading, and also for myself, because trading is really important for yourself and your mindset. So studying trading and do this for a really long time I improve my skills about my psychology and my mindset, such as behavior control or to control my bias, natural bias, like financial bias. Okay, so it's really important to do a guest with you because studying and trading is really difficult for people that is not passionate or is not focused in this type of professions, and so it's really difficult, but it's really the best thing that I can do for myself, because it's important to create a perfect good version of myself. Risk is a really important thing in trading because it can explain if you are a gambler or if you are a professional trader. Control the risk is the most important thing because in trading the strategy is to have the fish, okay, the possibility to trade again. So if you go to all-in on the market, is not a good idea, because you are not a professional trader. In this case, you are a gambler. So it's also possible that you win something, but it's not possible to win everything and for a long period. So if you want to stay here for a long term, you have to control your risk. So I think that is the same in my life. I not prefer really a great risk in my life, but it's different because trading is a professional. So for profession, I have to control, but for my life is not the same, no? So for my personal life, I think it's a good thing to have some risk. So it's not a bad idea, okay? When I'm not on the market, I prefer to play some instrument and singing, because I'm a musician. So this is a most important hobby for me, because in this way I can balance myself, my creativity, and also my social skills. So musician give me the possibility to do something that is really different from my work. So I can create a break, okay, from the natural daily routine. And in the second part of my day, I become a musician. So it's really wonderful for me, because I have the contact with the crowd, with the people. I can sing and I can play some instrument like saxophone, because I play the sax. So it's really a good thing. So music for me is really best in my life after trading. Not simple to describe success in trading and in professional things, because it's really subjective things. For me, success in trading is to create a strategy and plan that I can use also for a long period. Is not to do the one single trade for my life. Okay, is not to create so much profit only with one trade. For me, success is to understand the markets. Understand the markets, it means also understand the people, because markets are a social place. It's not only analytical or statistical place, it's a social place. So understand the market is really important, because gives you the possibility to create a longer period work and a trade that you can do for really much times. So success is this for me. Okay, is understand and have the comprehension of the change in the market, of the changes in the market, the increase of the market and the behavior, different type of philosophical thought in the market. Okay, because market is also developing their self and produce some different things. No? Okay, this actual market is real different from 10 years ago market. Okay, so this is success for me. This is a really interesting competition, and I think that it's really important for trader to meet other trader and to participate to this competition, because you go up with your skills. I'm here for improve the skill for myself, okay, because participate to this competition can be the possibility to study some things, to learn about the difficult to trade only for a little time, or for 1 day or 2 days, and compete with the other trader is really important to give you the possibility to have some things that give you the fire, okay, the sprint, the final sprint, to understand, to learn, to study some things. So it's a really good competition, and it's really important for everything I know, because if you are a trader, if you want to become a trader, you have to do this type of experience.
My name is Yevgen Loza. I'm CEO of Excavo. I'm a professional trader. I start at 2013. I'm coming to one conference, and one guy, his name Bill Hubbard, he's since experienced like 40 years in Wall Street, and he talked about the market, about the gold, and it's very interesting for me. After this conference, I start to educate, learn how to trade, what is it, financial market. That's how I start. My trading experience, it's 11 years, and I have a lot of challenges in my career. So I understand who I am, what my good skills, where is my problem. I just discover myself. In every trade I have a fixed stop loss. It's like 1-2% for my deposit. So this is my strategy. This is how I trade. Every trade 1-2%. I don't like to hold biggest minus, because my win rate it's not too big, but I focus at big risk reward. My trading routine is like I do sport every day meditation, and I have a big community and I publish and research market. This is my routine. I'm not focused at education or mentoring. I'm just publish my idea for public. It's for free. It's in TradingView. I publish every day, every week. My ideas, my view on the market, on crypto, on forex, in any financial instruments. So I just discover the market, what is success for trader. Before I want to fix in this area. I want to stay in this area, and after I focus at the money, I want to make big money. So now I'm just enjoying the market, and that's why I participate in this tournament. I like to work in this area, in financial market area. I'm not expect about other traders, about other trader, because I don't know their trading style, their performance. So I'm just focused at myself. I want to achieve victory in everything what I do.
Web 3.0. Is it just hype, a tech buzzword, or is it genuinely the next evolution of the internet, set to change how we live, work, and interact online? To really get Web 3.0, we need a quick trip down memory lane. Remember the internet of the 90s? That was Web 1.0. Think static websites like digital brochures or encyclopedias. You could read information, but you couldn't really interact much. It was the read-only web. Think GeoCity pages, maybe Netscape Navigator if you were there. It was revolutionary for its time, giving us access to information like never before, but it was largely a one-way street. Then came the mid-2000s, and the internet exploded with interactivity. This is Web 2.0, the internet most of us know today, the read-write web. Suddenly, we became the creator. Social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, they allow us to connect, share content, build communities, and shop online seamlessly. User-generated content became king. But Web 2.0 has a catch. While we create the content, large corporations own the platforms. They control the data, the algorithms, and the rules. Our digital lives are largely hosted in centralized silos owned by a handful of tech giants. Think about it. Your photos, your posts, your connections, your whole online identity, they all exist on servers owned by someone else. You have access, but you don't truly own it. This centralization brought convenience, but also concerns about data privacy, censorship, and single points of failure.
I'm waiting for a Web3 internet, and I'm a big fan of all guys who is creating Web3 platforms and blockchain, and they probably will change our world in the next 5-10 years. If I'm trading in DEX market, there are a whole industry of decentralized platforms where you can trade easily any pairs in many DEX exchange, or you can easily create meme coin in one moment, or you can hold your money or NFT in special wallet and receive incomes, or you can even build a business in Web3 application, receive crypto, and no one will suspend you in this world.
And that brings us to the doorstep of Web 3.0, often called the read-write-own web. So what is Web 3.0 fundamentally? At its heart, Web 3.0 is about shifting the power back to the users. It's an idea, a movement, and a collection of technologies aiming to create a more decentralized, transparent, and user-controlled internet. Instead of data being stored on servers owned by single companies, Web 3.0 leverages technologies like blockchain, the same tech behind cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Imagine data distributed across thousands of computers worldwide. No single entity controls it all.
I don't think that can apply to trading, can apply in the real economy, because with the tokenization of the asset, we can liquidate some asset, okay, that is not so simple to create a liquidity. The tokenization can push this sector. And is also important because the cost of tokenization is so down instead of the other asset, okay? So it's simple to tokenize some asset, and it's simple to liquidate some assets in this way. So I think it's a really best creation of efficiency in the market.
And while transparency is key for transactions, Web 3.0 aims to give users more control over who sees their personal data and how it is used. Instead of handing over data wholesale to platforms, you might grant specific, revocable permissions for certain applications to access only the data they need, often managed through your crypto wallet, acting as a digital identity hub. The goal is to move away from the data as the product model of Web 2.0.
AI, especially AI agents, will be a great, huge role in the next few years. Even now, there are some solutions where AI agents can trade on your exchange without you. And all markets today are definitely is building with AI. Who is building them in real time. This is 100%.
I think that AI is very useful to analyze data. I use it to, I just give the AI a lot of data and I look for trends, I look for maybe statistics, and it helps me a lot improving my strategies as well, because it can take a lot of raw data and generate results from them, some insights from them. And so it's really, really important to implement it in your strategies, backtesting, analysis, and so on.
Well, we are still in the early innings like the dial-up era of Web 1.0, but the ripples are already spreading. Decentralized finance aims to rebuild traditional financial services on the blockchain, removing intermediaries like banks. It offers potential for greater access and transparency, but also comes with risks and regulatory hurdles.
You can't do any manipulation when you don't have supplies or a lot of money for pumping. If you are doing pumping, other guys will kill you because they got supply. Supply is the main point in this for doing any manipulations. I'm really fine for AI trading, especially when you can train in your own neural network for trading, and I definitely will use AI agents in the next few years. Especially, actually, I'm building one AI agent right now.
So there you have it. Web 3.0 isn't just a technical upgrade. It's a philosophical shift towards a more open, fair, and user-centric internet. We've journeyed from the static pages of Web 1.0 through the interactive but centralized platforms of Web 2.0 to the emerging read-write-own era of Web 3.0 built on blockchain, decentralization, and user ownership. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. There are hurdles to overcome: user-friendliness, scalability, regulations, and weeding out the bad actors. But the potential to reshape finance, creativity, gaming, community building, and our fundamental relationship with the internet is immense. We are witnessing the foundations being laid for the next chapter of the digital world. It might take time, it will definitely evolve, but understanding Web 3.0 today is key to navigating the internet of tomorrow. The International Crypto Trading Cup is the first ever global showdown for the ultimate crypto title. 2 days of trading, 8 elite contenders, the winner takes all the profits. ICTC 2025, the world's first crypto trading championship.
All right, and welcome back. For those of you that are just joining us, my name is Mark Principato, and we have my co-host here.
Hello and welcome back. I'm Nick from Italy, and I'm here with Gert.
Yes, Gert van Laken from the Netherlands.
Right.
Welcome back.
And you're joining us for the International Crypto Trading Cup, powered by Whitebit. And we hope you're enjoying the show so far. We've had a lot of interesting things to learn about and to learn about how these traders have been adapting to this tough situation that they've been facing. I mean, have you seen, we had a chance to talk to Mauro behind the scenes, and he was feeling good.
Oh yeah, he must be feeling good with that P&L realized, man.
Our leader here, and I mean, we asked him, "Are you worried about the other guys overtaking you?" He was like, whatever. Like he was very calm about
very
that.
Very relaxed, professional,
like professionally.
A sign of a professional trader. Absolutely.
Yes.
And we had a chance to talk to some of the other guys, and they said, hey, they're starting to feel some of the pressure.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's nice.
I can imagine it.
And
imagine.
That's the whole point, really.
Pressure is where we get cooked.
Yeah.
You put the pressure on them, and then we're gonna see some P&L drama soon.
Yeah, you don't want to get emotional on these things, you know.
I mean, have you seen like where Bitcoin is at right now?
Ooh, it just did a wild move, as far as I know, right, Gert?
Yeah, it bounced from the bottom of the range we're in. So there should be a little shake in the P&Ls, but it hasn't broken out yet, as I checked a few minutes back.
So remember, so it was
potentially breakout soon.
It turned out.
Right, so out of the range.
No, not out of the range, potential. So it's
potential.
It's really moving fast to the other side of the range.
Okay.
So it could break out up or
that's starting to become more interesting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Faster move, faster liquidations.
Yeah, because they traded a consolidation the whole day, basically, right?
It was a tough short.
Yeah.
Tough for the shorts, man, because and that's, remember we were talking about that earlier when we saw that failed low area on that consolidation. We said tough place to be short. And you don't want to reverse your psychology now and be like, oh, it's at the bottom, I'm going to short it, because this is what happens. You get caught in something that's actually strong, and then you get squeezed. That's why, really, I know it's cliche, but the trend really is your friend. You just have to know how to, go along with that flow and not get confused by what the market may be throwing you at the moment. You still have to look out and look at that bigger picture. Right?
Exactly. There will always be trend breaks on lower time frames, but if the higher time frame has a clear trend, it's always better to keep it as a friend as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So, guys, we have this second activity coming up here. Have you heard?
Oh, yeah. What is it about?
Well, remember we had that first activity.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Where it was where we had our people from home watching, right? And then what happened? The QR code popped up.
Okay.
And then they had to give us an emoji. Remember that?
Oh, it's coming back.
Well, yes, it's coming back. But the thing is, it's not going to be an emoji this time. Okay, it's going to be, we have another question to ask. So we can talk about that. That's the Ask It, and hold on, the actual name of the thing is Quiz It to Win It.
Oh,
right?
okay.
So,
the one from X Traveler, right?
Yes.
Where players can win X Prime memberships.
Yes.
The last ones. The last
13 ones.
Yes, exactly.
One more than the previous time.
The missing one from today. Yeah, okay.
We're going to give away some more of those memberships.
Oh, that's nice.
And you have to be able to get that QR code, and you're going to have to be able to jump on that quickly.
Yeah, you better stick on that screen to not lose it, right?
So right. So that's where we're at. Now we're going to have a second question here, and there's the QR code right now. So you have a minute to scan that code, and let me give you the question, because this is the question that you have to answer. What would you describe this tournament to a friend who knows nothing about trading? So again, I'm going to repeat that. How would you describe this tournament to a friend who knows nothing about trading? You have less than a minute to answer that question right now in the Telegram community, and then a moderator is going to pick the winners, and then we're going to announce them here shortly. So there's our QR code. Here, let me see if I can point to it again. Here's the QR code. No, there it is right there. Here's the QR code. I got to point to Nick. There's the QR code right there. Click on that thing right now, and you're running out of time. You have about 30 seconds. Get on this thing now. Go to the Telegram and answer that question. And this, again, this is brought to you by X-Traveler.
Xtravel.io, yeah.
Xtraveler.io. And they're going to give you a voucher for a membership to their X-Traveler, what is it called? The
X-Prime membership.
X-Prime membership, yes.
There will be 13 winners this time, so that's really nice.
Yes, so jump on that. It's a nice opportunity, okay, to get like a nice little prize there. So we're waiting here as the questions come in, and we're going to have an answer from our moderator soon who the winners are. They're going to show us right here on the screen, and we're going to read the answers and congratulate our winners. Now, how cool is that?
Oh, that's very nice. They can know instantly if they won or not, yeah.
Yes, we're going to find out. And now, you know what? The activity is now closed. So you can no longer, you missed it, the QR code is now gone, and your next opportunity to do this will be tomorrow when we stream on our second day. We will have some more activities where you can scan the QR code and participate to win prizes as well. So do not fear if you missed it. You know, I know, yes, there's a fear of missing out, but you still have another day. Just be more on top of it tomorrow. That's all I can tell you. Okay?
Yeah, don't let the FOMO grab you. Yeah, for sure.
Right. So in a few moments here, we're going to have our winners. They're going to bring them up on the screen, and we're going to read the questions or the answers.
The best answers will be displayed. So, well, maybe the moderators are scanning for good answers, obviously.
Okay,
yeah,
so
the most creative ones, I guess.
Yeah, that's going to be coming shortly.
It's not a smiley anymore. It's getting harder.
Right. This is certainly going to require a lot more skill.
Yeah, this is a bit longer answer this time, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, not just an emoji.
No rockets involved. Yeah.
Right. We're going to have to read. They're probably going to send us some paragraphs, and we're going to see the nice answers that they put together for us at home. So those of you that are in it, great. So while we're waiting, we have a nice chart over here. We're back to Yevgen, and his charts haven't really changed much, have they? Let's see. I still see that market profile.
It's still stick to the same assets from before, yeah. Bitcoin mainly, Bitcoin, Ethereum. And
5 minutes chart.
Yeah, monitoring Ethereum Bitcoin pair, like to see, maybe to check if Ethereum is rolling harder than Bitcoin. And then we have Solana. Solana, which maintains its price over $170. A big leg up that it did just yesterday. So...
keep going.
Okay. It will be very interesting to see which kind of... you know, I've been away for kind of while, so I want to see how the things unfolded. You know, like how is Loza going and how the other players are going.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm looking at that bottom chart, the bottom right-hand corner there, and it looks like he's drawn in a support level right at like that bottom. You see that key low?
Yeah.
And that's the failed low that we were talking about before, right? Because the market since then, I mean, look, the market has bounced off of that. And, I mean, he's got some stuff drawn there, so clearly that's got his attention. Now, I'm just looking at that's the Bitcoin chart right there.
It is.
And that looks to me like a small time frame, but it's hard to see the details there. And he's still got that clean chart in the middle. You know, so it looks like when you look at that profile, you can see, again, the bulge on those charts. You can see that's where all the volume has pretty much transacted. And as the market gets away from that, you're taking more and more risk if you start buying. Like that's the tricky part with a breakout. You know, as it goes further and further away from that consolidation area, there are greater chances that it's going to pull back into there. So it's a tricky game to play. Like that's where it's either you're going to do the mean reversion and you're going to try to sell the fake out, or you're better off waiting for the retrace into the consolidation and then look for a long there. I mean,
right.
So now what do we have here? We have Kostya.
We have
back with Kostya.
Yeah.
And what chart does he have up on?
Oh, that's Avalanche. Avalanche on the, looks like the 4 hours. Yeah.
And he's drawing a line there. So first of all, he has a candle that looks like a pin bar. The current candle, which is not closed yet, that looks like a pin bar. Typically, that type of candle is a reversal candle. Now he just switched over. Notice the support and resistance lines that he has.
Oh, yeah.
He's noting the key levels, right, where obviously those would be inflection points where he would look for some type of action because, just getting in right now, there's really nothing there. You're asking for trouble, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's in a very middle range situation, yeah.
Right.
Maybe he's trying to identify the points where liquidity can be taken by the market, like
yes.
to reverse the move.
But he's waiting for the retest of the breakout of the downtrend. So if you have the last lower highs, if you fit a trend line through it, it has broken out of it, and it's currently retesting, and it was lining up with the red entry zone, which he was identifying.
Right, just like he has here.
This
If you
looks
notice,
like a bear flag to me.
He has that low. Notice he has that higher low. He's marking it right now. That's obviously his support zone. He has the higher low developing, but that support zone is probably where his probability is. He's gauging his probability. Like if a reversal is going to happen, it needs to happen in that zone, or maybe slightly lower. If it goes below that zone, then you're probably breaking the opposite way. I mean, you're breaking on the bearish side, which doesn't seem like that's. I mean, again, I'm not inside of his head, but if I saw something like that, and I saw a support zone just below, and the general market has been strong, I would be looking for longs in that support. I would not be shorting that because that's asking for trouble. The probability, look, it can work, but the probability is against you. And in this game, you have to work with as much favorable probabilities as you can, right? So that's the situation right here. I mean, he keeps switching it, but there was a higher low in there, and that's really what would prompt me to work on the long side. Where here, look, he's got the resistances marked out.
Yeah, it's at the top of the band down, right?
Right. So he's got that potential lower high. Now that looks like a short idea to me that he's considering there, because you have a series of lower highs. But when I can't see like
he's setting up like a long here.
Well, on that.
Yeah, he's setting up a long for sure. Yeah, with the risk-reward indicator, like looking
at
for
the top of the red range he wants to enter.
Yeah,
and then trying to get the green.
Oh, so that was Pepe. Okay, so he was looking at Pepe coin there.
Pepe.
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 Short setup.
Oh, Luca
Boiardi. How's Luca doing?
Luca, how he's doing?
He still looks very stylish.
Oh, he's also trading Pepe, his favorite meme coin.
But he was showing a short setup, so that's interesting.
Yes.
Earlier, right? Yeah, he was.
Which indicators does he have? Let me see.
It looks like is that a position I see there? Yeah, look, it looks like he has a position and it's green.
RSI.
But you have like breakout of this downtrend, right?
Well,
still consolidating.
You have the consolidation,
but he has got that strong support level. Like
it's still a lower high.
Again, Pepe. He's in Pepe. So a lot of these guys like that Pepe coin.
Pepe.
Yeah, it's like a meme coin.
Oh, so great. You know what? So we can get Luca. Actually, we can get him on the stream here, and we can ask him some questions.
Yeah, why not?
Let's do it. Hey, Luca, let's get onto Luca's screen here and have him join us, and we can act. Oh, he's there. We can talk to him. So Luca, how you doing so far?
Not really well, actually.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
No, actually, what I'm trying to do is to place high-risk positions with a tight stop loss.
Okay.
And with a very high risk-to-reward ratio. So my purpose is having a very low win rate, but with a very high risk-to-reward ratio.
Okay.
But right now, yeah, let's say that I got one position out of 5, so we are still below the average. But
risk is winning.
Yeah, risk is winning, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. But we still have one whole day, so it's not over yet.
And do you also have a red jacket for tomorrow?
Oh no, no way. I will never wear red.
Okay.
You're gonna have to put on a green jacket. As long as it's as stylish as that one, we're good, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Look, he's a big bull.
The bull jacket.
Yeah, the bull jacket.
Great! Wow. So now, I mean, so Luca, obviously, you've dealt with a little tough market here. I mean, is there anything that you're going to adjust as far as your strategy or philosophy? Now you just described what you were doing, but what else is in your game plan? Do you have anything else in your game plan to help you get out of the situation?
Sure. Tomorrow I will ramp up even more the risk. So
oh, you're going full degen.
Yeah. Here you have to go bust or you have to win. That's
go hard or go home.
Yeah. There's no middle point, you know.
Okay. There is no middle of the range.
He was probably talking to Mauro in the
Mauro,
break.
yeah,
Mauro
maybe.
He probably said, hey, what are you doing? And then
Sounds like,
and they probably spoke Italian, I suspect.
Yeah, for sure. So no one else could.
So you're setting up a short position here, right?
Yeah, on Cardano, but still not reaching the entry level.
Okay.
All right.
I've set up a couple of positions, along on Bitcoin, along on Solana.
And what are you looking at for the RSI, for divergences maybe?
No, actually, I look at the market structure, which is usually, right now it's bullish on the higher time frames. And to choose the entry level, I usually look at the liquidity levels below maybe a range on low time frames.
I see.
And that's where I place the entry, with a very tight stop. And yeah, as you can see, a high risk to reward ratio. That's the purpose of the strategy.
Now you mentioned that it has not reached your entry price, right? Is that you just said that? Is there a particular type of confirmation that you're looking for that will justify your entry?
Yeah, actually, I put the entry slightly below the shadows of the candle on the local bottom, if it's a long position, or on the local top, if it's a short position, just because usually there's a lot of liquidity and the price goes there, takes the liquidity, and then retraces. And if the structure on the high time frames is long, is bullish, I mean, it's better to do it, of course, on the lower sides of the range to enter a long position.
All right. So you're playing with the ranges out there.
Yeah. I usually like to play with the ranges because I can keep a tight stop and keep a high risk to reward ratio.
You have also the RSI open, right? And I saw it breaking up.
Yeah.
So this is really high risk.
Yeah, actually,
right.
the RSI, I keep it just to have a look at if the market is oversold or overbought, but I just don't use it as an, a
confirmation.
To open
breaks
the position.
above the yellow line, so breaking somehow bullish.
Right. So basically, Luca, you're using it sort of as a reference, just a general reference.
Yeah.
As opposed to like a part of your specific strategy.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
That makes sense.
The entry, stop loss and take profit is based just on the price action, on the price levels. That's it. And I also use CVD over there just to have a look if the market are buyers or sellers.
Okay.
And this gives me a hint if the market participation is on one side or the other.
Oh, okay. Really nice.
Okay. Wow. So sounds like you have your work cut out for you there. Do you use, now I notice you have volume histogram on your chart. Do you refer to volume at all as part of your strategy?
Yeah, actually I do, but right now I think I had the volume profile before, but I deleted it because it was like making too much noise on the chart, and I wanted to focus more on the price action. But yeah, I just use it on the session to have a look at which levels have the most volumes, because those are the most important levels. They are magnets for price.
Mm-hmm. Have you also seen the breakout of the downtrend? Are you also watching that one through the previous lower highs?
This one, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a breakout, and now we have a retest with.
Yeah, I know, but I actually don't like the breakout and retest stuff on the trends. I do it just on horizontal levels usually.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Cool.
So you don't use trend lines like.
Yeah, I don't use trend lines usually.
Okay.
Well, great. Luca, thank you so much for your insight here. We're definitely going to come back and ask you again, see how you're doing, see if you've improved your position at all. So again, great job. Just keep it going, and we're rooting for you.
Yeah, right? Let's do it.
Supporting our Italians. Okay, so guys, next thing on here, we have now our winners from our activity that we had earlier from the QR code.
Right.
So we're going to go over those right
look.
now. Let's see what we got. Let's see what our winners put into the Telegram chat, and they're going to be right up on here on the screen. So first, we have. What is that? Lion. Congratulations, Lion. A tournament where who makes more money with using leverage in crypto markets. Okay, is that he left out the question mark, so I'm having a hard time. A tournament where who makes more money using leverage in crypto markets? Well, I mean, essentially, I guess it's really not specifically about who uses more leverage. It's more about who is employing the strategy correctly or that's in line with what the market is showing. It's not really an issue of leverage, because leverage is a choice that we have to make, and it's either going to work for you or against you, right? But it's going to have a lot to do with your environment. So it's not, I would not characterize this as a tournament. This is what he would be telling a person who doesn't understand this.
Yeah,
you don't want to just limit it to just leverage, because it's about more than that. But it's still a good answer. I mean,
it's balancing.
Right, he won.
If your margin is really high and you have
right, so it's still, hey, look,
see.
that's his answer, and you know what? He won his prize.
Congratulations.
So congratulations.
Go big or go
home.
Big
oh,
or
that's
go
that's what
home.
Mason.
That's a nice answer.
Sounds like Mauro.
yeah,
sounds like Mauro.
And Luca just
From
told
Mason,
us that as well.
Good one.
But Mason,
right.
congratulations! You're another winner for the
X Prime memberships,
Prime
from
membership.
Travel, yeah.
So again, go big or go home. Great. Our next one here from Kay. Buyers against sellers who win this evening. Okay, I mean, it's a little vague. It could be a little more specific.
Yeah,
because,
yeah.
You know, we have skilled traders. These aren't just buyers and sellers. These are the top guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Next one, Mirza.
Okay, you guys.
Rosaliev.
You guys can pronounce that name.
All right.
A trading tournament is like a game where people try to make the most money on the market in a short time. Whoever makes the most wins. That is the best one I've seen so far.
Yeah, very
really descriptive,
basic,
specific,
understandable.
It was specific.
Yeah.
It was clear, and he touched on all the main points of what a trading tournament is like. So
and traders are actually people, so that's also nice to stress.
Great
they get
job.
tired.
Yeah.
Nice job. Okay, so we have Dima. Who make money faster in some conditions?
Same conditions.
In the
same
conditions,
conditions. I can't even see. Okay, congratulations again. You're another winner of the X Prime
membership.
membership. Okay.
Calculated
Y
risk
says
taking.
calculated risk taking. All right. So again, those are decent answers. Those are aspects. They're aspects of the tournament, but there's definitely more going on than just calculated risk-taking, but that's a pretty good answer. But there is more to it than that. If you're going to explain this to someone who doesn't know what a trading tournament is.
Maybe we should ask why.
Huh? Ask why?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice joke, nice joke.
Yeah, I just got it went over my head.
It was a bit too...
too complicated for me. All right, so we have Volodymyr. Hey, I'm watching a one-time altcoin trading tournament where everyone starts with the same virtual fund and goes head-to-head to see
Sounds ChatGPT, man.
Who can boost their portfolio the most. It's all about strategic altcoin picks and live rivalries. Whoever wrote that knows this tournament really, really well, because they described it to a T. Vladimir right there. So I have a suspicion I might know who that is. I have a suspicion, but I don't know. We won't talk about that right now. But that is a very good answer.
It's not only altcoins. Bitcoin is also included, right? So it's not...
Right. So he could have maybe put Bitcoin in there. But that is a very good answer for someone who doesn't understand what this is. Okay, emotional breakout. Okay, wow, that's probably the least informative answer.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you still won. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, but
you know,
weird answer.
A little more than 2 words, my friend. Manson's back here. He says, source of necessary knowledge. All right, well, that's another, again, a component of this. It's certainly an aspect, but there's a lot more to a trading tournament for someone who doesn't know what a trading tournament is.
Yeah, exactly. He had to respond really fast.
Yeah.
It was
okay, so
only
good
15
effort.
seconds.
Good effort. And congratulations once
exactly.
again. That's, you know, it's a good try. KK, it's like Counter-Strike tournament, but for traders.
Oh, this one, I like it.
So tell us, what is a Counter-Strike tournament?
Counter-Strike is a very popular video game. It is making a similarity with e-games.
Ah.
You know?
So that's a pretty good, so for people who understand video games, that kind of summarizes it all in one word.
Yeah.
Okay, so good answer. Thanks, KK.
Yeah,
congratulations on your X Prime membership. All right.
Well deserved.
Yes. That's a very efficient answer. All right, who's next? We have
Seri.
1409.
Sergio 409. Bear versus bull. Right, these guys talk about less is more. I mean, Dan, these guys are keeping it simple.
Another one that has had like 10 seconds left to answer.
Right. Oh, they waited right to the 10 seconds.
But you spelled it correctly, at least.
At least. So, hey, guys, some great answers. Congratulations to all of our winners. Great job. Thank you for your participation, and enjoy your X Prime memberships. Now, for those of you that missed out, again, keep in mind, we're going to have more of these activities planned for tomorrow. So you want to make sure that you are tuned in, and you want to make sure you are glued to that computer screen. So when that QR code pops up, you are on it, okay? Because again, just like one of these traders, you cannot afford to hesitate. What do you guys think?
Oh yes, there are a lot of prizes, and you see they are easy to win. So
yeah,
it is worth a try.
Take advantage.
Take advantages.
Capitalize on it. These are opportunities, whether it's a T-shirt, an X Prime membership, or anything else that comes up. I mean, pretty much for these activities, that's what you're going to see.
And also grab some knowledge here.
Yes.
There are
that's the most valuable part.
A ton of knowledge, right? That's like that's the biggest
takeaway
thing
they can take away
that you're getting from this.
The best part is that one for sure.
Right. So let's look at our main stage traders
we
here.
we got a leaderboard.
Nice. Let's see.
No surprise there with Motto. I mean, let's see. Malik is still number 2.
It has changed a bit since the last time we had a look at it.
But Max, it looks like, has changed position. Right?
Yeah. Max.
Is Max
scaled into the 3rd place. This is very nice.
Who was 3rd before? Do you remember?
He was 4th, as far as I remember.
And what Merlin was Merlin 3rd? Who was 3rd?
Oh yeah?
I don't remember.
I can remember who was the 3rd one.
Okay.
But Malik and Mauro Kaimi
They're still up there.
They are doing very well. Yeah.
And how about, let's see, so it looks like there's been some changes, right? So Yevgen Loza, he's still in the negative, right? So our top 3 guys are on the positive, and then everyone else is still in the red. They're still trying to fight their way back.
Yeah.
Right? So we have also, so Luca, now Luca was, I think, about in the same position, right?
Yeah, he was 6th, yeah.
And then Katya.
And Merlin is breaking positive, right?
Right, he's just about getting green there, right? So we have our green guys and we have our red guys.
And Mus Money is really also having a nice unrealized P&L.
He came back a bit. I think he was worse.
He's coming back as promised.
He's the comeback kid, but he
intro,
still needs to do some more coming back.
We already called him like that this morning, right?
Yeah. So
he's
still working on it. So we have faith.
But we have 2 traders without an open trade. So
we still have. Right.
Yeah, we have Malik
and Kostya.
And Kostya, yeah, sure.
Right. So very cool to see. So now look, we have this assets analysis chart. So we basically can see here what the traders are.
The balance from the beginning, like they all began with, am I correct, right?
50K.
Yeah,
Right.
50K, yeah.
And how it's played out so far throughout the day.
2 big outliers.
I mean, we see Mus Money, right?
Yeah.
And
Kaimi on the top, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so those are our extremes. And then look, everyone else is like in the middle of the range.
Yeah, they are.
Interesting, right?
They're ranging like the
They're inside that consolidation, which tells us that they must be doing a similar, I would imagine they're all employing similar strategies or have a similar perspective, right? Because they're all sort of producing a similar result.
Oh yeah.
Right? I mean, that would be my theory on it. And Mus is just, maybe he tried to take a bigger risk and it just hasn't worked out. And this is a chance you take. I mean, this is a situation.
Slightly up.
Right, he's coming up a bit, right? And and who knows, maybe he'll come back and he'll win this thing. But basically, he may have taken a big chance that just hasn't worked out. And this is the chance you take.
At least he took the risk, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You got to take the chance, but you have to be, if this is the outcome, hey, you got to deal with the cards that you've been given. You just have to work with it and then try to come back.
And there's some natural resistance at 60K.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So now we're getting into the individual nominations here. Let's see how this has changed a bit. So, Nick, who's our first guy?
The first guy is called Distinct Clayton, as far as I can see it, on trading score. Then we got the first of the highest ratio of winning trades with 100%, which is Tasteless Die. Then we got the highest individual trading volume
with half of a million of trading volume, which is second Shiba Inu. And then we got the highest profit from a single trade with $47 from Yellow Polygon. Interesting.
Nice job, you guys.
Yeah.
So
we got whole a bunch of players and situation there.
Now here are the squads.
Nominations. The best ROI.
Squad nominations. Let's see.
We have Holder Heb with best ROI of 4,000.
That's massive, man. That's massive.
He's really
4.9K% up. All right, nice. Congratulations.
So I won't mention the other two.
Yeah, they are like standard numbers. But
as they would say in Italy, bravo.
Bravo.
Bellissimo.
Bel lavoro.
Sì.
Sì.
Okay, wow.
Right.
So, and then who do you have second there? You have, is that Kala?
Koala is up with 302%, which is not bad, but compared to 4.9K, it's.
I know
it's a fraction. It's a small fraction.
It's a pale comparison.
And then we've got CryptoJid, which has scored at 22.9%.
Wow. Okay, so he's got a little ways to go, but hey, at least he's on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, for stock market, it would have been a great result, but in crypto, it is like
it's like
it's standard.
You're like a beginner. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow. Very interesting. Yeah. Wow. So it's very nice to see those squad nominations. Again, congratulations to the squads that have made it onto the leaderboard there.
Oh yes.
Very nice to see the participation. So. So the next thing, remember, guys, that we have the voting. You guys remember that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We have the voting.
There is a prize pool also for the voting of the squads, right?
Right. How does that work? You got to refer. I know we have a situation where we can vote for our main traders here. I mean, we have all these events that you can vote for, right? And if you go to the main page of the ICTC 2025 challenge, users that can get on there, they can actually place votes and win money if their outcome comes true. It's like event betting.
Yes, there is a prize pool also for voting, actually, yeah, also for the squads.
So people at home, don't forget, you can participate in many ways here and take advantage of all kinds of ways to win, whether it's some prize money, or it's one of these great, giveaways that we have. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right. So now moving along, I have to say, like these guys here, as you can see, we don't have a whole lot of time left.
Yeah, just 27 minutes left for today.
Nearing the end of today, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, remember, we have a whole other day tomorrow. We have another 6 hours tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning also, maybe we will have some surprises, because the orders left open tonight will be counted, right?
Yeah, if any of these guys take home overnights.
Yeah, if they want, of course.
The guys we spoke to, it seemed like the sentiment was, we're not really interested in overnights. We're just going to go flat. I mean, that was what we were hearing in the beginning.
They want to see what's happening.
And I'm curious if that has changed as we get near the close of our first day.
Yeah, some were still undecided, so.
And going into our second day, it's going to be interesting to see, now, are the laggards going to really start pushing? Because tomorrow is it. Like as Luca was telling us, tomorrow he's going to really start pushing it to make his comeback, because we still have a whole other day.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the thing is, Saturdays in the crypto market is, it could be a good day, possibly, because I've seen some wild moves on a Saturday.
Yeah,
me too.
So, sometimes it happens because it's a never closing market. So
right, it's a 24-hour market, 7-day-a-week market.
Yeah, it might be the case that traders that cannot trade the stock market move on crypto on weekend.
It could be, but usually there's some type of catalyst, like maybe some type of news comes out of some country somewhere, and it has a major effect.
We have a catalyst in these days. Bitcoin broke over 100K.
Well, sure, but what I'm referring to is maybe some announcement, surprise announcement comes out of nowhere, and then it leads to all of this action. But typically Saturdays are a tough day. So who we're looking at here, we're back to. Is that What chart do we have there? I can't. So let's move up a little
Oh,
bit
it's
closer.
Ripple.
Okay. Oh,
Ripple.
XRP, the infamous
Looking
XRP.
for a long here.
And we have Kostya over here. Look, he is in heavy concentration. He is focused. He is looking. Okay.
Is
Now-
zapping through the charts.
Yes. Behind, I mean, look at those eyes. They're like solid. Now, I'm looking at what he's looking at there. He has some zones drawn, right? I see his charts are very simple. He doesn't have oscillators all over the place, which is usually a good thing in my opinion.
Looks like he's trading like patterns and points of interest, liquidity in the chart.
Right, right. Well, he's picking these. Notice he has inflection points on his chart, right? He has support and resistance levels. He has the high selected on there. You see that? So that's something like in this situation, he has the support area noted. Perhaps he's looking for a retrace into that area, and he's looking for at least some type of mean reversion move. But again, we're smack in the middle of the range. So that's probably why he's jumping around so much. There's nothing to do. There's just really nothing to do here.
He's waiting. He's waiting, man.
Yeah.
It's all a game of patience.
Right.
It's patience.
But the
that
question
pays
is,
off.
like,
Yeah,
I'd love to
sniping,
know
yeah.
specifically what he's looking for in this situation, because that's a tough chart right there.
But we have here it's kind of double bottom, right? At the resistance line, he drew. We have which broke out, like the black horizontal. You see.
Yes, but it looks like a common level
We have
there.
like a double bottom below it, broke out, retested the black.
Right.
It is now pumping.
Right, a bit. Right, and I noticed he marked this area right here on the chart, and I'm wondering what that represents. Maybe that could possibly be a failed low area where he's anticipating the fake out, because a lot of times when you have a pattern like this, it fakes out. The thing is, you're still dealing with a double bottom, and since like this, see this right here, he's got that marked. He's got another higher low right there. See these higher lows?
Yeah, exactly.
Those are characteristic of strength. Those are characteristics of strength typically. So it's like, is he looking to buy the pullback? I'd love to know, because in a situation like that, he may not have much of a choice. He may have to buy that. He's trying to put some numbers up on the screen.
Next up, Doge.
Dogecoin, okay, from Max.
It's going hard on meme coins, looks like.
Look at that. I mean, look at that chart right there. I mean, that is total bull right there.
It is perfect.
I mean, you could see if
parabola, right?
If you look at the wave count, you can. This is a clear-cut impulse. I mean, I'm not going to get into the details of that right now. I don't want to confuse people, but this looks like a 4, and it looks like he's looking for the breakout for 5.
I would use the log chart here. It's still linear, but it's clearly exponential move.
But he's got this breakout. You see, he's got that trend line break.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I like this style.
That could be
Right.
that can actually be a signal. That can qualify as a signal to go long. When you have a trend line break like that, when you have the counter trend line, and once the price breaks above it, a lot of times it may retest the trend line or maybe pull back a bit and then off it goes, especially when you have a clear-cut impulse that looks like that. I mean, that looks like a wave 4 to a 5.
Yeah, you can also see the volume kicking in.
Yes.
Right? But
Yeah,
that's also maybe...
High volumes, yeah.
Yeah, high volume.
What
during
time frame is that, by the way?
30
This-
minutes.
30 minutes. all
30
right.
minutes, right? So you have this
Not
30
so
minutes.
insane. Like, I mean, it's quite decent for an intraday. It's not second chart.
Right,
Oh, exactly.
right. But this is a tough situation on a 30-minute chart, because again, you have the breakout, but it's the momentum is drying up. You could see the volume tapering off. You see that?
They are
And
disappearing. for
This notice you have the spike in volume, so you have momentum.
I would
But-
like to see the bottom trend line through the bottoms here on the logarithmic chart, because when that one breaks, the whole
You're
chart.
talking about this here?
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
talking about this bullish trend line?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
That's a support.
in this configuration right now, he should be working on the long side. I mean, that would be my choice if that was my chart. But it's a 30-minute, so it can take a while for this to unfold. It could take a few hours. If this is a 1-minute chart, this would be another story, right? But when you see 30-minute volume tapering off like that,
There's 20 minutes left, right?
yeah, like, I feel bad for this guy, man. I would not want to be in that chair right now, because he's got to sit there and maybe it follows through, but the probability is low, in my opinion, because you just don't have the volume, and there's nothing he can do about that.
Well, maybe he's deciding to keeping it an overnight
This
trade.
may be an overnight choice.
Maybe
Yeah,
it can be a choice, yeah.
Just
sure.
opening a final trade really high leverage and go
Because-
back tomorrow as in the first place.
Over the next few hours, this thing may start working its way up, especially if Bitcoin continues. A lot of these coins typically follow Bitcoin. If Bitcoin leads the way or just stays strong, this may catch up, and he may get a big gain while he's sleeping.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, so that's a possibility. It's just this coin again. Is this Doge? No, Pepe. That's Pepe.
Pepe,
coin.
Pepe.
Pepe.
Yeah.
Why can't I get that name right, man?
Pepe is also right.
It's fine, Pepe.
Not Pepsi.
Then we have XLM, Stellar. Stellar Lumens.
So here we have a breakdown, right?
Now notice right here, he has a trend line, has the trend line break.
Yeah.
Now in this situation, now this gets tricky.
Also
because
volume getting lower.
Yeah, have a look at the volumes. Like they
volume
are draining
tapering off. We're going to see that
draining
across
off.
the board because just time of day. It's just
Yeah.
it's just a seasonal time of day thing, right?
Yeah.
We're going to see that taper off, which is bad for them because it's a lack of momentum. It takes away from the potential of momentum,
Oh, yes.
right? But in this situation, you have the trend line break. And this can be very tricky because people typically think, oh, it's a short now. But markets don't typically go from bullish to bearish and bearish to bullish. They're not binary like that. Typically what happens is the market will consolidate after such a break. So as this thing, this is potentially
Getting in a higher time frame consolidation, yeah.
this is
I agree.
potentially a long, even though he has this trend line break and it broke. Don't make the mistake of thinking this is a short because, again, like I said, markets are not binary. What I would be looking for in this situation is the failed low, right? Because you have the consolidation, you have maybe a test of low, right? I would actually draw a trend line right in this area right here.
It's testing that low right now.
This one, right? See, so test of low, and maybe you get what I like to call a compound double bottom, right? Failed low situation where you have like a little mini double bottom right here, followed by the confirmation. If I saw that, I would be long the world. If I saw something like that,
100x.
I would ask for another 50K, and I'd be like, give me 100K. I want to go all in now. If I saw it
right here, right now.
That's that's how
even
convinced-
with drying volume.
Well, because even with the declining volume, because here's the thing. When you have that consolidation, of course you're not going to have volume before the momentum burst, right? So what will happen typically is if it holds and we get the confirmation, volume will come in to the market and then you'll see the spike, right? You'll see, so you can't, when the spike is there, the volume has been done, it's transpired, it's over. So you want to be in before the volume spike, right? And so you can get that type of insight from the candles themselves.
So he's maybe too late for a long then because we have a great cascade here.
At this time, it's just a little, it's early. There's nothing there at the time. All I'm saying is be careful of these breaks because it's not. I would not qualify that as a short.
Exactly.
In order for the short to really be more convincing, I'd have to see support breaks. We don't have that.
And it's also a long range down to another lower high.
Right, that's it. So that general structure, I mean, that's totally bullish. So if it unfolds over the next few hours or whatever, and we get that reversal formation, I mean, that looks like a long to me if it can follow through. Now remember, it's always up to the market. I can sit here all day long and talk about, oh, chart this, chart that, and this is what it can do. But when the day is over, it's up to the market, and I can be wrong, right? And I always accept that fact. And the thing is, if I see that I'm wrong, like everything that I just described, if it turns out I don't get the confirmation, or I do, but then it fails, I'm out. Sometimes I won't even wait for the stop, just out, get out. You cannot hesitate with that because you need, like we talked about earlier, your reward-risk ratio needs to reflect a positive expectancy. You have to have, you cannot lose more than what you win. That is the key to this game. All right, so look at this comparison we have here.
Yeah, we got Mauro Caimi over Merlin. So,
what does this look like?
Both a Bitcoin.
Oh, Bitcoin. Mauro is actually short, and I think,
look at this.
100x level.
This guy is all in.
Oh, it's
Merlin,
the time for the hard ones.
Merlin's had enough. This guy is starting to, push over here.
How much margin? 2K. Okay.
Well, quite a lot margin because his liquidation price lies still at 89K. So it's not 100x trade.
He's going with a cross leverage there.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, he put a lot of margin, man.
Yeah, it's
a
really
lot of margin.
high risk.
So, I mean, look, and look at where we are with our realized P&L. I mean, Mauro is still
$9, yeah.
He's still okay. He's up there. This guy doesn't have anything yet. And the unrealized, though,
Just
look at
opened
this.
the trade.
Yeah, minus
Minus 148, right,
yeah.
versus 763. So he's got him beat there.
That is a nice move, I must say.
I mean, he's trying. Like
pretty risky.
We're starting to see some changes in their activity or in their philosophy because time is running out.
Yeah,
it's really nice. It's at the same price point, right?
Right.
Both trades are on
they
the same
both
price
have
point.
a very high
opposite direction.
price also.
Right.
By the way,
We have again. This is a great example of you need two opinions to make a market.
Exactly. We need Mauro and Merlin, and then we have the market, right?
Right.
We have to market,
Someone is
Two
going to
views
be
of the
right and
market.
someone's going to be wrong, and it's going to be up to the market, right? You don't take it personal. So I mean, it's interesting to see that because if you have a seller, you need a buyer, and vice versa. One of these guys is going to be wrong. So I mean, are they at the same price basically? He bought at 103.021, and this guy sold
almost.
at 149.
Very similar, yeah.
So
they picked up the same resistors or support.
It's
key
close, right? It's close. He bought it just a little bit lower, maybe about 100 points lower than where he shorted it, right? So, I mean, now again, we were talking about that Bitcoin chart. We saw nothing but strength. Now, look, we have the traders open positions.
We have Mus Money.
With Mus over here.
He really needs to do something, right? So, where's the risk?
All right, so he's still got the Trump coin.
He realized a very nice move on Trump coin, 1.3K.
Yeah, that's really nice. Big one. Big
wow.
one.
Okay. So,
but he's also down -1.
Pepe has hurt him.
Pepe.
Yeah,
Pepe's his biggest loss there.
He's hurt him very bad. Yeah.
How do you say it again? Pepe. Okay. JTO. Do you know that coin? Do you know that coin, Nick? JTO?
No, I don't know that.
Should you know a coin to trade it?
I mean, yeah, that's true. You don't really need. It's just a bunch of. It's just a symbol. I mean, a chart is a chart. You just have to know how to read charts. We have Solana over here, but these are not. That's like flat. I mean, it's -$19. That's okay. And then LDO. Were you guys talking about that earlier?
Yeah, it's Lido.
Oh.
Lido, liquid staking protocol for Ethereum.
Okay. That's another big pain point for him there. So I mean, he's trying to do something, but he still needs some work.
It doesn't add up just yet.
Yeah, needs to do its magic, as he's famous for.
Now a guy like the comeback kid over here, I would anticipate. I could be wrong, but I think this guy may go for the overnights. What do you think?
Well,
maybe he should.
Not sure. Did you talk with him?
I was not able to speak to him behind the scenes. He was busy, but I mean, some of these guys, it might be a viable strategy to just take that chance because you need to get that pop somewhere, and if there's a good move overnight and he happens to be on the right side, it will put him in a much better position when we start the day tomorrow. So some people are going to need it.
That could be interesting because they can use higher time frames with less noise.
Yes.
Right,
So
over the night.
Exactly.
I mean, they can use
so
4
working
hours,
like a swing
1
trade,
hour,
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe they're more used to do that.
And double their time in the markets, right?
Right.
Because it's twice 6 hours, and in 12 hours. it will be the
also,
next.
yes.
Yeah, so
also.
double the time in the market.
Yes, they gotta play like smart orders, like to fill as much as they can if they want.
Yeah, but the order should already be open. The trade.
Yeah, I mean they need to think smartly about the orders they want to leave open during the night.
It could be really nice ones.
Like it may just like randomly work out their way. And
I would do it.
They're going to come back a hero.
I would do it. Yeah.
They're going to come back a hero. See now, the question I asked my question to myself: would I do that if I was in this situation and I had this? I was all red. I mean, when your back is against the wall and you're in a situation like this, it might make sense to take that risk. But really, what would determine it for me is the charts. If the charts are looking like then just I know my personality type, I probably wouldn't take the risk.
You wouldn't?
It depends. If I was red, now if I was like Mauro, I definitely wouldn't, because I'd be like, why should I take that risk?
Me too. If I was in Mauro, never ever. But
But when you're with the back against your wall, I mean, maybe what I would do, maybe I would go halfway. What I would do is I would maybe take partial.
Yeah, maybe
try
not.
to take partial overnight to see if I get a little bonus. And because for me,
I would be all in. It's going home or going. I think, yeah.
I guess you guys, you make a good point. I mean, I just tend to be a little risk averse, and I'm always, because as a trader, your priority should be risk. Right? I'm one of these guys, I don't sit there and think, oh, I make all kinds of money. No, it's about risk. Money is a byproduct. Money is a byproduct of good risk management. So if you can manage risk well, you should come out ahead. Otherwise, if you're all about chasing the money, I like to call them Ferrari chasers. Like you're not going to get very far being a Ferrari chaser.
Normally, I fully agree, but it's a competition, right?
Yes.
So they need to step up the games to really win or go home empty-handed.
You know what, and that makes sense. I have to keep that in mind as well. This is a competition,
So,
and if you're in a certain situation, what do we have here?
Malik.
Malik is back. Let's see what we have going on with Malik. I like getting closer to these
trading
charts.
the great classics, Ethereum, Bitcoin, and Cardano.
Wow, okay.
Or at least looking for an entry, I guess, yeah?
Now, notice Malik, what he has over here. He has a bunch of these boxes drawn on here.
I think one is the risk-reward box, and the other is like an area of interest.
Well, I think he's just overlapped a couple of gray boxes.
Yeah, some Fibonacci ranges, I guess.
Well, I think what he's got here, because see, I spoke to him earlier, and we have a very similar strategy. Everything he described, I'm like, man, that sounds like some of the stuff I do. And it looks like he's highlighting these areas where a fake out is likely, right? This resistance area, he's got this resistance highlighted, and we're in basically the fake out zone. Like in this spot right here, I would not be in a hurry to buy this breakout. What is a 5-minute chart? So if you get a confirmation here, a bearish confirmation, that might be a nice quick short, and just look for some sort of pullback back to this support. But that's, it's a little aggressive. This thing is generally bullish, but do you really want to buy it here, like after it's broken out a little bit?
Yeah, but there was a little shakeout to the downside, right? You can see the whole lower low there.
This?
Yeah, that was a great shakeout, and now it's breaking upwards. So maybe that's another shakeout for the bears. Keep ranging, or breaking above the box he drew.
Well, but I think he's highlighting this area.
Yeah,
because he's looking at that
resistance.
resistance.
It's a decision area, whether it continues to the upside or
look at the red
breaks
candle.
down.
Look at the red candle developing. Now, see, that could be the confirmation candle. I don't know what he uses for confirmation.
It could also be the final shakeout.
Well, the thing is, this could be the short, right? Like, because you get these people that bought that breakout. If the breakout doesn't go, like for example, if I was long and I saw that, I would be out. Because that is not what you should see. When you get a breakout, momentum flows, it continues. So the next candle should be big and green, especially on a 5-minute. If I see this, I'd be like, this isn't working. And I would be looking to get out of that, right? So that would be a possible short right there. I don't know what he's thinking, but I notice he has this area highlighted a lot, and I suspect he may be thinking in a similar way. Also, what does he have? Now, this is Cardano and he has Ethereum.
On a daily time frame.
These are daily time frames?
1 hour time frame.
Oh, so he's daily, right, daily. And then that's daily, and this is at 1 hour. Okay. So those are interesting time frames. The daily, look at this, on Cardano, that's a bearish pin bar in a location where a bearish pin bar is highly likely. So now because the general trend is bullish, like this is a bullish move, he's noting the low. You see that? The low of the pin bar. So that's a potential short as well. Right.
But we saw this pin bar on Bitcoin at 95K as well, and we know it's at 103 right now. So you see it also quite often, an inverse hammer, right before a big breakout.
Right, but let's talk pin bars.
Resistance.
Candlesticks are very random, right? A candlestick pattern can appear randomly. And where it appears, its location, is really a big factor, the context of the location. And that's really going to give you a sign. So like we said, you saw a pin bar at 95K, and look, we're higher. The pin bar doesn't guarantee we're changing the trend, but the pin bar does tell us that there's temporary bearish momentum, right? And as a day trader...
There's resistance,
right.
obviously.
And I could capitalize, maybe even on a small bite, I'd be happy with that. And then eventually you may just break higher anyway. But I don't care about where it's going to be tomorrow as a day trader.
I see. Yeah, it's a different time frame.
So you just have to understand the random nature of these
Next up,
candles. So Merlin, we're back with Merlin here.
With Edera and Bitcoin.
What does he have here? Bitcoin, okay, and
Hedge bar, yeah.
Right, I can't even pronounce that. All right, he's partying, man. What's going on over here? He's partying. Yeah, Merlin.
He's pushing the price.
He's looking at the trophy, right?
Merlin's coming. He's starting to push now. He's starting to get the juices going here. All right, so Merlin again was the guy that gave us some. He gave us some insight into his thinking with the illustrations on his chart, right? He had those little drawings.
And also, we had a small talk earlier in the pause, and he's a very patient guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
We were talking about
it might be a wise strategy, you know? Like, as far as you can see, he's third, I mean. Yeah.
Right. So
we can see that Bitcoin has broken above this VPVR. You see? We have here... in yellow and blue, we have the mid-range.
Right, this is the profile, right?
Yeah, and the main part with the heaviest density, price is broken above it.
Barely. Look, I mean, look at this. So we have this. This is the bulge, right? This bulge.
Yeah.
This price has spent most time inside of this consolidation. This is typical of a consolidation because price obviously spends a lot of time inside this area, right? So,
but it's above the main support. It could take breakthrough here.
It's the thing is, if that thing, in that situation, I mean, that looks to me like a mean reversion situation, right? Because if we get, we're basically fooling around still in the range of that bulge. If we go above it and we start to maybe spike a bit, that might be one of those situations where you can look for the reversion back into that bulge area because it becomes like a magnet when everyone is long or short in such an area like that.
To retest it.
To go back inside the area, right.
Yeah, and on lower time frames, you're right. On a bigger time frame, it could break out, but first a retest of the same zone.
Right, like everything that I'm saying here really is just, everything I'm saying refers to the small time frames, right? So just to be clear, I myself, I trade very small time frames. So just like Alessandro.
What's the smallest you did?
Yeah, what's the smallest?
15 seconds.
Okay.
15 seconds.
Yeah, I did 1 second.
I mean, I've tried those charts.
We all did.
I don't, that gets ridiculous. That's like HFT. You need an algo to trade those. But I was going to say, just like Alessandro and Nick here are the experts in food, I'm the expert in small time frames. I mean, I can tell you anything you want to know about small time frames. Right, so guys, you know, we're now coming to the close of the show. We just have a few minutes left.
All right.
And I mean, what a day! Like, so what to you? Like, what were the highlights for you today? Like, what got you excited today? After all the things that we've seen, what stands out the most?
Well, the leaderboard for me.
What about
the leaderboard? Not because of the guy, but because of the huge distance from the first to the other guys, you know?
So, I mean, like how Mauro, the Italian stallion, how he jumped out in front of the herd, like instantly. He was the first one out there.
That was impressive.
And yes, it was, right? And now everyone is like kind of struggling to keep, you know, to keep pace and trying to not let him go too far.
Yeah, it's mind games.
I mean, yeah, like that's got to work on you. That's got to be stressful. You know, when you see this guy jump ahead, and it's not like Malik is not exactly behind him. Malik is close.
Well, it's very close also. Yeah.
He needs work. So tomorrow now, what are we going to see here? What can our viewers expect tomorrow when we start this?
Tomorrow will even be more crazy than this, because time will be shrinking, you know, very fast. And the ones that are in the bottom, if they want to go back up, they need to go hard.
Right.
They need to go very hard.
They need to take risks, so there will be outliers and really quick moves.
So tomorrow is going to be basically like a balls to the wall day. Like you're going to have to, you're in it or you're out.
I mean, yes.
Like
you can't just fold. You need to lose to leave stage here.
So you might as well just go all in and just close your eyes, because that's
maybe go hard or go home. At least I would do that.
Yeah.
If I was in their situation. I mean,
right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, you know what? So we're going to leave it here with our audience. join us tomorrow. Make sure you come back because things are going to get intense. This was a very interesting day. Bitcoin was trying to get its act together, but we were in a range. These traders had a lot of hardship to deal with. So tomorrow we're going to see the guys now. They're going to have to put everything on the line, and we're going to see how it goes. So it should be an interesting day. Plus, we have all our giveaways and other activities. So please join us, and we'll see you then.
The opening will be very exciting, I believe.
Yeah, can't wait to see. Can't wait to see how it starts with the overnight operations also. So, see you all tomorrow, I guess, right?
Right. So yeah, we'll get to them. We'll come back. We'll tune in, and yeah, it will be cool to see how those overnights work.
Oh yes.
Or who takes
if there
overnights.
are any, of course, yeah.
That's going to be a great way to start this thing, and see if that changes the leaderboard.
Yeah.
At all. So,
and the people home can still participate on their own tomorrow for a whole day.
Yeah, for sure.
That's right.
Squads,
and
solo traders.
Be eligible for prizes.
Oh yeah, they can join. They can join
huge.
also, yeah.
Everything you can find on the landing page of ICTC 2025 of Whitebit. Just Google it.
Right. That's right. That's right. So hey, again, thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, we got a clap. All right. Yeah, I wasn't sure how to wrap that up.
No, it was okay.
And they're like, "Don't say goodbye." I was like,
and become a fiend. I make it seem like it really do be growing on trees. It's all I can see, it's all that I do, all that I breathe. I got the cheese, making more bread than the bakery. M-A-G-I-C, it's magic. M-A-G-I-C, I'll make the money like magic. A bone, mine made of steel, heart out of stone. I'm a magician, I'm full of tricks, but I'll never show. I'm at the top, loving the view from up on my throne. Yeah, from up on my throne.